Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody wants to find their seat, we will get started. Wow, I wish my kids listened this well. Everybody got so quiet. Welcome. We will call the March 7th, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 10:01. We're glad to see everybody here. Just to let you know how the day will proceed, we're going to start with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll go right into the business of the day. For those of you that are here to speak, we're glad to see you here to speak. I will announce that the agenda has changed a little bit, and if you're here for item 5, you're still welcome to speak to it, but it has been pulled from the agenda for further study, evaluation, consideration. We will start with the invocation. And before I call the pastor forward, I just want to let you know that this is open to any faith group in Volusia County. If your faith group would like to participate in an invocation, just send an email to the letter K, Green at volusia.org. This is Kay Green down here to my left, your right, and she will get you all set up. The invocation this morning will be by Pastor Joshua D. Owen from Spruce Creek Presbyterian Church in Port Orange. If you would care to stand, please stand for the invocation and just remain standing for the pledge.
Let's pray. Almighty God, Father of the Lord Jesus Christ, who did give your Son the nations for his inheritance and the ends of the earth as his possession, we call upon you for the sake of your beloved Son to have mercy on us and to bless our county, that righteousness would flourish and wickedness would diminish. We thank you for the many blessings we enjoy beyond our merits and despite our demerits. We thank you for the blessings of freedom law and order, and representative government. We seek your kindness and provision for those who are still recovering from the storms. We ask your protection and guidance for our law enforcement and first responders. For those honorable businesses operating in our county, we ask for your favor. For the poor, we ask for your mercy, and that we would be merciful with wisdom. Make your church a faithful witness in word and deed. We thank you for our county council members, Jake Johansson, Don Dempsey, Matt Reinhardt, Danny Robbins, Troy Kent, David Santiago, County Chair Jeff Brower, County Manager George Reckenwald, and their staff. May you bless their families in their various callings to make them a blessing. May you grant this council wisdom in the fear of the Lord to make sound judgment that would orient our earthly lives to heavenly glory, that we would each do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God. Through Christ Jesus, I pray. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Santiago, Mr. Dempsey,
Here.
Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. So we have a full house and a quorum. We will start with public participation. We're always happy to see you here. Let me just make a brief announcement about the sound system. The staff in the glass bowl behind you that you can't see is working hard to make sure that the audio and the video is excellent quality for the public, so we have that record. But that requires that everybody speak into the microphone, and the podium down there can go up and down for your height. You can pull the microphones to you. And the same thing applies to us up here at the council. If everybody would make sure the microphones are close to them and turned on, we'll get good sound. And you will have 3 minutes to talk about any subject that you care to. Just tell us what part of the county that you're from, if you would. And there will be a timer on the monitor in front of you on the big screen over my head. So at 3 minutes, please wrap it up. We've got a lot of people who want to speak. First, we have Paul Richardson.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of the land. Recently, we're starting to get some government agencies saying that, yes, the COVID virus, 19 virus, did come from the Wuhan lab leak. So they have been covering this up for some time, but why lie? Why are the government agents, especially Dr. Fauci, been lying about this whole time? So they can take draconian authoritarian actions and silence dissent. Now those voices, now those whose voices were quashed have been proven right. We were right about mask. We were right about ivermectin. We were right about natural immunity. We were right about the dangers of closing schools and businesses. And finally, we were right about the origin of the virus. People have lost a lot to their lives, and we need to hold the CCP, and those that uncritically accepted the CCP's explanation, Dr. Fauci and the World Health Organization included, accountable. Now, we won't see those accountabilities being taken because the federal government is slow and whatnot. But here at the local level, I know that you guys have been given many problems by the citizens, and you guys have responded to them. And not just this council, versus the council, but the last council that was here last year. I know time and time again, people came to you guys, and you guys took care of the problems that we had. Last meeting, you had a guy here who came about, wanted to know more about the vaccine of the virus. I'm assuming you guys helped him as much as you can with that as well, get information about that as well. And while I know you guys can't help with the Wuhan Lab League, I know that we can bring hope to the citizens here, especially in Volusia County. Again, I keep putting forth my idea of the 250th anniversary coming up here, July 4th, 2026. I know it's 3 years away. Seems like a long time, but it's already March of this year. Time has flown by quickly, and time will flow by quickly again. So I would get with anybody to get this thing started as soon as possible. I hope to have a meeting with any and all of you who wish to get this thing done as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Keith Chester.
Good morning. I would first like to say I think all of y'all did a spectacular job at the state of the county. That was one of the best presentations that staff put on that I've seen. And I think all of y'all coming together the way you did, it was a wonderful presentation. And I think it was tax dollars well spent putting that together. I am a little bit against the sponsor thing, in the dinner, but let's keep it positive. I think that staff especially really should be congratulated for what they do. Moving on, just about every meeting you have an organization or a group of individuals come before you and ask for our tax dollars. We should never forget where those tax dollars come from that people are asking for you to hand out. That is, in my opinion, for things that are beyond what is your core responsibilities of roads and parks and all of those things we can't do on our own. And every time they come before you and they put their hand out or ask for money to go to a social program, we must consider where that money's coming from. The money is coming from other taxpayers. I know a young couple, and I've mentioned it here before, they're paying over $450 a month for property taxes. They built their house with sweat equity. They saved, they worked 2 and 3 jobs. They did all the right things. It's not right for you to be taking their money and creating more of a burden on them to give that money to others or to organizations with their hands out. It's just not right. You don't know the impact you're creating whenever you're taking that money by force, and it is by force, because if you don't pay your taxes, what happens? When people come before you, they're asking you to take more money by force from other individuals to give away, and that's not right. And many times the programs that they're asking for is already duplicate. Many times there's already federal or state money coming down for the same programs. So, it's fine to be charitable, but that should be a choice that we make based on our ability to be charitable. It should be our decision to make, not y'all's, not staff. Charitable giving should be a personal choice. At one time in Volusia County, we had a very, very strong United Way. And the great thing about United Way is we could give on our ability to give. A lot of us gave, it came right out of our paycheck to United Way. And they had a wonderful vetting program. They had a board that was very strict. So I ask you to please stop doing our charitable giving for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Nancy Griswold.
Good morning, Chairman Brower and members of the council. My name is Nancy Griswold. I'm retired clergy from Coronado United Methodist Church in New Smyrna Beach. And Mr. Robbins, I live in your great district at 5 Pelican Lane, Edgewater, Florida. I want to read to you a prayer that our members have now posted on their refrigerators so that we can hold to our faith and be praying to all of you, our elected officials, praying for all of you. And this is what it reads. Loving and merciful God, as members of faith, we pray for your wisdom as we strive to act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with you. Fill us with your presence so we might love and care for our neighbor. Help us to take seriously your charge to protect and care for your creation. We realize that we cannot do this work alone, but together we can use our influence to amplify the voices of those who get unheard. Together, we can work with our elected officials who can use their power to make changes that will benefit the people they serve. We pray that our county council will create a continuously funded affordable housing trust fund that will provide the housing our community needs. We pray for those who are suffering right now, for the 2,800 school children without homes in Volusia County schools, for the senior citizens on a fixed income who can't afford the skyrocketing lot rent, for the workers whose job doesn't pay enough for a decent apartment for their families to live in. We pray for the hundreds of families who have lost everything to the flooding, and especially those still displaced. We pray that our city and county leadership will study our flooding problem, invest in our infrastructure and its maintenance, and make this a safer place to live. We pray for bold, forward-thinking legislation so that as we grow, we build in ways that improve our flooding problem rather than making it worse. We pray that our County Council Chair, Jeff Brower, will meet with us and come to the Action Assembly on March 27th. We know, God, that all of us desire the best for our neighbors, so we humbly ask for your help and thank you for all we can do through you. We ask all these things from you, whose spirit makes us one. Amen. I have a copy of this prayer for each of you if you would like to put it on your refrigerator. I want to thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Karen Delisle.
My name is Karen Delisle. I live at 3225 Leinster Circle in Ormond Beach, Florida. To the council, first off, we appreciate your efforts for making our county a better place to be. Last night, 200 faith members gathered at Coronado United Methodist Church in New Smyrna Beach to prepare for our Action Assembly, which will be held on March 27th at Our Lady of Hope Church in Port Orange, and you all are welcome and invited. Faith encourages you, if you have not already met with Faith, to do so for an interview, because we have done a lot of research. There are solutions to the flooding and affordable housing crisis that we would wish to share with you and perhaps implement. Our flooding problems and affordable housing problems are connected. Hundreds of families, as you know, were displaced by last year's flooding and had to struggle to pay exorbitant rates for a place to stay, or they lived in substandard housing, or with too many family members, or just have given up and moved away. There already isn't enough affordable housing to go around, as evidenced by, from the Liaison for Public Schools of Volusia County, 2,800 Volusia County school children that are living in cars, campers, even outside motels or couch surfing. We know from our research that the development boom is making our flooding worse. By adding impermeable surfaces and eradicating green space, wetlands, trees, and grasses, the water has nowhere to go. We believe we need to build smarter for the future, and we're pretty sure you agree, with flooding mitigation in mind. We want to work with you on a winnable solution to protect our citizens and to protect our environment. We have been to county meetings and we have heard you speak up on behalf of the environment, and we do appreciate that. We admire your advocacy and would like to support you in strategic ways. Overdevelopment is contributing to our affordable housing problem too, as low-wage jobs and luxury apartments pour into our community. Regular working people are being priced out. Those business interests need to do their part to correct the impact that they are having on our economy and help keep housing affordable for our residents. Our development boom is why we are suggesting that an affordable housing trust fund be funded through a linkage fee. I now yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Artist Mosley?
My name is Minister Artist Mosley, reside in DeLand, 2246 North Capitol Road. A linkage fee is not a tax on residents, but a fee on a new development. Neither a commercial or a resident that is linked to impact the development has on the local community. Many reference the linkage fee as affordable housing impact fee. We know the campaign on raising impact fee. You also campaign on being our representative on the county council and not the representative of big business. Well, faith is a large group of organized citizens, and we are asking you to be our voice. We want an affordable housing trust fund. Our congregation spends an estimate of $5 million a year in charity and volunteer hours on projects like Humanity, or Habitat of Humanity, First Step Shelter, the Neighborhood Center, food pantries, and housing assistance for people can stay in their home. Unfortunately, that is not enough. We do know that the county also provides grants and help people in crisis. That is not enough. We believe in God's story of abundance. We know that we are working together. We know that we work together, we can provide more housing opportunity and take better care of our fragile environment. Whether or not we agree on every point, we are still your constituents. And we want to meet with you. Please have yourself to contact our office, volusiafaith@gmail.com or 386-523-6905 to schedule a meeting. Or you can come to the Action Assembly March 27th at 6:30 at Our Lady of Lord Hope Catholic Church in Port Orange. Thank you. We continue to pray for you as our leader in our county on the council. God bless you.
Thank you. Ellen Nielsen?
So good morning. My name is Ellen Nielsen, and I live in Ormond Beach, and I attend the Unitarian Universalist congregation of Ormond Beach. And I'm here today as a member of Faith. As you know, Faith is a 501c3 organization of 32 religious congregations in Volusia County. We come together across different traditions, races, and walks of life to fulfill God's call to do justice. The issues we work on come from real stories that we hear in our congregations. We've heard stories of homes repeatedly flooding, especially in the Midtown area of Daytona Beach, but also in other areas of the county. That's why Faith has conducted 2 years of research with local and national experts, environmental scientists, city and county staff, and elected officials. We have learned that our flooding problems have existed for many years, and they are getting worse. Last September, we found out just how bad they could be. Faith is working with our cities to make sure that our entire county takes part in a flood vulnerability assessment and can take advantage of the millions of dollars in Resilient Florida grants from the state. We are researching our infrastructure maintenance and making sure that our cities are serving all areas and staying up to date. But our hope is to do more. We know that development has an impact on our flooding problems. We can build irresponsibly and make flooding worse, or we can incentivize developers to build with flooding mitigation in mind. We want to see legislation passed that establishes better stormwater management practices all over the county. Faith has met with many experts who strongly recommended that we work with our chair and our county council. These include Wendy Anderson of Volusia County Soil and Water, Jason Evans, an environmental scientist at Stetson University, and Katrina Locke, Volusia County's Sustainability and Resilience Manager. We believe we have a lot in common and can get some amazing things done for our community together. We ask today that you please make time for a brief meeting with us. Our office number and email are on the nearly 200 letters of support from our members asking you to meet with us. Please have your staff reach out. Thank you. We're all on the same side.
Robert Judd.
Good morning, Mr. Bauer and members of the council. Nice to be here again and see you. Just wanted to give you a quick update on Old DeLand Road, where we've had 2 discussions in the past about traffic and commercial vehicles as well as speed. On October 18th, you made a ruling that you would post signage from Fire Tower Road to ISB that would forbid commercial traffic from traveling in that section. As of this morning, there is no sign. That's a little disappointing. The Sheriff's Department is still rather lax in terms of enforcing the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit because speeds are still in the 55 to 75-mile-an-hour range by my home. And that includes 80,000 GVW trucks that are passing by, 53-foot box trailer trucks, and container vehicles from the shipping yards. Now, a few weeks ago, I went to the Florida Highway Patrol folks and convinced a lieutenant there who was in charge of commercial vehicle inspections to start doing some reviews by parking on Old DeLand Road at the intersection by ISB. Over the past week, it appears that we finally have somewhat of a decrease in the commercial traffic, and in hopes less destruction of the road that's there. I did want to say that a positive thing has happened, but I did want to point out that the promise of that signage on October 18th has never been fulfilled, and the people from the Highway Patrol tell me it's your responsibility that has been failed. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Wales. Welcome.
Hi. Good morning, County Council members. My name is Jessie Wales, and I am from New Smyrna Beach, and I am one of 3 new community engagement coordinators with the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program. For those of you who may not know, the IRL NEP is one of 28 national estuary programs in the country established by Congress under the Clean Water Act. The the Indian River Lagoon was designated as an estuary of national importance in 1991 and is sponsored by the Indian River Lagoon Council, a special district of Florida. In 2016, at the request of the Volusia County Council and with support from the IRL Council, the IRL NEP adopted a boundary revision to extend the NEP's boundary northward into Volusia County, up into Halifax River, all the way up to High Bridge near Flagler. This added 200,000 acres to the estuary's watershed. One major goal of the NEP is to develop and implement a comprehensive conservation and management plan, which are long-term plans that contain actions to address water quality and living resource challenges and priorities. Additionally, each NEP has a management conference that consists of diverse stakeholders and uses a collaborative consensus-building approach to implement the management plan. The Volusia County Chair, Jeff Brower, sits on the board of directors of the IRL Council as the vice chair, and Water Quality Manager Tom Carey is the chair of the management board. Water Quality Specialist Kelly Young is a member of the STEM committee, and we really appreciate Volusia County's elected officials and staff for taking on such roles to ensure the success of the IRL Council. As the Community Engagement Coordinator for the northern region of the IRL, I serve Volusia and northern Brevard counties to provide information on the lagoon on behalf of the NEP. Through my work, we can engage with the community to bring awareness to projects along our coastline and provide insight into upcoming funding opportunities. As of yesterday, I have updated numbers. Since 2015, Volusia County-based organizations have received $1.2 million worth of funding from the NEP for 16 projects in restoration, water quality updates, and science and technology along the length of the lagoon. I have lived and worked in Volusia for the last 13 years, and I'm very passionate about our public spaces and waterways. In my current role, I am able to assist local nonprofits with volunteer events, present lagoon-centric talks to community clubs, and attend stakeholder workshops and meetings to listen to community concerns about the lagoon. If there is anything that I or the NEP can do to help further Volusia County's mission to preserve, protect, and restore the region's unique environmental national resources, please do not hesitate to reach out. I thank you for your commitment to the Indian River Lagoon, and I look forward to working with you all in the future.
Thank you. Greg Foster.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Greg Foster. I live at 37 Wisteria Drive in Ormond by the Sea. Excuse me. I'm also the president of the Ormond Shores Estates community. We're not an HOA, we're an incorporation, but it's the 3 streets that consist of Wisteria, Camille, and San Jose Road. I'm here as a lifetime resident. Wanted to ask you to please consider lowering the speed limits on the east-west streets in the North County area. I've spoken to Mr. Kent about this before. I've been here all my life and didn't realize till the last 3 or 4 years that the east-west streets, or our neighborhood streets in North County, are 30 miles an hour, as is the main thoroughfare, John Anderson, and that just doesn't make sense to us as our area experiences massive growth, new people coming into town. We find people flying down our streets, and if it's posted 30, I believe we all can agree they're going to hit 35. A lot of seniors in our area, a lot of older folks walking their dogs, going out, and we're having a lot of families move into the North County area, which is nice to see. But 30 on John Anderson and 30 on a neighborhood street just doesn't make any sense to our residents, and they've asked me to come to you and ask you to please consider this. Mr. Kent has started the process of doing that, and we appreciate him as our district representative. But we ought to do something proactive here. Let's not wait till someone gets hurt, killed, run over with their dog before we consider lowering these speed limits. If we post 20, they're going to do 25. If we post 25, like Ormond does, the city of Ormond is 25, John Anderson, 25 east-west or neighborhood streets. And we would like to ask you to please consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mark Rakowski.
Good morning, everybody. I'm just here for a consent agenda, and if you have any questions for me, if you do pull the item, that's the only reason I gave you the yellow card.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public comments to open our council meeting. We will have, you will have other opportunities to speak as we work through the agenda items. That brings us to item 1, which is a consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for comment or a vote? Troy Kent.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. As we all know, there's 29 items on the consent agenda. I've told you all how I deal with the agenda. I sent 12 to Mr. Rechtenwald. I'm down to 4 that I'm going to need to speak about today. I'm going to pull items L, M, Z, and AA.
For comment or vote?
For a vote.
Okay. L, M, Z, and AA. Matt Reinhardt.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm good with this, but I do want to talk after the vote about item H, if that's okay. Just a comment about that. Yes, sir.
H for comment. Anything else? I'm going to add item K to Mr. Kent's list to pull for a vote. So if I could get a motion to approve the rest of the agenda items except for K, L, M, Z, and AA. Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion to approve the consent agenda, all items except for K, L, M, Z, and AA.
Is there a second? Matt Reinhardt?
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay, we'll discuss H after the vote. If there's no other questions, then all in favor of approving the consent agenda except for K, L, M, Z, and AA, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0. Mr. Reinhardt, why don't you start with number H, letter H.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. While reviewing this this item, hang on, I'm just trying to pull it up real quick. This intrigued me. I'm very happy to see this. We all talk about affordable housing, and this to me hit it out of the park with this. So I commend the fact that we're doing this. Volusia County is often criticized with the fact of not doing enough for affordable housing, and this right here is proof in the pudding that we are. So I just wanted to thank you and your crew. Excellent job. So I told you it was nothing bad.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If we could get for KL and M, I don't know if Brad is here. Oh, he was right in front of me. You could just start with K, please.
Yes, sir. So these are extension requests from previous ECHO grants. If you notice that these are both from one from 2019 and 2 from 2020. The request for extension, some of these is their second request. We had some issues with labor shortage and supply shortage with COVID. So that's where they're asking for these extensions. The Marine Discovery Center at their last quarterly report was 60% complete on the project, and we typically grant in 1-year extensions, and that's why they're coming to you. Most of the time after we grant a 1-year extension, they're done before that extension. That's K.
That's K. Is this their second extension?
Yes, it is.
Okay. They were first approved in 2019.
Correct.
So they've already received an additional year, and now they're seeking another year. And I don't have a problem with this project. I think it's a good project, and I know that, here's my concern. Echo Fund was wildly popular by our voters and was voted in over 70%. But I believe that one of the reasons it passed at that level was because the voters believed that we would honor their wishes, take it seriously, and make sure their money was well spent. I think the Marine Discovery Center is a great resource, but I'm a little concerned that having given them all an additional year, and I'm really not proposing that we decline this. I just want to see the work get done in a timely manner, because this was supposed to be completed before hurricanes, before COVID, before all that. This is a second request, and I'd like to see make sure, and I guess I'll ask you if there is a management program in place that you feel confident that will occur, that this will get done and be opened for the public.
I do, and I think that the reason why is because past performance is the best predictor of future success. This is their phase 3. They've had 2 phases before this and were done and executed impeccably.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, your comments, I agree with you, what you said there. And because the funds should be expended in the time manner that is put on the application, right? Because our staff reviews these things, and for the complexity and the capability of completion. So we have several of them here, and I would propose that staff relook at that evaluation process and maybe put a little bit of more tougher analysis on the capabilities of completion when they come before us for approval. Because I know you rank them against other projects, and I know we want more ECHO projects to be submitted because there's funds there, but maybe a little bit more weighting on the capability of completion so that we reduce the amount of potentially of extension. So otherwise, maybe take a hard stance in the future where we're saying if you can't finish it in whatever time period, then reapply. But I think the first step is maybe get a little tougher in the evaluation of validity of being able to complete the project. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to play the other side of this. Maybe we're setting the bar to a place where nobody in this day and age of COVID, and by the way, 2019 was before COVID, not after COVID, but maybe we're setting the bar too high, and we're making it nearly impossible, given the situation, to hurricanes and COVID, to get it complete. We've all not had to deal with here at council, but we all have friends that are building homes or building something and can't get garage doors, can't get windows, can't get plumbing, can't get blinds. Mine are 10 weeks out. Can't get air conditioners, things of that nature. So if we can't get those things, why are we holding people that have no control over the supply? And if you don't know about the supply problems in the nation, then we got a bigger problem. But maybe we need to look at how much time we give these people and expect a program like the Marine Discovery Center Phase 3. If it's normally going to take 18 months, but given the situation, it's going to take 36 months to expect this. And we have a great staff that holds them accountable and says, get it done quick. I happen to have been at the city of Port Orange for the community center, and I do know the problems they're having right now with getting the final items to wrap that place up. So that's not against the city, I don't think. And the people did vote to allow us to spend this money on things like this. So Are you saying you can't have a community center because your people can't get you an air conditioner in time? We know it, so you can't have a community center? Or are we going to say it's supposed to be done in 18 months, but let's be realistic. A lot of times cities and counties put in 10 or 20% for things that could happen in the contract. This sounds like a time percentage, and we really ought to consider that. I'm not saying that we change the bar, but we have to be cognizant of the fact of the things that are happening in our surroundings and be able to adapt and not hold people accountable for things they're not under control of. Thank you.
Vice Chair Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councilman Johansson hit the nail on the head. There's unforeseen worldly events, China, the war in Ukraine, which leads to the supply issue or supply chain issue that we're all facing. So, to hold it against some of these folks, I understand our checks and balances need to be held into place, but it would be, in my opinion, wrong to hold this against them at this time, unless there's a performance issue in terms of, hey, they're not getting workers, or we're paying them and the workers aren't showing up, whatever the case is, but it doesn't sound like that. But yeah, that's all I got. Thanks.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. And I have to go on the same sheet of music there. Being in District 2 and seeing the struggles that people are having with regards to rebuilding their homes because of it being a supply issue. We see also businesses that we go into. The other night, walking into a restaurant, they had 3 people because they have a lack of employees. So these are problems that are facing. I can attest to the fact that, Chad, you do an awesome job up there, and you have your struggles. I'm sorry, but I was talking about Chad. But anyhow, I have to agree with the fact that supply issues can't be the reason that we're going to deny something. That's all.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't think, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think the chairman said that, I don't think we were indicating to not approve these. I think you said the contrary, that we'd support these. I think the chairman's comments were valid, and that's why I wanted to support it, in that, when we tax folks, for these services, I've often had people ask me, where is that money being spent, right? Where did those ECHO dollars go? I know we put the nice sign and stuff like that, but if our account continues to grow on the ECHO balance sheets, then I would say get rid of the tax, right? And I'm not advocating that, right? But I'm just saying this particular project, again, I learned about the project during the agenda item, so I have nothing against the project, but it was 2019, right? As was said, there was no supply chain issues then, right? So what I threw out there was, maybe we ought to resharpen the analysis that we put when we competitively rank these projects, and really look at, can they really complete the project within the timeline? And it may be it's a multi-year project because of supply chain issues, but have some realistic expectations and tough analysis, so that we see these projects when we approve them and says, yeah, they can do it within a year. Well, no, they could only do phase 1 within a year. Then we're only going to allocate, I'm making stuff up, right? Half of that, and next year come back for the other half. So just so that we spend the money and we rank people based on their real capabilities of completing the project. That's all it is. Thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Brad, question for you, please. So 2 years to complete, is that correct? And then an additional year given?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
From staff level.
Gotcha. So 2 years and an additional year, then coming back asking for an additional year. So we're going to be looking at 4 years. And with Councilman Santiago, I agree wholeheartedly. I haven't spoken yet, but I didn't hear the chairman say he wasn't going to support it either. But you bring up some really good points. And, you don't know what you don't know. And this is one of our first deep dives into ECHO. And, I have some questions, which is why I pulled a few of these. Because if this becomes the norm of it's 2 years, and you can ask for an extension, you get a 3rd year, and then you ask for another extension, you get a 4th year, what's going to stop the council from asking for an extension for a 5th year, and we're back to the residents of Volusia County approving ECHO because they wanted to see projects get done. And that's why I pulled these items, to have a healthy conversation, to simply say, none of us, I don't believe, were up here in 2019 making those decisions. And I just wanted personally for myself, just the District 4 representative, to let anybody that's applying for an ECHO grant, that, you know, it goes through a ranking system, and if it is chosen, that is fantastic. And there are expectations that I am going to hold you to, because this is taxpayer money. And the expectations I don't think are unreasonable. And that's my concern with L and M. And we're not talking about those now, we're on K, but K jumps right in there with it as well.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. I wasn't suggesting that the chair didn't want to approve it. It was merely to point out the fact of the supply issues. That's all I wanted to point out, that each situation is unique in itself, and this is one. No, I agree. 2019, there wasn't a supply issue, but they're in phase 3, and now there is a supply issue. So that's all I wanted to point out. I didn't mean to suggest that he wasn't in support of it, so I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other discussion. So is there a motion to for item K? Matt Reinhardt.
I'll make a motion to approve item K.
Motion to approve item K by
Second.
Matt Reinhardt.
Second, Johansson.
Second by David Santiago. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-1 with Troy Kent in opposition.
And if I may,
For the reason stated, Brett.
Apologize for the
Please go ahead.
interruption. If I may provide an additional data point. So Chad Truxell, who's the executive director of the Marine Discovery Centers here, and said that they're 98% complete. They're waiting on landscape. So the 60% was from their last quarterly report. One of the things that we do is we ask them to give a quarterly progress report. The public can see how far along they are in design, how far along they are in construction on our ECHO dashboard for every project that we have, and it's updated quarterly.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Maybe that could be part of the presentation in the packet next time. We could avoid some of this, but yeah, I think the points stated were still good on both sides. You want to go right into item 11 or L?
Sure. So this is the Port Orange Rec Center. They're asking for an extension and a budget transfer. It should be, for the public's sake, this is not them asking for additional money. They've got an allocation from us, and they're asking to move money around in the line items. So no new money, just anything over 20% requires council approval. That's what they're asking. Once this budget transfer is approved, they're ready to close out the project. It is done.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
Mr. Kent, did you have something? I was going to make a motion to approve. Unless you had comments, I'll hold off.
I'll speak after the motion. That's more appropriate anyway.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve letter L, the ECHO grant for Port Orange Rec Center by Danny Robbins. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And motion is seconded by Matt Reinhardt. And Troy Kent.
Yeah, thank you very much. And Chad, before you walk out of the door, I'll just say, big fan of what you do down there. You know, I brought kids down for that field trip many, many times, and it's good stuff. I want the council to know, and I want our constituents and residents to know. Me voting no on these items is more of I want to make sure that everyone knows that for me the timeline is important. And I may be okay. I may be okay with the 1-year extension, but the 2-year extension is something that is concerning. So, you know, when I looked at L here, you know, I'm excited about this in Port Orange. When it's done, it's going to be great. I'm really pleased that Mr. Barball got up and spoke about this being a transfer, because Mr. Rechtenwald and I spoke about this yesterday. And whenever he shared that with me, I said, well, I didn't see that in the agenda pack whenever I read through that. And I said, you know, it'd be helpful to make sure that that is presented this morning. So it's not new money, it's a transfer. I was pleased to hear that. But the other concerns that I mentioned earlier, I still have with this one. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just make one comment here about LNM so that for the sake of time, my consideration is that it really, I think David Santiago expressed it perfectly. And the issue I have is that these extensions seem to be becoming part of the norm now. And when these grants are approved, there is a management plan in place to get it done and to carry it forward and to make sure that the money spent is wisely used on an ongoing basis. But there's also a required plan to complete the project. And I just want to, I think David was right. We need to put more weight, maybe back at the ECHO committee meetings, that their business plan and their plan to carry it forward in a timely manner is well written, well documented, and not overlooked. So that's my concern, and that's why I wanted to bring these up, and glad that Mr. Kent did as well. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair, and I agree with you a little bit with that. But I think we do have to understand that we don't have a crystal ball, and we can start, and I've been part of many projects where you start it, and then all of a sudden it falls behind for unforeseen issues that are out of your control. So now, in some of these instances that we're seeing here in front of us, we may have several $100,000 projects that were in phase 2, even phase 1. If we don't honor the extension or grant an extension, what do we just walk away and don't finish the project? So it's a catch-22, and I think we just really need to be cognizant of that and actually come up with a solution. You know, what we don't know, we don't know. That's just unfortunately part of it, but making sure our checks and balances are in place, absolutely. But I just want us to also consider the realistic end to this, where we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. So, thanks.
Jake Johansson.
And a question for Brad or George. The two we've discussed so far, they've asked for 1-year extensions, but 98% complete, looking for landscape. Why not start at the council level, putting a little more pressure on those folks to wrap up and look at it quarterly instead of yearly? Same with the rec. You go 1 year, and that's fine. But when you go into your second extension, maybe we need to start paying attention a little more often, and at least raising the awareness up to the citizens that we are keeping track of it here publicly, and do it quarterly. It might be something to think about. It doesn't sound like these two need a year to do a budget shift. It sounds like an accounting thing that would take 30, 60, 90 days. So my 2 cents on not asking for an entire year.
Troy Kent.
Excellent points. And I'm going to say again why I love local government, because we work things out like this. I'll just add, I've heard a couple of council members talk about, a possible change and maybe discussing. So my hope is that since Mr. Santiago brought this up, maybe later on this afternoon, and I'm being hopeful, thinking we're going to be out of here by this afternoon, that maybe there's a request from staff to have a discussion item about this, so we can weigh in and talk about expectations with timelines. I think it's something that would benefit when we have that discussion down the road. Thank you.
Great discussion on all the way up and down the dais here. We have yes, sir, Brad.
So I want to say points taken and understand. 2 things I just want for council's information to share is that these grants were approved under the previous program. So after it was reauthorized, we went around the county and did listening sessions and made revisions that I think will help with some of these timeline issues. For one, we now require the recipients to have signed grant agreements, so they're part of your packet. In the past, we'd have council sign them, we'd send them to the grant recipient, some we'd get back in a week, some we would get back in 3 months. So now, once council approves it, the project's ready to go. We now require shovel-ready construction documents. In the past, we did not do that. So they have to submit those construction documents. There should be 3 projects coming for you today, but one was rejected because it didn't have the required construction documents. So your staff is looking at that and seeing that, is this a feasible timeline? But you have to have those construction documents now when you submit the grant. So there's been a little bit of change to buffer against these concerns.
That's good. Brad, is there, and I don't say this to challenge anybody's ability, but grant writing is complicated. And do we have any kind of program or training for groups that want an ECHO grant or a Volusia Forever to teach them, give them some insight and pointers into writing grants? Because it is complicated.
Yes, sir. So we have a mandatory workshop every year where applicants who are planning to apply that year must attend. But our staff is willing to sit down. For example, the 2 nonprofits that are coming before you today, the Playhouse and African American Museum, our staff probably spent over 50 hours with those applicants helping them prepare their application.
Good to hear. Thank you. I don't see any other comments or requests to speak, so we'll call for the vote on letter L, the ECHO Grant 2010 Port Orange Rec Center Phase 2. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
And motion carries 6-1 with Mr. Kent in opposition. Brad, you want to run through M real quick? Time extension request for ECHO Grant 2013 Southeast Volusia Historical Society, Inc., New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
Yes, sir. So this is the Southeast Volusia Historical Society. This is the item that Mr. Rakowski said he was here, if got pulled. My understanding, 98% complete, again, waiting on landscaping. So it should be wrapped up pretty soon.
Thank you. Did you care to speak to the issue? Since you did turn in a sheet.
Mark Rakowski, New Smyrna Beach. Yeah, we actually got the landscaping done just the other day. We're waiting 24 weeks for windows, 2 windows and 2 doors. That's the whole problem right there. And I'll answer any of the questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any. Any other comments or discussion on M? If not, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve M. Johansson.
Jake Johansson makes a motion to approve N.
I'll second.
Second by Matt Reinhardt. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
And motion carries 6-1 with Troy Kent in opposition. Now we go to letter Z. This is fiscal year 22-23 contract with Halifax Humane Society.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members and staff. Mark Swanson, Director of Public Protection. I'm here this morning for item Z, 2022-23 contract with the Halifax Humane Society. Today, Christina Sutherland joins us. She's the operation manager. We also have Adam Leith here, the Director of Animal Services, that can also answer questions.
Troy Kent.
I was just going to speak on it, if that's okay, unless you'd rather have a motion in a second first, Chairman.
Is anybody prepared to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Z.
Motion.
Second, Johansson.
Motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt, second by Jake Johansson. Go ahead, Mr. Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Judge, can you just tell me what's different about this item than it was 6 weeks ago when it came before us?
Thank you for the question. The contract is not changed since the last time it came before council. The current contract is the latest of the negotiation with Halifax Humane Society.
Right. Thank you very much. And I am a fan of a lot of the work of what Halifax Humane Society does. I happen to agree with their stance on a lot of different things, not everything. But as I said, I believe it was close to 6 weeks ago, the increases from, I believe, 36% up to 186% was too much too soon for this council member to say yes. So I will be a no on this today.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, Mr. Swanson, can you, I understand that we're not using Halifax Humane right now for our services. What are we using? And is it more or less, give me a little brief on what's going on.
We're currently right now using the other two humane societies. One of them is Southeast Volusia. They also have a representative here today, and the third one is New Hope. We're using those facilities right now in place of Halifax.
Got it. Is there any additional strain? Is it working? Is it not working? Can we manage without Halifax Humane?
Thank you for the question. One of the things that is important for council to recognize is that the location of the shelter becomes important for people who lose their pets. If you lose your pet in the north end, going to a shelter down in New Smyrna could be problematic. We know that retrieving pets from shelters isn't something that happens as often as we want. So to answer your question, is we have had conversations with Southeast Volusia Humane Society, who has expressed concern about taking on the roughly 200 dogs that would have normally gone to Halifax Humane Society in the prior fiscal year, for them to take on the entire number that would normally have gone to Halifax. So they have expressed concerns. New Hope has not expressed direct concern, but we typically only utilize that facility on the west side. We utilize the east shelters on the east side, depending upon where they were picked up from and what's most convenient for citizens.
Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Adam, please. I'm just trying to clarify a couple things. I have here, I don't know if it's conflicting or if I'm just reading it wrong. It says that the Halifax Humane Society states the cost, I believe it's for 3 days, is 74 or 88?
If there are specific questions in regards to the cost for Halifax, I would direct those questions directly to Halifax.
Thank you.
You are from Halifax.
Correct, yes.
Very
My name
good.
is Christina Southern, COO, Halifax Humane Society. Thank you for having us this morning. The cost for 3 days, and this is based on dogs because the county does not utilize our services for cats. They've been very progressive in saving the citizens money and being following best practices and industry standards. But sure, absolutely. The average cost for a dog for 3 days, which is a standard stray hold time, costs Halifax $128 based on basic minimal care if the animal doesn't need any further veterinary diagnostics or medications. And currently the contract fee is $120 that the county would be responsible for.
Okay. What did we do in the past when it came to when an owner surrendered their pet? Was this just absorbed by you guys, or did we subsidize that somehow? How did that work?
You did previously. If an animal surrender came in through animal services, that fee then incurred by the county. We have now tried to be a better partner with the county so that the citizens are not, and the actual owner of the animal, responsible for that fee now.
Okay. Because it says here that the fee, or the confiscated animal, so that fee is not going to be charged to us. That's going to be charged to the owner.
That's correct.
That's all I got for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kent, I appreciate you bringing that up because when I saw the same thing, and we had discussed it, then the concern came up as to what if we don't? And I know that there's a cost associated with traveling to those other two facilities at two ends of the county just to accommodate that. And is it a question that we're kind of held to this? But I also understand, am I understand this correctly, that the fees have not gone up in some time?
Right. It's been
How long?
More than a decade.
More than a decade that the fees hadn't gone up, because that was a question I asked during the one-on-one. But I know travel time, staffing, animal control to take them to those other facilities. So I put it to made the motion for the vote because I did want this discussion. I wanted to hear from what you guys had to say, but I'm still concerned on the cost, but I also understand the cost. I don't know if that makes sense. So I'll wait to hear what the rest of them have to say. Thank you, Chair.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as the cost, I don't know who can answer this question, if the gentleman here or not, but with this increase, how does it put the cost comparable to the other two places we're utilizing?
It's a great question from the standpoint that what is being charged is very consistent with industry standard. The contracts that each of the shelters have with the cities, so there are multiple cities who have contracts with Halifax, all of them have the exact same contract. The contracts that we have with Southeast Volusia, as well as the other cities who have contracts with Southeast Volusia, are paying $100. So we're talking about a $20 difference per pet. So the incentive here is that we're not taking many to the shelter. That's what the goal is. So you'll see the reason we see a continued reduction in that cost year over year is some of those progressive programs. So you're going to see us continue to utilize the shelter less, for us to continue to pay less and less sheltering fees, because we're providing upstream solutions to downstream problems.
So essentially, is regardless of what place we take them to, the cost is about the same. Is that accurate?
There is a difference in cost. The $20 difference,
Higher?
roughly, higher here at Halifax than it is for Southeast. There is actually a cost for a fee for service. The New Hope Animal Shelter, we actually don't pay them. We actually provide a surgery for them. So for every one that we shelter, we provide a surgery for them because they don't have a veterinarian for the shelter. So there's actually no fee that actually changes hands. It's a in-kind contract. So the only two contracts we have that are monetary are Southeast and Halifax.
And they're $20 less.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Adam, if you could stay up there real quick. Can you guys hear me?
Is your mic on?
Exactly. I was told that I'm hard to believe for me. But anyway, I was just wondering, Adam, are the 4 shelters that we have available, are any of them what we would call no-kill shelters?
It's a great question. No-kill is an industry term that we utilize quite regularly to describe the live release rate of a shelter. So in our industry, live release is determined by 90% of the animals that are leaving the facility alive. So if you have, for a round number, if 100 animals are coming in, the live release rate, if we send 90 out of them out the front door, 90 of those would be released alive, therefore the 90% live release rate. There is no way that any shelter can receive a no euthanasia designation, because we do have pets that come into shelters that have grievous injuries or illness or disease. And so euthanasia is recommended and does take place for those extreme instances. But live release and live release rates are important, and we have looked at each of those for our contracted shelters.
So have any of the 4 in our county obtained the rating of a no-kill?
Halifax Humane Society has received a 90% live release rate. In fact, their last performance measures indicated a higher than 90% live release rate for both dogs and cats at the facility. Edgewater Animal Shelter is actually only for the city of Edgewater. We actually have never contracted with them. We have been talking with them about that possibility. As the residents continue to expand, we might look at possibilities with partnering with them. But 90% live release rate is what would be considered no kill in our industry.
Okay, so I mean, obviously funding is obviously an issue for every one of these organizations, but I mean, do a lot of these organizations just end up with the decision to have to euthanize these animals because they're not fostered out, and they just put them down because nobody will adopt them?
I think the concern is a legitimate one. No one, including those working at the shelter or those that are contracted, want to face the reality of what happens sometimes when pets have serious injury, illness, or disease, or severe behavioral problems, those that we respond to that have caused severe injury to another person or other animals, or statutes that articulate what we have to do in those situations. What you're referring to in terms of euthanasia for space or euthanasia because of a lack of limited resources, that is certainly something our industry industry has faced. That has probably been about 25 years ago. That the no-kill was really popular during that time, and it was really meant to push shelters to stop euthanizing just for that space, because they shouldn't be doing that, and really we're pushing hard not to do that. Currently, that isn't happening at our shelters. There's actually space available at our local shelters because of the partnerships that exist in our community. We try to make sure that pets stay out by getting them into homes or getting those resources directly to the people and the pets so that they never come into the shelter to begin with.
Okay, so you're saying that as of today, that we're not putting animals down because of lack of funding or inability to adopt them out?
That is correct.
Only the ones that are terminal?
That is correct. The other issue that we might find are behavioral issues. That does happen as well. But serious medical or behavioral concerns are things that we do face quite regularly, and we do have to make those difficult decisions. But those decisions are not decisions that are made purely from a lack of resources. We do have the resources that we need to do the job. Animal welfare is a priority from county council all the way down, and so we do pride ourselves on making sure that animals have the best possible outcomes at our contracted shelters.
And do you guys reach out to these rescues? I know there's German Shepherd rescues, and I'm sure other breeds as well. I mean, what kind of relationship do you guys have with them to try and get these dogs who are not adoptable through your agency, maybe through their agency?
It's a great question, and actually one that Halifax could actually elaborate on. They've actually started doing some partnership programs with their long-timers. So those are residents that are staying, our length of stay, which is what they measure. So how long an animal stays in a shelter, we want it to be as short as possible. The shelter is a bus stop of life. They need to come in and then to go out to their permanent home and their permanent destination. So we have looked, they've actually took animals from shelters that have animals that have been on their adoption for a very long time and no one has expressed an interest. They switch. They'll take those and bring them to Halifax, and the animals from Halifax who've been on their floor for a long time and no one has expressed interest, they'll bring them to another shelter. A lot of times it's just a change of venue, with someone willing to bring the dog out to the local dog park, fostering it, getting it exposed, because unfortunately people don't come to the shelter. That's the problem. Because pets don't need to go there. They need to stay in the home. So we want to make sure that they stay with the people and the pets. They stay in the home together and provide those resources to make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. First, I need to publicly apologize to Mr. Swanson. I referred to you as Mr. Judge. And I looked down at the card I had. The first card here is Mr. Judge, but Mr. Swanson, I wanted to publicly say I'm sorry for calling you by the wrong name. That being said, Councilman Reinhardt, you bring up a really good point, which is if we don't do this, you know, where are we going to put these animals? And that's one of the things that burns me about this, is that I feel like sometimes, it's not often, but sometimes things are going to come to local government bodies and you're going to feel like your hands are tied. You have to do it. Well, I don't have to do it. And I'm going to say no because, you know, whose fault is it that the increases, there were no increases in 10 years? I'm going to talk about it with junior lifeguards next. They were 11 years. But to stay with this one, 10 years, they said no increases? Why weren't there small incremental increases every year? Why are we hitting the taxpayers with a 36 to 186% increase this year? I said it 6 weeks ago, and I'm going to say it again. It's wildly inappropriate. It's too much too soon. It shouldn't have happened. We heard about the $20 difference, and if my memory's right, in the last agenda packet that I read, it stated in there that one of the shelters, there was no increase. One of them had an increase, I think, of around 30%. And with Halifax, we were looking at, like I said, between 36 and 186% increase. And I'm really glad that Mr. Dempsey started talking about this no-kill shelter piece, because when I read this in the agenda, I learned something new. If you're 90%, then you're considered no-kill. And I would just like to hear it on the public record from Halifax. Can you come up, please, ma'am? So what I heard from our staff, but I'd like to hear from you is, so Halifax, are they or are they not? The 10% from what I just heard that were being put down were their health is horrendous and they're going to die imminently, or their behavior is such that they are not safe. Are there any other instances currently where Halifax is putting animals down and they don't fall into those two categories?
We do accept owner-requested euthanasia as well, so that if somebody brings in an animal that they are
have had in their home and it is facing medical problems or it is behaviorally unsound to where they're coming in and saying, I no longer feel safe to have this animal in my home, those animals are signed in as an owner-requested euthanasia, and that is explained to them. We do have a variety of resources that we put through every animal through, and we have adopted a new policy within this past year, or that is, well, within these past few months, that is every animal every day. So instead of the standardized assessments that shelters were antiquated to, even in the new American Shelter Veterinarians guidelines that have come out, they are no longer recommending a lot of these snapshot assessments that we're going through, so that you're taking an animal in which has come off the streets or come off of a truck, and it's fearful. If your dog comes in and it's used to sleeping on a couch and now you're in this scary place, so animals are spending a little bit more time, but we're putting them in homes that we feel confident that they are. It is our responsibility to the community, and as well as you all and to your constituents, that we shouldn't put any animal out that we wouldn't want living next door to any of you or being involved with, anyone's children. And that's our standard. So if there is an animal that does have a bite history, an animal that has a history of being unpredictable or has been presenting in a demeanor of attack, we want to make sure that we are responsible. And yes, those animals are euthanized at this point. We're at almost a 94% live release rate, which we are very proud of. We're actually below the national standard, according to Shelter Animals Count, which is a national database of our shelter euthanasias. So those are benchmarks that we are very proud of. And I will say that it has been the county who has made tremendous strides in bringing a lot of the other municipalities that we contract with forward in things such as return to field, bringing animals back into their homes, scanning in the field, providing resources that is continuing to decrease the number of animals. If you look at where we were in 2018, where we were at a 77% live release rate, to today being at a 94% live release rate, that is tremendous. And the county did a great thing with what you all have done, because the contract that we have with the other municipalities, which is standard now, really mirrors what the county brought to the forefront back in 2018, back in 2019, when the live release rate started to increase dramatically through the progressive industry standards.
Yeah, thank you for that. And like I said, and it's ineffective to repeat yourself, but I'm going to be ineffective for a quick moment and just say I'm a big fan of most of what happens at the Halifax Humane Society. So I appreciate the answer. Did I hear you definitively say there are no animals being killed unless they are deathly, gravely ill, or they have a bite history? All the other animals are not being killed. So that's 10% of the animals then that you have.
It's not specifically just a bite history, because an animal cannot have a bite history but still present a threat to staff and or the citizens. So I'm not going to say that every single one of them has a bite history, but there is a documented process that we have in place, for lack of a better term, where those animals are evaluated by a multitude of people and a decision is made collectively for the benefit of the community.
Gotcha. Thank you. And just the staff, I would be more amenable to small increases every couple of years compared to 10, 11 years goes by and taxpayers get hammered with this.
Don Dempsey. Yeah, just to kind of follow up on that conversation, I know Pam Clayton, the lady who signed off on this, and actually I've been out to your facility and I've donated my Bobcat and my trailers and stuff like that, and you guys have actually given me a nice little certificate that I have. And I know Ms. Clayton on repeated occasions has called me because we have a farm and she knows my wife and I are big fans of German Shepherds. We got 3 Shepherds. And I know that for a fact that when they have a shepherd come in, she specifically calls us and says, hey, we got another shepherd here. Do you want this shepherd? So I know they actively try and place these animals from experience. So I don't think they're blowing smoke about doing that. And I mean, I agree with Troy, Mr. Kent, about it is a shock, but maybe we should look at this as, hey, you've saved us money instead of hitting us every year for more money. You've actually because I know you guys do a lot of fundraisers. You do auctions, all kinds of stuff to raise money. So you've actually maybe in a sense have saved taxpayers money, but now you've just realized we got to get back up to industry standards. But the main thing that I'm really glad to hear is that you've reached the level of no kill. And boy, if you could get to 100% no kill, I mean, I don't mind. Well, I would think the people wouldn't mind spending a little extra money to have a shelter that sets the bar at no kill. Because at the end of the day, I don't like seeing animals get put down just because of money and just because their owners don't want them anymore. And that's the only reason. I think we should do everything we can to try and to save them when at all possible. So I'm going to vote to approve this. So, thanks, guys.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair, I move to approve consent agenda item Z, contract with Halifax Humane Society.
We've already got a motion.
I must have missed it. I'm trying to get to the vote. Okay.
To approve.
I think it was.
And I don't see any more comments. So with that, I will call for the vote. All in favor of the contract with Halifax Humane Society, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
And I think I heard two. Motion carries 5-2 with Robbins and Troy Kent in opposition. And that, thank you for the good discussion. That brings us to AA, budget resolution, proposed fee increase for beach safety junior lifeguard program. Mark Swanson.
Okay, item AA is, stand by a second.
Chairman.
Is the,
Call. 1 second, Mark. Troy Kent.
I was the only one that pulled this. I might be able to save the whole council some time, just share my quick concern and then move on unless everyone needs to hear from Mr. Swanson. I just think I can save us some time.
That'd be fine, and then we'll take a vote on it.
Thank you, Chairman. So my issue with this, by the way, since 1990, what a great program we offer. Amazing. My kids have done this program. They love it. I know a lot of families in Ormond Beach, and they also participate in this program. It's excellent. Here's my concern. It's been 11 years since we've done an increase. So 11 years, there's been no incremental increase, and I'm consistent, so I'm going to stay on this theme. So we're going from one group 150 to 200, so I think that's a 33% increase. The other group 200 to 250, I believe that's a 25% increase. And I just would prefer a small incremental increase instead of hammering them like this. I love this program. I support this program. I'm voting no because I don't like the hit all at one time.
County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we certainly understand that concern. And in fact, later today, when we talk with our internal auditor report, he brings out that very issue that we have not been consistent with fees. I can get into some of the history why, but I think we just have not established a good consistent approach, which we will do through budget. And so it won't just be this particular item, but it'll be all of our fees we'll be bringing during the budget process so that there is more consistency and we don't go 11 years. So so good timing on this one, and that we're coming forth with that very program. Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rechtenwald, thank you very much for bringing that up because I know we have an auditor for this, and his department is 3 people, my understanding, and they are looking, or 2 people, I'm sorry.
They do the work of 3.
They do the work of 3? Okay, fair enough. All right. And they do phenomenal work, and we've seen a lot already, but with 2 people, that there are a lot of departments to look at. I do agree that, the fee study needs to be done and look at that. I have to defer back to Mr. Dempsey. That was a great way of looking at it. On the last item, I was going the other way until you made one comment. And it's the old adage of looking at the glass half full when you said, for 10 years they saved us money. Kind of that defer concept. So that's why I was looking at it. So I do agree with this project. But I also share a little bit of the concern still about the fact that it takes so long. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, and if I may just add a little to that too. I know from speaking for our organization in the years, We work real hard, though, not to increase a fee or any kind of expense because it is going out to our taxpayers. So, you know, we are careful about that, maybe over careful, but the idea is we strive and sometimes push for innovation and efficiency and not necessarily an automatic fee increase. And then maybe something happens, and what's happened recently to us, I will say, is our wages have gone up significantly in the last few years just because what's happened in the economy as a whole. So in some cases, yes, we've been able to hold back on fee increases. We don't take them lightly, but we will, you know, we have to eventually, and like in some of these cases with wages and things of that nature, we had to bump them up. But I think the key is to be consistent, like we're talking about. And there's some philosophical points to make too. You know, are we, you know, like in this case, we're covering the program with that fee. There may be other instances where we don't cover the entire cost because there's some subsidy from somewhere else or a grant or something else that may be paying for the expense. So just keep that in mind too. You know, we don't take raising anything lightly here. Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Yeah, and lastly, I appreciate the fact that we don't do that. We don't take it lightly, but I do think, like Mr. Kent said, when people look at that and they see 100, 120, 130% increase, it's wow, it's a shock factor. They're not looking at it, the fact that, you know, we saved the money. They're looking at, oh, this is hit at one time. So I'm supporting this, but I do agree that the fee schedule needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other comments, requests to speak, so I'll call for the vote on AA. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion to approve item AA.
Motion to approve by Matt Reinhardt.
I'll second.
Second by Don Dempsey. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
And motion carries 6-1 with Troy Kent in opposition. Okay, I believe that takes care of the consent agenda. Yes, that was the last one. And that brings us to item 2, the 2023 ECHO Grant Awards recommendations for 2 projects. Is it going to be Brad or Donna? Brad.
All right, so these are the, as I mentioned in the one-on-ones, that there's a multi-level review process for the grants that are coming to you today. Staff members get at least 2 looks at them. The council, or I'm sorry, the advisory committee gets 2 looks and a site visit. Any of those that the committee scores above 80 come to council for recommendation for approval. So we have 2 applications before you today. The total request between both of them is almost 1.1 million. And again, ECHO is a match program. So these partners that we're funding projects with have to have some skin in the game. For these projects, they're bringing a little over 1.1 million to the table to complete these projects for our community. There's one in Daytona Beach with the Daytona Playhouse and the African American Museum of Arts here in DeLand in the Springfield area. The African American Museum of Arts is requesting $498,000. They have $532 in match, and the project will increase their capacity by 1,200 square feet for more exhibits and educational programming. They did have a previous grant with us in 2013, no issues with them, and they've missed 1 annual report in 2021. I believe that's due to COVID, but this is will help them increase their capacity to deliver services to the community. The Daytona Playhouse is requesting $600,000, and they're bringing a little over $600,000 to the table. This is another capacity project. It will construct a 2-story area that will provide a permanent workshop, costume prep, dressing room, and rehearsal space. They also had a grant with us in 2017 that they executed flawlessly, one of the best nonprofits we've worked with, and not missed any annual reports. Those are the projects before you that are being recommended by your ECHO Advisory Committee.
Thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on costs. And I apologize, I'm not 100% familiar with the process in ECHO, and I'll on that more. But do we look at the validity of costs, for example, cost per square foot and what they're looking to do to make sure it's a competitive rate?
Yes. So your staff will look at that, but also the individuals who are appointed to the ECHO Advisory Committee. We have an architect, we have someone who is a director of planning for school board who questions those numbers when we have the first look. And some applicants have adjusted them afterward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Troy Kent.
Yes, thank you. So going through the agenda item, I didn't see what, and I think we all probably received the email from a Mr. Alt with the ranking system of the people that were on the eco board there as well. Is that correct? That wasn't in our agenda item. So Mr. Alt sent an email, at least to me, and it has the reviewer, their score, their comments. So their comments were there, and here's my question. You know, you forget about the first one about was it in the agenda? I didn't see it. Are these comments addressed by staff? Like, these are the people that we have on this board reviewing this, and a couple of them had comments on every single section. Several board members have 0 comments. They just have a score, which that's okay. But the ones that have comments, I thought the comments were I mean, I really spent some time and read through that, and I thought these are valid comments. These are some concerns, or they were raving about something that one of the groups did. Is that addressed by staff, and if so, how?
So typically, by the time we get to that, they have addressed all of the requirements. So there may be additional input from the committee, not related to the requirements, but most often when they've got to the committee, when they're doing the scoring, they have met all of the council adopted guidelines. However, I will say, yes, we have in the past. Like, Mr. Alt likes us to have a list of board members, how long they've been appointed, what their roles are. So we ask now for that information.
Okay. Thank you.
Brad, just a couple more questions. Let's start with the African American Museum. It's a project that I think and hope will grow and become more popular. Just a couple quick questions, because I want to understand how the ECHO process is working at the committee level. And I agree with Mr. Kent. I saw the forms from each of the members. Mr. Alt seemed pretty thorough in his comments and questions. Several other people had a few, and several had none, which is, yeah, well, Troy said that's okay. It is okay. Not everybody writes everything down, but when the African American Museum is doing a lot of work with basically a volunteer staff, correct?
Correct.
And they bring a management plan to ECHO board saying that we are ready. If we're approved, this is shovel ready, and this is how we're going to get it done.
Correct. They provide an operating forecast and a business plan of how they will operate and continue to operate.
So they feel like they have, even with an all-volunteer army, that they have the staff in place?
Based on the information the board chair gave us, who is here today, if you'd like to speak to him, Reggie Williams is their board chair. He feels confident in their ability in fundraising to make the project sustainable and hire additional staff.
And do you look at, this is for either of these, do you look at how much fundraising they do on their own besides, you know, coming to writing a grant for an ECHO grant?
We don't look at how much money that they're fundraising. We do look at how much money they have in the bank and how they're going to sustain the operation. So in year one, if they say this is the money in the bank and these are all the things that we're using it for our operating expenses, if you're adding an additional 1,200 square feet, we want to see that grow over the years. So that's one of the things that we look at. Do we get down into their finances? We do not. We trust what they're putting there.
But ECHO doesn't have a requirement that in order to apply and be approved for a grant that you also do your own fundraising?
I'm certain that nonprofits would have to do fundraising. We require the match be in the bank.
But we don't ask that specific question.
We do not.
We just assume
It's
they
not
do.
part of the guidelines at this time.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So that is true. They ask for the match, that it's there. And my understanding is that these have that match and then some.
That is correct.
And I will say, I had the opportunity to tour this first facility, the Daytona Playhouse. I commend you for a job well done. And I want to publicly say that. And to see what the project was for, there were a lot of great questions while we were there. And Ms. Northey, thank you for taking that tour and taking the time with it. To see what you have to go through, I understand that the two-story structure, the costume prep area, the dressing room, the costumes alone, you're having to climb up a ladder, if you will, to get to the costumes. And I saw the dressing room is a closet. So I did not even, I have to confess, and I told you this, I did not even know the facility was there, but I'm already ready to get tickets. So I see what you're going through, but I was appreciative to see that they have the match dollars already there. So thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this, my comment, I guess, in question would be more not as to a specific project, but holistically, when we talk about the match, and do we ask questions about where the match came from and the source of it? I guess same question, but twice.
Typically, we do not. What we require is them to provide a bank statement that it is in the bank. So we get a certified bank statement that shows the money in the bank.
Yeah, thank you. And I think what sparked the question thought was our chairman, the questions, I think, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you were going to, how do we make sure that these things, as we give money out, or continue to be sustainable, right? And that sparked the question in my head. So maybe we ought to consider in the future to look at where the matches come from, so that we see that there's some local support, financial support. That's what I would think, right? You know, sometimes these projects and these funds could be seed money, right, to help kick it off or expand it. But what is the local support to make sure that it's sustainable, that any project, name it, that we're not just throwing money away and then, you know, it may not be there in a few years, so, or it may not have that public benefit. So I would love to see the program look at local support as we rankings, right? Add that in there also, or some way where we find out the money. So just a thought, Mr. Chair.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. My comment is very similar to Mr. Santiago's. I'm concerned. I call it the skin in the game effect. If we're getting an ECHO grant, we're getting another grant, then we really have no skin in the game, and we get this beautiful capital project that's paid for with 2 OPM, other people's money, and we now have this beautiful big monstrosity that we don't have the tail to maintain or operate, and you go from 7 days a week to 2 days a week, and 4 hours a day instead of 8 hours a day, and the air conditioning breaks, and you don't have the andas to make it work. So I'm concerned. Now there's some projects that obviously have that flow of revenue or at least charitable givers with a consistent history to say, look, we can do this, but there's a few that kind of worry me.
Thank you. Interesting conversation, because it sounds like we all support both of these projects. And the concern that I'm hearing is that if we're giving taxpayer monies to these projects, we do. David, you're right. You read my mind. I want to make sure that they're going to continue and that it's good money, and investment to the community. And both of these should grow. So Brad, to drill down on that, just because I'm still a little bit unclear, is Brad still here? Does ECHO require Form 990s from the organizations to see if they're growing every year or if they're receding? How do we judge that?
Not at the current time. We do not. We trust what they're putting in the application. We ask them to do a forecast. I will say, when they're awarded this, they're required to sign a restrictive covenant that says that they're going to deliver these services for 20 years. So they will have to find a way to be sustainable, or, like we had last year, during our compliance visits, we will force them back into compliance or request repayment of the grant.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So I believe that Councilman Santiago and Councilman Johansson are really drilling into an area that is extremely important, and that is, once you build it, once it's built, what kind of financial support do these groups have in the community so that the lights stay on, that it's open 5 days a week at least? When the air condition breaks, we all of us just saw the price of what we're paying for a new HVAC unit for our jail. Okay. So, and this is a much smaller scale, but when you don't have those funds available, it's concerning, and it's a healthy conversation. And I'm really pleased that we're having it. And I'll just say, and I'm in agreement. I heard this earlier. I'm in agreement. I support both of these projects happening. A little concerned hearing from staff that they just take someone's word on it. They put it in the application and we just say, okay, that's what it is. But I'm looking at Mr. Alt's comments when I pull up his email here. His comments are on budget detail matching funds. Match is provided by a state grant, so financing is available. Not much cash on hand, however, and this was for the African American Museum. There was very little fundraising. Grants operate primarily on reimbursements. It will be a struggle to move this project forward in a timely manner. Again, talking about the timely manner of getting things done with ECHO, and here it is before us again. So there was that comment on that one, and then again on that financing piece, as I go down, and the reviewer name is not on this, but on that same budget detail matching funds, they wrote, state grant is big asset. Otherwise, ... So there's another reviewer who has a concern about that. And they said the minimum score had to be 80. That reviewer's score was 80. Mr. Alt's score on that one was 68. And let me just really quickly see if there was another comment that I saw on that email, which, Mr. Rechtenwald, I really think this should have been a part of the agenda so that we could see those comments. And my hope also is that staff will have an opportunity to respond to those comments, so we get some facts from staff as well. And then on this one, right, that's Daytona Playhouse. Sorry. And this reviewer wrote, Mr. Romeo wrote, for the budget detail matching funds, budget off - correct. So just a couple of concerns, and I think that Mr. Johansson and Mr. Santiago really drilled deep on something that's extremely important, and that is having that funding, having a way to continue to fundraise and have funding so that the lights are kept on and business is running as usual, since it is taxpayer money. Thanks.
Don Dempsey.
I noticed one on the African American Museum. Brad, I don't know if you could come back up. It says there's no employees now, but there's according to this chart, add it up. There is a part-time employee now, and they're going to go to full-time employees.
If I may defer to their board chair to talk about their operations.
Oh,
if I may.
please, yeah.
Mr. Williams?
Well, I guess my question is, do we find out what these employees are being paid? Are they being paid at market rate, or are they kind of like the CEOs of some of these big nonprofits?
We do not ask ask for wage information by employee.
Okay.
Reginald Williams, I'm the board chair for
Yes, sir.
the African American Museum. As far as, we have a volunteer staff. We have a volunteer CEO. One of the things that, since I've become board chair, we have been rebuilding the board to address some of the concerns that you all have, because, we do realize that sustainability is a major issue. We realize that sustainability is a major issue. Over the last year, as we've rebuilt the board, we have put in place a fundraising committee, to focus on, the fundraising that's going to be necessary to sustain. We recognize that the maintenance is going to be an issue once the building is constructed. And all of this is being discussed by our board, and we're taking steps to ensure that, this project, when it comes online, it can be sustained. One of the questions that I was asked by, the ECHO committee was, what was my commitment, to this particular project? And my response was that, to build this project and to be involved in this project until it is assured that this project is financially stable and can be maintained over the years.
So I guess my question is, do you charge an admission fee for people to come in to enjoy the museum?
At this point, all the services and programs have been free. That's one of the discussions that the board has got to engage in about what programs we should charge for and which ones we shouldn't.
Okay, so you basically rely on volunteers and donations and whatever government
Yes.
assistance you can get.
Yes.
And how many visitors would you anticipate, or how many visitors do you have annually, would you say?
Around 1,200 per year.
That's all I have. I just had a follow-up for Brad. So you basically are a true charitable organization just promoting your history. I mean, you're just promoting history. African American history.
Yes, we promote African American history. We do educational programs for students. We do programs that advertise the African American culture, African American and Caribbean culture. So it's a multifaceted operation. It's not just a museum where we engage in art shows. We have art exhibits that are posted, and visitors come in and review those shows. As I say, it's multifaceted.
So when on here it says you have 2 part-time employees, is that something that you're comfortable sharing what they're paid, or are these also volunteers?
The part-time employees were, one was an intern, that is paid through a state grant. Another was one that we were able to pick up for about 3 months, through a state grant, just to help with administrative functions.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for answering the questions.
Just a follow-up, then I wanted to ask
okay.
Brad one more question about
Go ahead.
the Daytona Playhouse.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a chance to, or do we have the opportunity to know what their employees are being paid?
I do not, but their president of their board is here if you'd like.
Thanks.
I'm Kathy Thompson, president of Daytona Playhouse. We have no paid employees. We do stipends. We have a master carpenter, for example, who's paid for every set that's constructed. We pay our directors a stipend, our musical directors, choreographers, our actors a small stipend. But we are an all-volunteer organization, and we have been in business since 1946, in case you're worried about our sustainability.
Okay. And, well, secondly, do you charge for admission?
Oh, yes.
And how
Yes,
much
we
is
do.
that?
Ticket prices vary between whether it's a musical or non-musical. So for a straight play, as we call it, for seniors it's $19, and for adults it's $20, and for youth 18 and under it's $10. For our musicals, we charge $25 for adults, $24 for seniors, and $15 for 18 and under. I am artistic director of our summer youth program. For that, we only charge $14 for adults and $8 for children.
Okay. Based on your revenue generation, is that enough alone to sustain what you guys do, or do you?
Yes, it is. I will point out that we, of course, got a $400,000 ECHO grant from you in 2017. We matched that, and we have since then raised $600,000 for this project.
Okay. That's all I have. Well, if I could ask Brad a follow-up on that then. So, Brad, is this something that the county or the ECHO board considers whenever we're weighing out these ratings, that how much they can afford on their own? The African American Museum, obviously they don't generate any money, so they need help financially from the government. It sounds like that the Playhouse is more self-sustaining, and is that something that we should really be kicking in money for something that really is self-sustaining?
So we're looking at their application in terms of what their operations are and how much money they're bringing in each year, and if that operational money is going to grow. We don't get into the sustainability of the organization per se. We're just judging the application. But we do know, like we know that this money from the Playhouse came from a CD that they had raised. We do know that the match from the museum is from a state grant. I will say that because they're a small nonprofit, the African American Museum, they are required to bring less cash to the table. So in some instances, only 30%. Here, they're bringing basically 100% of cash to the table to do the project in partnership with us.
So the African American Museum, are they getting their matching from donors or?
From a state grant.
From a state grant only?
Yes.
Okay.
And we did follow up on Mr. Alt's concern, and the state grant that they have allows for advances. So they will get advances before the project starts to be able to start paying bills.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick statement. I mean, these two organizations, they've followed the process and procedures that we currently have in place. Mr. Chair and members, I think there's a lot of questions and comments that have been made here today that warrants us to go back and look at the ECHO process and how it's evaluated. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the ECHO grant applications.
Motion to approve by David Santiago. Is there a second?
I'll second, but I did have a comment,
And a
Mr.
second
Chair.
to approve by Matt Reinhardt. And were you done, David?
Yes, Mr.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regards to Mr. Dempsey's question, a very good question about sustainability, that they are receiving ticket prices, but is that remembering what ECHO is and what we provide ECHO for, and this is an historical building, it's been in since 1948, did you say? 1955, that's still pretty good, before I was around. So, knowing me, that's historical. That being said, it met all the requirements that we currently have. So we put it out there. They've done exactly what they were told to do. It is a historical building. It meets what I say ECHO's for. So, sustainability, what keeps the lights on? Ticket prices. But as far as trying to help this building out and give them what they need, I don't think ticket prices are going to cover that. So they've done what they've asked. They've done what we've asked. So therefore, that's why I second and I'm in support of it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on that. I agree. I understand Don's concern. We're dealing with taxpayer money. On the other hand, I don't want to punish an organization that has become self-sustaining with ticket prices and fundraising. On the contrary, I'd like to help them do that. I think this grant, part of that, you're matching yourself with that money that you're taking in, and you're well managed. And this will, the whole purpose of ECHO is to increase culture, the environment, history and outdoors to the Volusia residents and our visitors. You're doing that. The African American Museum is doing the same thing, and I'd be interested in seeing them get more help with volunteers and fundraising as well. But I just wanted to add that. I don't want to see you get punished for managing your money well and growing. Don Dempsey.
I just wanted to make sure. Obviously, the African American Museum needs the government assistance because they don't generate revenues on their own. So, I'm happy to support them. The Peabody, it's the Daytona Playhouse. I'm sorry, they are a wonderful organization. I just want to make sure that we're not subsidizing an organization that maybe has the ability to pay themselves through their employees higher than standard wages, or have an opportunity to even pocket a lot of the money through cash ticket sales. I'm not inferring anything like that remotely, but it's kind of an odd feeling to see the taxpayers kind of going into partnership with a self-sustaining organization. But it does have benefit to the cultural arts and all that, and so it does benefit the community. And hopefully the government subsidizing and granting your ECHO request helps you keep those ticket prices as low as possible so that the county residents can enjoy it at a reasonable price. So, yeah, I'm in support of both, but I just wanted to make sure that we're looking into that before we approve these. Thanks.
Thank you. Jake Johansson.
Just to echo, I want everybody to know that I do not want us to think that people that can afford it should be going out on their own. The ECHO was brought to us for a reason. The citizens approved it for a good reason, and for all the reasons ECHO exists, I think we ought to do everything we can to bring all those programs to the public for what they wanted it for, regardless of how much revenue they bring in, as long as it can be sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any more comments or questions, so I'll call for the vote. We have a motion and a second to approve the African American Museum grant and the Daytona Playhouse grant. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? And motion carries 7-0 with excellent debate. That brings us to item 3, the ECHO Direct County Expenditure 5-year plan proposal. I'll just let council know we do have public comment on this, so after we hear from Brad, take your questions, and then we'll go to we'll open it up for public comment.
Yes, sir. So the ECHO Direct County Expenditure is aligned with the ballot language. It's also a direct county expenditure is authorized by the resolution that put the ECHO on the ballot. Since 2007, council has funded 22 projects totaling $16 million through direct county expenditure. The plan before you requests $15.4 million over 5 years. It's a strategic investment plan informed by the grassroots needs of our community that balances both the improvement of current assets, new construction projects, and restoration. If adopted, this would represent significant general fund savings, and there's a modest increase in the operational impact, which is provided for council members. It was reviewed, this plan was reviewed and recommended for approval unanimously by the ECHO Advisory Committee on February 17th. So you can see that there is balance across the different areas, 43 projects, 32 sites across the county, with 11 environmental projects, 2 historic, and 30 outdoor recreation. All of these will accomplish the mission of ECHO to improve the quality of life of our residents, and they're all related to those ECHO project areas. So you will see that the largest amount of funding request is for outdoor recreation, which again, I'll remind you, quality of life survey conducted by our residents, with 900 in the last couple of months responded to, identified water access and trails as the #1 priorities that influence their quality of life. Environmental projects, we're proposing 11 environmental projects. Those of you that have been here before, we know that we've been lacking in that category. We've had 15 from 2000, so this will nearly double the amount of environmental projects funded through ECHO. The division request, so you can see coastal is our largest publicly managed asset of 47 miles. So as you see, they have a larger request, a slice of the pie, if you may, with environmental management coming in, and at Parks and Rec about 3,000, and then resource stewardship a little under 3. One of the things that I think is important to share on this slide is we think that implementing this direct county expenditure plan and funding both the grants that come forward as fiscally feasible, given the resources that ECHO has. This is just a funding request by fiscal year for the council to see. Our goal would be to bring this back each year as part of the grant projects that we bring from our partners who are submitting grants. In year 1, we're requesting to complete 13 projects with $5.6 million. Interestingly, some of this money is leveraged with other dollars for projects. So about $3 million from ARPA, donations, Friends of the Marine Science Center, and other sources is being leveraged. So with this 5.6. So really it's about $8 million worth of projects for our community. In terms of transparency and accountability, these projects would all be subject to the annual audit conducted on ECHO. They would be able to be viewed and tracked, as you can see here, on the ECHO Transparency Board, with the toggles on the top right saying it's 90% complete design and hasn't started construction yet. So the public would know where we are in progress, and the plan would be updated as needed and brought back to the ECHO Advisory Committee, any changes to the council as well. Signs would also be placed on all these projects so that they would, visitors who are enjoying these projects will know that they were funded through the ECHO program.
Thank you. Questions from the council? I have one quick one, Brad. I like this proposal. I think it's the most efficient and effective way to do it. It's already in the rules. You have heard from, well, I'll save this for later. Let me just ask a question. On year 1, it's pretty full. Is there a possibility of adding anything in year 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Certainly.
Thank you. David Santiago.
2 questions, Mr. Chair. Are you going to be able to get this done in time? Or are you going to ask for extension?
I'll get it done in time. The directors of these divisions are here, so they heard loud and clear, I think. A lot of these first-year projects, I will say, are in design. None of them have started, but they're close.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I don't know if we could go back to the project sites
Yes, sir.
slide. Is there a reason Northwest Volusia has actually everything north of DeLand? We've only got 2 of the 32 sites. Why is that, you think?
So I will say that these projects were taken from the divisional budgets. So it was based on need. So a lot of the times the projects that are proposed in those capital improvement budgets are people asking for them. I know we've completed some projects in your district recently that would have qualified for this. For example, the Chuck Lennon Trail. So you have 4 in your district, but that can change as we move on. It's really based on needs.
Okay, and all this stuff on the East Coast, because apparently the lion's share of this effort is going to the east side. Is any of this devoted to cleanup? None of this has anything to do with the hurricane cleanup or anything like that. These are just beautification type projects.
There are improvements that provide expanded public access.
So none of this is repairing existing damaged areas.
No, that should go through the FEMA process.
Okay. All right. And do we have the ability then, as these get closer and closer, we have the ability to still vote on each and every project like we just did earlier today?
I think what we'd like you to do is approve the first year, and the second year will come back to you as part of the grant process as well. When we bring grant projects, we'd bring the second year. Recommendation from the ECHO committee was to make this a rolling 5-year plan, so you're constantly getting updates and adding a 5th year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess he took my name off. I just wanted to add to Mr. Dempsey's great points. I mean, maybe we ought to look at finding more needs on the west side. Balance it off. Yeah. I can't say Deltona.
Point taken.
Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of going to ruin it for you, Don. You brought up a valid point, but now the 5-year plan, that won't eliminate somebody, and forgive my ignorance, that won't eliminate somebody from putting in for next year. Okay, so that won't at all. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, Brad, is I know that third project that was didn't make the cut because of the plans with being Jackie Robinson Ballpark. I'm a big supporter of that, and that has historical value as well. I know that it met a lot of the criteria, but I understand if we're holding them to everybody to the same standard. I get that. I don't mean to take away anything from the west side, but an excellent question with regards to damaged areas that FEMA would have to cover that. So I just learned that. So there are a lot of citizens out there in my district that are looking at this to say they're looking for anywhere they can get funding, and I can appreciate it, but it's not what ECHO was designed for. So, but I do want to, I'm going to bring it up later when I talk about Jackie Robinson, but you know where I stand on that one.
So our budget projections indicate that we'll be able to balance both funding the direct county expenditure plan and the grants that come through the door.
Oh, thank you very much.
County Manager George Rectenwald.
Yeah, just to follow up on one of the questions, depending on the size of these projects, the procurement of a county project does come back before council for either the engineer or the contractor, unless it's small and under my authority. So you typically will see these projects more than once, depending on their size. So you're okay in the plan and the money being put there, but the actual procurement of these things still would follow a county process, because these are county projects versus some of the other ones that are going to cities and other places.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. It sounds like we're done with the questions. I think you need a motion, yes?
I think you have
Unless you want to hear from the public first,
sure.
Before we hear a motion?
That's right.
Okay, then we'll open the public hearing, and we'll start with Frank Brownell.
Hi, my name is Captain Frank Brownell. I live in Edgewater, Florida. I'm a charter captain over on Edgewater in the New Smyrna area. I'm also a member of the CCA, the Citizens Advisory Committee for the IRL. I'd like you to set your goals for the ECHO direct expenditures to provide clean water and to healthy aquatic habitats. There's a lot of people on the weekends over there, and they won't come back if we have dirty water. Stormwater is one of our biggest problems in Volusia County. All the septics, which is being resolved, I believe, but also everything we put on our lawns, all the chemicals, fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides, that all ends up in our springs and on our coast. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Surratt.
My name's Jack Surratt. I live at 415 Palm Avenue in Ormond Beach, and I'm a member of the ECHO Advisory Committee. I'm here for a simple reason, and that is to voice my support for this 5-year program. This is a really proactive development for ECHO. If you think about it, in the past, we have dealt with strictly looking at things that come to us and propose a match, wherever it may be. In this case, it's direct county expenditure. It will be a more proactive development for the whole ECHO program. I find it both important and kind of serious improvement to the program as we have it today. The plan is both thorough and it is, to me, kind of based on where we need to go versus where we've been. And I think it hits what the program is about. It hits the environmental parts, it hits the cultural parts, the history, and also the outdoor. And so all those things are included. So it's not just leaning one way or the other. In addition, I think your concerns about it being across the county are important, but the fact is it touches all the corners of the county quite nicely. So I think they did a really good job of putting that together. To me, I just look at it as something that you should look at seriously and commit to versus wait and simply look at projects that come in our door. Also think that the Resource Stewardship Division should be applauded for putting such a big program together, and it's for the benefits of the access by citizens of Volusia County. Thanks.
Thank you. Pat Northing.
Well, I don't know if it's afternoon yet or not.
Yes, time flies.
Good day. How are you all doing? I'm Pat Northey, 2310 Carson Lane, Deltona, Florida. I chair the ECHO committee, and I just want to tell you, so you hear it from me, that it was a unanimously supported program. We looked at it in detail. We talked about some of the issues that you've talked about and with placement of stuff. And I've already told Mr. Burbaugh that Lyonia Preserve and the LEC need some attention, David, in future years. So, but that's what's great about this program. It gives us a built-in flexibility to come back every year and to review it. And one of the things that's in there is the Reed Hughes Environmental Learning Center. That was a promise that was made by a council that I sat on in 2012. We've never done it. Your Spruce Creek plan now includes it, and I hope that you will honor that for Reed Hughes. Very quickly, I want to tell you that the staff does a fabulous job and that we have a really good ECHO board. We're losing 3 members, and I'm sorry because they're really valuable members. But the ones that are on there now, including Mr. Surratt, who just spoke to you, they are excellent. We all go into this stuff. It is not just, something that they bring before us and that the staff brings before us and we end up signing off on. We really dig into these. As an example, Mr. Reinhardt, you pointed out about the Jackie Robinson Stadium. That was a project that came to us and we turned it down. We said it's not ready yet for the taxpayers. So please know that we work really hard. I would hope that the members that are on there now will be reappointed by you all because they're good and valuable board members and they do hard work. the dashboard, if anybody has any questions about any of these projects, both the dashboard for Volusia Forever and Volusia Echo are fabulous works of art by your staff. They did a great job on that. And finally, just as and when you talk about not-for-profits and particularly African American Museum, I will tell you that I want to give you also an example. Enterprise Preservation, the museum, they have no paid staff. They've had they've been given ECHO grants in the past. They continue to do programming. Every week there's programming going on at that location. So it can be done. It doesn't have to have somebody giving them a lot of money. They got ECHO money. They raised their contribution to it, their match. So that was all. I just want to tell you that I appreciate the fact that you have that your interest in the ECHO projects, because it is something that the community really embraced when they gave it 73% of the vote. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Litowitz.
Good afternoon. County Chair, members of the council.
Can you
staff.
pull that mic right up to your
Staff.
There you go.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Art Litowitz. I am a board director of Riverside Conservancy, as well a board member of Marine Discovery Center. Please use the ECHO funds to construct wetland parks and related treatment trains that use plants to absorb pollution from the water. A simple policy of prioritizing projects that serve ECHO purposes and protect clean water could and should be a legacy of this council. Bushman Park in Port Orange is a great example of how stormwater treatment ponds can serve multiple purposes. For example, 1, protecting the environment, and 2, promoting outdoor recreation at the same time. In this case, this park serves double duty by cleaning stormwater before entering Rose Bay, and also providing nature trails and outdoor recreation. This type of green infrastructure, when used on riverfront shorelines, as we have in the Indian River Lagoon and St. Johns River, with mangroves and filter feeding shellfish like oysters and clams, which we at Riverside Conservancy are actively doing on our site in Edgewater, has the added benefit of minimizing flooding and protecting upland properties from the storm surge of, as witnessed recently, the hurricanes Ian and Nicole. So thank you very much for all your interest and attention in this most important initiative for the environment and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly McGee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of County Council. I'm Kelly McGee. I live in DeLand, Florida. I'm the executive director of the Riverside Conservancy. Thank you all so much for considering a 5-year plan for investing ECHO funding. Your staff has done an amazing job identifying needed programs. So as you consider the use of ECHO funding, please prioritize water quality improvements and affiliated natural buffers. As you know, within the Indian River Lagoon, seagrass beds, clam populations, and manatees have been decimated in recent years, due in no small part to water pollution. Therefore, the Riverside Conservancy respectfully requests that in addition to approving the plan as presented to you today, we request that the County Council adopt an annual set-aside of $1 million for water quality, wetlands, parks, and blueway improvements, such as living shorelines, as well as clam and seagrass restoration. These aquatic habitats filter water pollution, provide habitat for fish and wading birds, and other wildlife. The county's Trails program, which allocates $1 million annually, is an outstanding example of how this could be done on a continuing basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Chad Truxell. Everybody's hiding over there in that corner.
Good afternoon. We appreciate you all allowing me to speak. My name is Chad Truxell, Executive Director of the Marine Discovery Center. Just to clear up any confusion, Chad Marine Discovery Center, New Smyrna Beach, 501c3 nonprofit, Chad Marine Science Center, Ponce Inlet. We get confused all the time. With that being said, I want to applaud the effort of staff and of the ECHO Advisory Committee to put this before you as a direct expenditure. I think it's a great use of ECHO funds. Meets the intended focus of the funds. I also want to echo what Kelly and others have said about the opportunity to expand direct expenditures to support green infrastructure, whether it's wetland treatment plans, trains, whether we're looking at the opportunity to expand seagrass and bivalve restoration. 8 years ago, 2014, maybe it's 9 years ago now, my math's a little off, on our property, 22-acre property, for the former New Smyrna Beach High School, we started to excavate 100 dump trucks a day for 40 days. And we did that to turn what was the former football field and track back into mangrove forest and salt marsh. If you go there today, you'd have no idea that that wasn't historically always there. It's a pretty impressive project. We invite you to come out and check it out. But if we give nature a chance, it'll respond pretty quickly. So thank you guys for considering these direct expenditures.
Thank you all. That concludes public comments on item 3. Is there any questions, or is there a motion? Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve.
Danny Robbins makes a motion to approve the item 3, the ECHO Direct County Expenditure 5-year plan. Is there a second?
Chairman, I'll second the motion.
Troy Kent seconds that emotion. And for discussion, Jake Johansson.
I just want to add a comment here before we vote that we just had a very complex and deep discussion about ECHO and holding people accountable. We have a 5-year county plan coming up, and it was mentioned earlier in the questioning, but I want to make sure that we as council and staff lead by example and make sure we do everything we can to be shovel ready before we approve it and stay on the timeline as best we can and keep council and staff leadership involved in where we are in these programs, because I don't want to sit here and hold people accountable for their ECHO programs year after year and be part of the problem as well. So I know you'll do that, but let's make sure that we do everything by the book, like we hold everybody else accountable to do it in accordance with the program. But other than that, I'm pretty excited to get started.
Absolutely. I agree with that. This is a good time for leadership, and you're correct. Don Dempsey.
If I could just ask Brad one last question before vote. But I know there's been a lot of concern about, at least on the west side, there's a shortage of Little League fields and baseball fields for kids, and as well as football practice areas and stuff. I mean, if this comes up, I didn't see too many ball fields coming up under ECHO. Is that something that we could start pushing for more of? Because my understanding is there really is a shortage.
I'm going to defer to Suzanne if you don't mind.
Okay.
Mr. Dempsey, members of council, we have also at the staff level recognized that we're short in sports fields really of all types, especially on the west side of the county. We are going out for a study of some land we already own across from Bennett Park, specifically for that purpose, but I'll also work with our Parks and Recreation Division to ensure that we look for any other opportunities for expansion, so we can include those in your out-year presentations.
Okay, so there is still funding left potentially for those types of facilities. We're not using up
Absolutely.
all our resources. Okay, thanks.
Troy Kent.
Thank you. I'm really pleased, Mr. Dempsey, you brought that up. And Suzanne, to your point, I'm thinking about the west side where Mr. Dempsey just talked about. Hopefully part of that conversation is partnering with the municipalities that are there already you know, and utilizing that partnership with Deltona and DeLand and others on the west side so that, you know, we can maybe be a financial partner with them because they may have that land ready to go and, you know, right at that recreation location, and they can just add a couple more fields. And it just, to me, I think would make more of a financial sense that way.
That's an excellent point. We'll be sure to reach out to those cities and do our best to partner with them.
Don Dempsey. Okay. Don't see any other questions or comments, so I will call for the vote. We have a motion on the floor to approve the Echo Direct County Expenditure 5-year plan proposal. Motion by Danny Robbins, second by Troy Kent. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Yeah, maybe we better before this next one. 12:30, why don't we break for lunch until 1 p.m.? Does that give everybody enough time?
Is that part of the hour?
We have
I wouldn't even aware of it.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, we've got a couple more in the back, and we will start in 60 seconds. Okay, it's 1:01. We will reconvene the meeting with item 4, which is a quasi-judicial hearing on a proposed vacation of a portion of the Reed and Gaulden subdivision. Before you start, let me just ask council if anyone has any ex parte to declare.
None here.
And no one has any. So, Tad, bring
Good
us up to
afternoon,
date.
Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. As stated, this is a request by the applicant, Reed and Grove Holdings LLC, to vacate a portion of the Reed and Gaulden subdivision. What they're specifically requesting is the vacation of 30-foot wide platted road rights-of-way that the county has no use for. There are no utilities located in there. We received no complaints or issues from adjacent property owners, and we are recommending approval of the vacation.
Danny Robbins.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Santiago. And we have no public request to speak. Nobody, no owners that cared to speak. Any questions? Jake Johansson.
Yeah, a quick question. You know, back in my city days, I had an elected official that told me that owning the dirt's very important, and it seems that since I got here, we've been giving away little pieces here and there. Has staff ever done something like this, or previous staff to you done something 15, 20 years ago, and then you look at it and go, shoot, we screwed up, or have these vacations by and large been just administrative and for the most part good to go?
Sure. I would say that, and I can only speak for the time that I've been with the county.
Right.
But I can say for the most part, they're similar to this request here. You've got a subdivision that is not adjacent to any major roads. We don't really have any need for those spaces. We really, to a certain extent, the way we've approached it is if somebody wanted to come in and pave it, we can't tell them no. They have to pave it to our standards. They have to get our approval of it, but it's a public right-of-way as long as they construct it to those standards, and then we're on the hook for maintaining it from that standpoint. Or utilities have the right per state rule to go utilize that space. Do we really want a big piece of property like this bifurcated by those types of things? Now, in response to the first portion of your question, have we ever regretted it? I have not specifically had that example, but my predecessor did mention certain times where they had in the past vacated adjacent to thoroughfare roads that already exist.
Sure.
So we certainly take that view. Part of the reason those don't come up is because we do tell them, no, our intent is always to gain as much right-of-way in those areas, anticipating that there would be future growth. So we're already weeding some of those out before they get to you.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, just to add, I mean, I was going to say part of what Tad, when it's along a thoroughfare, we know, and again, that's part of our approval process. It does go to all of our public works staff, other staff. We look at drainage in the area is probably the second biggest use. And so we've been pretty successful. I don't remember any time actually regretting it. I will say the other part he mentioned on the maintenance, there's a lot of places we have alleyways and easements that were on paper. And then what happens, of course, if it's actually platted to us, we've got trees and things that fall and then need to be maintained. And so it can become a bear sometimes for us to get in there and actually cut down those trees and maintain those areas that we're never really going to use. So.
Thank you. I would just add, Tad, that this is the first time in 2 years that I read in the summary highlights, the petitioner desires to use the surrounding property for conservation purposes. I think I'd like to see more of that. Although oftentimes it's just for a vacation and so that they can build a second home for a child or just to be able to use their property. But so no other questions, debate? We have a motion to approve by Danny Robbins, second by David Santiago. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 5 is removed. Item 6. You're going to be here a while. Item 6
hopefully not too long.
Is a resolution and budget resolution, local agency program agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation for the Turnbull Bay Road Paved Shoulders Project.
Yes, sir. Again, Tad Casey, County Engineer. This is an agreement between ourselves and the Florida Department of Transportation. They administer the local agency program, or LAP program. They have committed to $1.7 million towards the construction of the paved shoulders there on Turnbull Bay Road from Pioneer Trail east over to the railroad line. And every time we use their money for a phase, whether it's design or construction, we enter into an agreement, and that spells out the requirements under which we utilize that money. So this is the initial agreement. You'll actually see this a second time. We enter into this agreement for construction in advance of bidding the project. Then when the bids come back, then we'll actually have a supplemental agreement that will actually confirm the amount. If the bids were to come in lower than even the amount they've committed, then the amount will be adjusted. If it stays above, then we're obviously required to make up. So, any questions?
County Manager George Rechtenwald, is that left over?
It's left over, sorry.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve local agency program agreement with Florida FDOT for the Turnbull Bay Road paved shoulders.
Second. Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Danny Robbins. And you had a question?
Is there going to be any chance, I can't remember if I asked it during our one-on-one, for a bike path or a bike lane? Do we have any?
At this point, a good portion of that right-of-way is constrained. Not saying we couldn't do that in the future. That was not a part of this particular project. And because there are federal funds associated with it, it is a very tight scope. Anything that we wanted to do after and beyond that would be on our dollar.
This is 5-foot shoulder?
Correct.
Can it be used as a bike lane?
Mm-hmm. That's what we fully expect will. Yeah.
But it'll just have a...
We just would not stripe it as such. So we would not show the bike symbol on the paved shoulder, but that's where we would expect anybody that wants
stripe like a white stripe on the edge of the road.
Correct.
Okay. All right, any other questions? We have a motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Danny Robbins. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, which takes us to item 7, council discussion of event sponsorship program. And Kevin Captain is going to bring us up to...
Mr. Chair, I think Kevin and I had arranged it. So this is the discussion of your sponsorship program, which council adopted rules for in 2019. It's a discretionary program of council. All the sponsorships, as the rules are written, would require council approval, and you can dispense with the program as well. So Kevin and I are here to answer any questions you may have. I know council wanted to have this discussion about the future of the program.
Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And interesting to me, this county seemed to do pretty well before 2019, before having this discretionary fund. lots of questions for me, you know, why $40,000? I was thinking, why not, you know, if they were going to do it discretionary, one for each elected member, they would have 70,000. Why'd they settle on 40? Why not 50? If not 50, why not 100? And the second speaker, to me, hit the nail on the head this morning, because I know all of us take this role very seriously, but when I'm looking at giving away for sponsorship purposes taxpayer dollars, the tune of 40,000, which, you know, some could argue isn't that much. I'll just tell you right now, they're hiring teachers in Volusia County for $47,500. It's almost a teacher's salary. This is why I believe, one of the reasons I believe many people don't like government is you're taking my tax dollars and then you're choosing the winners and losers. And another question I would have is, after the 40 grand is up and we have 10 other groups come forward and say, hey, you know, we meet your criteria. Can you add some more money to this? I got into, I don't even want to call it a pickle, because it wasn't a pickle, but I had a similar, I think, situation at Ormond Beach where I refused to give money to a nonprofit. Now, I supported the nonprofit, and I said my wife and I will write a personal check, which we did, because we support it. But to give taxpayer dollars for sponsorship, I don't think it's the role of this elected body. I think our role is public safety, water, roads, some recreation, but to have 40,000 laying around, if we've got 40 grand just sitting around in a discretionary fund, I would rather send it back to all of our taxpayers, or I would rather increase the salaries of everybody that works for the county than being part of a sponsorship program. So because of that, I am, if you can't tell, totally and completely against this discretionary fund. And I will be voting no on every single request that's before us today. This way I won't take up time talking about each one individually. I'll just let you all know. Because of my feelings on that, I think that if our constituents and our taxpayers want to give money to these groups and they want to become a sponsor, they're welcome to. They can do that. I've seen individual names on things before, but I don't feel comfortable making that decision with their tax dollars on issues like this. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. No, I agree, and I was the one that originally brought this up. A couple things that we're faced with right now. The program is still advertised online, so I think we do have to consider that, and it's already been budgeted. Do I agree with it? No. I brought it up last year, actually the last 2 years, but just didn't have the support for it. But with all this being said, I don't know if it would be, it's not fair for the taxpayers, but it's also not fair for some of these good organizations that promote unity in our community. So, you know, I'm curious to see what other folks have to say about it. I'd be more inclined right now, and it could change, to axe it for this coming budget year, since we're getting into budget. But also, too, historically, Kevin, can I ask you a couple of questions? Several years ago, this was a much larger fund, right? It was like a couple hundred, what was it, 150,000 under Deneen, or?
60,000 was, I think, where they were spending. At that time, there was no fund, but that's what had occurred. It grew to about $60,000, and then the council at that time wanted to have a program, because at that time also they were not $1,500. Right. You know, sometimes they were, you know, $3,000, $5,000, $6,000. So the council discussed it, and at that time they were really trying to rein it in and put together the program that you have today of the $1,500. And then they, to answer Mr. Kent, I think because we had spent $60,000 the previous year, there was a goal to reduce, so they set a target of $40,000. But I think that in combination with limiting it to $1,500, they were successful in driving it down to where it really is today, which would probably be even less than the 40,000. What do we got year to date in requests?
Year to date, so far for this fiscal year is $1,500. We had one request in November, Vietnam Veterans, local chapter, Daytona, 1048. They received $10 for their second annual golf tournament.
Okay. You know, I think we're damned if we're doing, damned if we don't right now. Troy, I agree with you 110%. I just, you know, it's already been advertised and it's already in the budget. We can most certainly take it out. I'll wait to hear what the other folks have to say.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to agree with Troy, or I'm sorry, Mr. Kent, and Mr. Robbins. Also, that was what I was going to point out, is the fact that we have already advertised it. Again, goes back to the other saying that, you know, we ask people what to do, they comply. It's kind of reminds me of that commercial, I got you $1. Woo. You know, I just don't want to pull back on it when we've already advertised, they met the requirement. Although I will say that future needs, we need to look at that. So, thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Kevin, I wanted to ask you, I mean, so you said there's only been one application for this fiscal year?
There was one approval for $1,500. There's multiple applications today. We did go for a little lull where we didn't have any, but we usually have regularity with applications.
Okay, so the one that was approved, what have they done in reliance of, I guess they have this belief that they're going to get it now? I mean, have they already advertised? Do they have flyers printed up? Do they have T-shirts printed up with our name on it?
For the one that was approved in November,
yes, sir.
That was the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 1048. They basically are supporting veterans and their families in Volusia County. And they, on their application, they stated that it'll support residents of Volusia County, providing fundraising opportunities for the community, nonprofit organizations that significantly support the needs of Volusia County residents.
Okay, so, and then with the other applicants, I mean, what's involved in the application process? Is that a big procedure, or is that just filling out one piece of paper?
Well, that depends. And that's where we work with our legal team to ensure that A, they're a bona fide 501c3 or C4. B, that they have not received money from the general fund. And then C, just to look at the overview and make sure that it is in congruence with our policy, that it will benefit the community, and that it is a legitimate request. And that's also why we have on the application a 60-day before the event notice, so that we can have time as staff to be able to review that application for the appropriateness and congruence with the policy.
Okay, so is it fair to say that it would be the county staff that would be more inconvenienced by this than the applicant?
We work for the pleasure of the manager, who works under the council's direction, so we're happy to do.
So if we voted no to all this, would that wouldn't really put out the applicant too much? It's just y'all have spent a lot of time and effort up to this point.
It would reduce staff time, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm going to vote that we end this as well, and I'm going to vote that we not approve any of the 5 requests that are here today. I suspect that I don't dislike any of them. I think they're all good programs. I think they might be on here because they've heard us talk about this from week to week and might have seen what's coming, but I just don't think it's the job and the position of this council to be generous with taxpayers' money. That's for each person to decide who they want to donate to. I have no right to make that decision for them. Usually when they come, it's programs that we all approve of, and organizations that we like. But that's not necessarily the case for the people that we represent. And so we're giving their money to programs that they don't agree with. I hear what you're saying about, it's advertised and they've already applied. We just voted to raise fees on people that hadn't been done in 10 years, and we approved this percentage-wise, a pretty large increase. I did that because I think that I think we're going to be under great pressure this year to raise taxes. I don't want to raise taxes. We need to find every dime that we can to cut or to use for something else in the budget. We're going to hear from various departments in just a few minutes. We'll see lots of ways where this $40,000 could go to offset increases in costs because of the state of the economy and cost of insurance, cost of everything going up. We could take this $40 and reduce the cost increases just in insurance premiums. For me, philosophically, Troy voted against those things, and I understand that. I voted for them because I think we need the fees to offset the pressure to raise taxes, property taxes. Likewise here, I will vote against these programs. I just think it's time now to end it and stop being generous with taxpayers' money and do everything we can to save their money. So, Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple thoughts here. Number one, I've heard it said on the dais before that I don't like having the rug pulled out from under me. I think ending this program that's already been budgeted, that a few people coming up here shortly have counted on, I believe that's pulling the rug out from under them in a way. And I think, although I don't like the program exists. A majority of the people we're about to hear have followed the rules and the timelines, and I believe that they should be at least given the opportunity to be heard. I also believe that the government is only supposed to be doing that which we can't do individually, that we have to do collectively. That's what the government is here for, in my opinion. We can't individually build sewers, we can't individually build roads, but we can individually support these nonprofits and other people asking for money. And I concur with what most said here, that who is it for us to determine what money that the taxpayer, it's not our money, it's the taxpayers' money, and I'm taking their taxpayers' money, I'm going, great, that's great, I'm going to give it to that guy over there, and they might not want it to go there. It's bad enough I have to allocate money in the budget to go to parks that people don't use or something of that nature, knowing that that's a collective benefit. I also understand that some of these people that are applying for these $1,500 grants, if you will, do great things for our community, and they give back probably more than we give them. But I think I know that those people will give back to the community, whether they get $1,500 or not from the county. And I'm with Councilmember Kent. If I believe in something, I'm going to write a check. So I would like to not include it in the budget next year, but give the people that are kind of looking forward to at least applying, should they meet all the wickets, an opportunity to do so this budget year. It's almost over, and it doesn't sound like we're going to expend the funds anyhow. So those are my thoughts.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I agree with almost all the comments. However, I think, Jake, I think your comment helped me, I think probably in the way you probably didn't want, but...
I'm here for you.
Thanks. Well, I'm in the position now inclined to support some of my colleagues and vote no on all of these going forward, because it's a philosophical thing, right? You either believe in it or you don't. And I don't believe in it. I don't believe it's government's role. As far as timeline, I think it was a good point to discuss and bring up, but these are policy decisions. There's no guarantee. In that application process, there's no guarantee of funding year over year that you're going to get it just because you applied. So I think we're within the realm of saying, well, we have changed our position. Philosophically, we've taken a different approach, and we're all held accountable to our decisions, right? But there's this new council feels that philosophically we shouldn't be doing this. So I think it's better to take the stance now and saying this is what we believe in, and given the points that I think we're going to be facing soon also with budget constraints and the realities that we may be facing there, I'd like to save every dollar we can along the process. This also exerts a lot of staff time in going through this. I think the time, going back to timelines, I think those timelines were accelerated because they heard what we said 2 meetings ago. And, you know, it's not coincidence that we get, was it 5 applications? So, which I think I said would happen, by the way. Anyway, guys, I added a little funny there. But I think we should stick to our beliefs. And I think that's the safe zone. I'll put it that way. If this is what we believe in, let's send the message. Nothing personal to any of these organizations because they all do good stuff, I'm sure. But philosophically, it's not the right approach for our tax dollars. And let's just take the stance, guys, and saying this is what we believe in. Sorry, you know, we'll help you fundraise either outside of this or donate our own money or whatever there might be. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So, yeah, I heard someone say it earlier, and I agree with it, is that it's always easy to spend the money when it's not yours, when it's not coming out of your pocket. And I'm pleased to hear Mr. Johansson agree with me that, yeah, if we support it, you know, send a personal check. And I am the one that said, I don't like the rug pulled out from underneath of me. And I'm also going to say this one. I don't like anything shoved down my throat either. And 5 of us up here did not approve this with the budget last year. We came in January. This money was given to this group in November. So this is before us because at a council meeting earlier, we had a request for one that the event already happened. They didn't follow the guidelines, but they still came and wanted the money. To me, pulling the rug out from someone would be, we've approved this, and now guess what? We're going to send Mike Dyer and his team after you because now we've changed our mind. That's pulling the rug out from somebody. To all of the groups, I think that all of them, and I know we've got someone from Emery-Riddle right here, I think they're all deserving, excellent organizations. And I personally applaud each and every one of them for the good work they do in our community. But there's been no rug pulled out because they haven't had the talk with me yet. We're having that right now. And, you know, I'm just saying, for me, I'm a hard no on this. I'm going to vote to end the program. I'm going to vote no on every single one of these requests. Even if if the program gets approved, I'll continue to vote no because it's not the place of government. And, you know, some could say it's not the time or place. And, you know, it's just, it's to me, my opinion, it's not the place of government to take your tax dollars and then give them away at the tune of, you know, this time 40,000. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it if it was $1 because of the principle of it. So I'm a hard no, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Danny Robbins.
All right. I agree, 110%. But to be fair, how is this for a proposal if we want to compromise? Would my colleagues be willing to, and just in all fairness, and I'm trying to see both sides of this. The policy is in place now, whether I agree with it or not, which I don't, but it's there. We have people that applied. Would my colleagues be willing to approve what's on this and then after approval end the program immediately from this day forward. And that way, it's all said and done. Even though I don't like giving away money, but that is the policy. Right now, these people have followed the rules. They've done everything. Is anybody willing to, I can put that in a motion, but I have to repeat that whole thing. But so I'll just make the motion. Approve what's on the books right now in the policy, effective immediately. Take the advertising down from the internet, and we'll call it a day, even though it's been budgeted.
Your motion is to approve. Your motion is to approve the policy for one meeting, for this meeting?
Well, the policy's already been approved. We're
to
not
continue it for one meeting.
Oh, it's there. It's either there or it's not. We're not continuing it. The policy's effective.
Okay, just
No, terminating it tomorrow.
okay.
That way we can. Yeah.
Okay, to terminate the policy tomorrow. That's the motion of Councilman Robbins. Is there a
Second, Johansson.
Second, Johansson?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, for discussion now, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the, I guess, the olive branch for trying to figure something out, but I couldn't support that. And, you know, I think it's, I think people would be willing to accept it more. That philosophically, I can't agree with doing that concept. And with that being said, I think it'd be respected much more, for me at least, I could speak, that I just took that approach from the beginning and applied it to all. If someone didn't get the application in, let's say, yesterday or last week, you know, when they heard our comments, that I think if you listen to the meeting 2 meetings ago, most people, I guess maybe some people, I shouldn't say most, some people may have said, well, it's a dead program. I'm not going, because the overwhelming majority of the council said this is going away. Some, obviously, 5 or 6 said, let me get it in right away, right? So I think we sent a clear message 2 meetings ago about this. So I don't accept the fact that these people are in the gate, if you want to say. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask our attorney a question. Mike, if in the event that this motion fails, if a motion were presented afterwards to terminate the program effective immediately, does it immediately make those other agenda items off our plate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I guess my question is, are we talking about just these items that are on today's agenda, Danny? And what?
Yeah, just approve these in all fairness and then end it immediately, you know. And I was just looking at the policy end, and I know we've all been on the same page when it comes to policy, like what is the policy right now? And I'm stealing that from David. What is the policy right now? And then yank it. So try to get the best of both worlds here.
So I guess my follow-up question is to Kevin then, if you don't mind. So you talked about, I mean, the veterans group, I'm sure we're all in favor of supporting the veterans group that just, you said, got approved in November. So where would that leave them?
They're done.
They've already received their check.
Oh, they're done? That's all? Okay. All right.
It's not retroactive.
Well, yes. Okay. All right. Okay. I just want to be clear on that. All right.
Jake, before I call on you, I want to make sure, because I wrote down Danny Robbins' motion wrong. I wrote it down that his motion was just to terminate the item 7 policy we're discussing tomorrow. But did you just say we're also likewise approving all 5 of the?
I think that's where the chair, and sorry if I wasn't clear, but like I said, trying to get best of both worlds here. Approve this since it fits the policy, and the policy has already been approved. But after this, terminate it.
Okay.
Be done with it.
And then we're taking care of these other 5 one by one.
However you'd like.
Okay. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what the motion is on the floor. Jake Johansson.
Yes, and I'm glad you clarified that, Mr. Chairman. I believe one of them was late. One of them was, so I would not agree to all 5 because I'm standing by you didn't get it in on time. And I believe that's item 10 at a minimum. I just glanced through my notes. But I do want to go through all of them if we should so choose to keep the program until tomorrow. And another comment based on what Councilmember Dempsey said, or Santiago, that they put them in because they heard us talking. Well, they'd be inside the 60-day window and would be late. So most of these people put them in over 60 days ago, which was kind of before we started chatting about it, before Councilmember Robbins brought it up, barely. So as I'm trying to do the mental math back 60 days, and when Councilman Robbins first brought it up. So I think that the folks that have applied that are on today's council meeting, by and large, except for the late one, are outside that 60-day window, I think. Clarification, Kevin?
Yes, sir, Mr. Johansson. Just one clarification. Some of those that are on today's agenda, that while they did make the policy, it's not that they applied 60 days prior. It means that they're within the 60 days window of a future event. So their event that we would be sponsoring could be 60 plus days out.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you can come back up. Can you tell us when these applications were submitted?
Each individual one? I can through each item, yes.
Let me ask you this, it might be easier. Were most of them or all of them since the last county council meeting? The last county council meeting that we discussed this?
I'd have to go through each one individually to confirm that. I'm not certain immediately to answer that.
I mean, Mr. Chair, I don't know if that's going to change my position, but I think it's a good point for clarity for the council to know. Since the point was brought up that it may have already been in the pipeline months ago, wouldn't change my position, because I think just because the policy is there, there's no guarantee of issuance. Make sure I don't want to lose focus of that. Because we have something that says that may be available doesn't mean we have to do it. Thank you.
Troy Kent.
It's a good, excellent point, Councilman Santiago. Just because the policy is there, there's no guarantee of issuance, because 5 of us, this is our first crack at this, and I have no problem. Like I've already said, I appreciate the work that all of them have done, but I have no problem telling them philosophically, for me, this is a hard no. What's right today is right tomorrow. What's wrong today is wrong tomorrow. And if we're gonna, say, okay, we're gonna take it for today, and then tomorrow we're not gonna take it anymore, philosophically, I don't agree with that either. However, I really appreciate Councilman Robbins reaching out and trying to compromise. But I didn't approve this. I'm suspect that it came before the council prior to us. So I don't want to speak for our chairman or Mr. Robbins. They may or may not have, because it started in 2019. Maybe they didn't. It's before us, because I know that I asked a question about that one applicant that was, the event already happened, they didn't meet deadlines and timelines, and it was an issue. So then it was like, hey, let's look at this whole situation here. So I'll end with exactly what Mr. Santiago said, which is just because the policy is there, there's no guarantee that it's going to be approved, because I never would have approved this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Danny, correct me if I'm wrong. I'll respond to what he said. This did come up in, I think, our first year. And Danny Robbins and I both opposed it, but it was a consensus of the majority of the council that it continue. Is that your recollection as well? Okay, we do have one member of the public that would like to speak to this. This is a public hearing. Amy Menizzi of the Great DeLeon Springs Community Association.
Amy Menizzi, DeLeon Springs Community Association. I see the way the wind is blowing. But I'll still take my 3 minutes to thank you for your efforts to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars. And we were recipients of this last year for $1,500 for our Autumn in the Oaks Festival. And this is a great event that we put on each year. We're an unincorporated community. This is the only event like this in DeLeon Springs, and because we have business sponsorships, not just the county, but business sponsorships, we're able to let the public come in for free. That means anybody can come and enjoy it. We're able to keep our exhibitor fee low, so we have a lot of very talented artists and craftsmen who can't necessarily afford to be in the bigger festivals, so they're able to participate. We allow all the nonprofits to come at no charge, and it gives our community a chance to learn about what all these great nonprofit organizations are doing to help our community and help our county. And of course, the government organizations come for free. We were so excited, as usual, to have Volusia Sheriff's Office, Volusia County Fire Rescue, Volusia County Environmental Management. They all had booths and things that they gave away and educated the public on the great things that they're doing to keep us safe and protect us. So I understand the direction you're going, and I respect that. But I just want to thank you that we had an opportunity to have that money last year from Volusia County, because we don't see it as a government handout. We see it as a government partnership. We're doing what you are not doing in our community because we're unincorporated and we have that presence in the community, and we have these needs. We see these needs, and this is an opportunity to be able to put all this information together in one place and a fun event for everyone to enjoy. So we see it as a partnership. You get to help us do something great, and we get to help our community. So just as we say that to the businesses too, and they are quick, as you say, to write a check. So they sponsor the event, and we just feel like, you know, since we're unincorporated, Volusia County gets the opportunity to be a part of that. So thank you very much for your consideration, and I understand your direction, and thank you again for your effort to be fiscally responsible. And I'll be looking to you for a check to support us in November. A personal check. Thank you.
Jake Johansson.
Chairman, thank you again. Question for our legal team. Amy is just one of many, but is there any restriction if we should go in the direction that it sounds like we're going? Is there any restriction from having elected officials fundraise in our official capacity, not as county council members, but as I go out to say, hey, we need to support this? Obviously, when I say that, people don't look at me as Jake Johansson from Port Orange, but Councilman Johansson from Volusia County. Do I put us at risk, or do we put us at risk for saying things like that, or trying to support things that we would write this check for otherwise?
Let me take a look at that.
Please.
And I'll get back to you.
All right, great.
I'll share the answer with council. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
We understood, Amy. You're good. Okay, so the motion on the floor is to yeah, but we're not there yet. You're one of the 5 applicants?
It may not be there if we vote.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know what the outcome of the vote is. So if you would like to speak on behalf of your organization, please come forward. Just tell us your name and the organization, and you'll have 3 minutes to tell us about it.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Stafford. I do the Everybody Somebody Inc. And we just did the Urban City Multicultural Festival. And we do appreciate everything the county have done for us. They gave us an outstanding proclamation. I see the way the wind's going, and whatever you all decide today, we're gonna be fine with it. We're just trying to do some multicultural things in our little old city of Orange City. That's all we're trying to do is unite our community. And we've been doing events since 2010, so this is not our first rodeo. We have always applied, but we had one of the person that was in our district that was on the council that, we kind of did not do what we probably in the timetable because she was always there nudging us and getting it done. But we do appreciate everything. Even if they don't give us the funding, just give us your support. Just come out and walk through the event and see how amazing it has been. District 1, Mr. Donna DeSempis, we greatly appreciate you coming out, reading that proclamation. Our picture was in the paper with you giving us that proclamation. That means a lot. In fact, it means more than money. Because our community was calling me, hey, I saw you, I saw you, I saw you. That means a lot. So whether we get the funding or not, I understand what we're saying about taxpayers' money, but just come out and support us. Just come out, walk, have some barbecue, have some sweet potato pie. Just come out and support us. That's all we ask for. That's all we asking for, your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Well stated. We do have another member of the public from Embry-Riddle, John Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll keep my comments brief. I echo what my colleague from West Volusia said. I understand the position you all are in and completely support that, but I would be remiss if I didn't stand up in support of Embry-Riddle and the things that we're doing in the community. I just want to share 3 recent events that we've done. These are just recent in our athletics department. I'm the director of athletics at Embry-Riddle. One of the things we did recently was we honored all of the Volusia County Teachers of the Year and their families, hosted them at a basketball game, hosted them for dinner. We've also had Education Day at a women's basketball game in December. We schedule a game for 11 o'clock in the morning on a weekday, intentionally to have the school kids come out on a field trip. And we had over 500 middle schoolers come to our women's basketball game back in December. And then the third event I'll highlight is our Food Brings Hope partnership that we've done. We hosted over 600 kids from the Food Brings Hope program and the Teen Zone program, including all the way from Pearson and West Volusia, who made the trip to Embry-Riddle for a basketball game. I think it's the 11th or 12th year in a row we've done that event. Like I think it was Mr. Johansson said, we will continue to do these things regardless of the funding approval. We are a community partner. We always will be. Our athletic department always will be. But again, we do appreciate your support, but understand completely the position that you all are in and respect the decision regardless of how it turns out this time. But again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And there's nothing, whatever happens with the vote today, there's nothing to prevent any one of us for registering for the annual blue and gold. There's nothing to keep us from, she left, from going to the, oh, there she is. You change seats as everybody is somebody, or the Rotary Club of DeBerry. In fact, it could even make it more significant. But the motion on the table is to allow the votes today, and this policy would end tomorrow. From Danny, seconded by Jake Johansson. Now, if this fails, which keeps it alive for 24 hours, if it fails, according to the question that you asked the attorney, someone could make a motion to terminate it, or whatever the motion was. Okay. Jake.
We can also approve the motion and disapprove the next events with the same result.
You could do that. Yes. I'm going to call the roll on this because I've got a feeling I won't be able to tell who's saying what.
Mr. Robbins.
Yes.
Mr. Santiago.
Mr. Dempsey?
No.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
No. So the motion does not pass, 1, 2, 3, 4 to 3. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members, I make a motion that we dissolve the event sponsorship program effective immediately.
I second the motion.
David Santiago makes a motion to dissolve the event sponsorship program immediately. And Troy Kent makes a second. Any discussion on that? Okay. Carissa, may I get you to call the roll again on the motion to dissolve immediately?
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
Yes.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes, that was interesting. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, so that dispenses with item 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. But to all of you that showed up for that today, and if you're not here, please keep in mind what everyone here said today, that we support your efforts in our community, support what you're doing, and I hope that you will see a majority of us at your events. So that takes us to item 13, charges for services and fees, internal audit by Jonathan Edwards.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Edwards, Internal Auditor. Today I'm presenting the internal audit report for charges of services and fees. The audit scope was October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2022, or 2 fiscal years. The purpose was to perform audit procedures to gain a reasonable degree of assurance that the county has controls in place to effectively and efficiently assess, collect, deposit, and record fees and charges, that the county was in compliance with laws, resolutions, policies, and guidelines, to test transactions for accuracy and that there are proper controls in place over receipts, and to review and compare the county's overall revenue policies with established best practices. To accomplish these objectives, we reviewed resolutions, laws, policies, and procedures, reviewed and understood internal controls and interviewed staff, conducted surveys to all departments and divisions regarding their revenues, observed money handling procedures at several county locations, and we tested 150 revenue transactions to ensure that the charge was in line with county approved actions, money was deposited properly, and recorded in the county's general ledger. The survey results were used to narrow the audit focus, and we excluded the enterprise funds of the county, such as the airport, utilities, and landfill, as those are meant to operate similar to private enterprises. And we also excluded permitting and impact fees, ambulatory fees, animal services, and beach tolls, as those are all areas that warrant their own audits and are planned for future audits. The areas included in the audit are available on the screen here. During the 2 fiscal years, there were a total of $3.2 million received from over 14,700 transactions. And we set the test sample at 1% or 150 transactions, and this totaled to over $355,000 of revenues being tested. Overall, the county has been collecting and reporting revenues for a long time, and the controls management has put in place are working as intended. The recommendations given in the audit help elevate, enhance, and safeguard county revenues. The county has not adopted some best practices that are common within government finance, for example, a formal revenue policy. The policy, which would be approved by council, provides guidance on several factors, including the pricing, full cost recovery efforts, updating of fees, and addressing non-recurring and unpredictable revenue streams. We noted that some divisions update their pricing based on the CPI or the Consumer Price Index each year, but many fees and charges have not been updated in several years. The county's budget staff does prepare a revenue manual each year, which is available on the county's website for all the public to see. It is a valuable tool, and we found some items that could be added to the manual to assist decision makers such as yourselves answer key questions specifically on fees and charges. And we found navigating the county's website for charges and fee information to be difficult. Sometimes pricing information is directly on the area's main webpage. However, often the public has to click on several pages and into several brochures to find the pricing information for the program. Developing a master fee schedule as part of the annual budget will help in meeting best practices and help improve so that there's a one-stop shop for pricing information for taxpayers. We noted several terminated and contracted employees had access to the software that is used countywide for processing electronic payments from customers. Some had limited access to just their specific department, while a few others had access to all county information. There was no policy or procedure in place to remove terminated employees. After we shared this information with staff, the users were reviewed and removed from the system as appropriate. Of course, untimely deactivation of user accounts may potentially result in unauthorized users obtaining credentials and accessing the system. By regularly monitoring and reviewing user accounts will help reduce and limit the occurrence of fraud or errors from occurring. And we also noted some areas for improvement over the day-to-day processing of receipts, including more timely reconciliation and review of transactions, more timely recording of money into the county's financial records, ensuring all documentation that supports the revenue transaction be scanned and maintained, and ensuring that all transactions are recorded into the point of sale systems at the time of sale. For example, the procedures used at the shooting range expose the county to the potential of skimming of county revenues. Timely account reconciliations and management reviews or review of transactions are often cited as top fraud detectors and are relatively easy anti-fraud controls to implement. So the audit did contain 13 recommendations to help enhance revenue policies and procedures, and management's agreed or partially agreed to the recommendations, and they have implemented or already started implementing the recommendations over the next few months. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think you go on.
That's it.
Okay. No questions. I'll just say it was, I told you yesterday, this was really good work. One of the reasons why is there's cash involved, and so there's always a possibility of a problem. And when you told me you were going to do it, I wanted to know the answer, and I prayed for the best answer, which we got. Yeah, we're not perfect, but there certainly wasn't anything dishonest and I was really pleased to see the county manager's office response to your recommendations and see them being implemented already. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And, as I was reading through all of this material, which was quite lengthy, of course, I was hoping, I'm sure as all of us was for a clean audit with no findings. And, I understand we have our internal audit and we'll have an external audit. My point is I was pleased with the amount of work and how in-depth everything was. And it opened my eyes, and I'm sure the eyes of many and any of the public that read this as well, about some of those areas that we really need to tighten up on. And your team and you pointed that out, I feel like exceptionally well. And you heard it from the chairman talk about some of those cash transactions and things that are just problematic. But there are things we can do as a county government to put extra steps in the process to make sure that everything is above ground at all times. So I'm pleased to see that, because my only question was, of course, what is our plan so that we'll have a clean audit with no findings? And you answered that in there. So thank you very much.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you again, Chairman. Thank you very much for what you do. I think that that auditing is a very necessary element in government, definitely. And in this particular case, it was kind of money related, but I very much value your audit of process, of procedure as well. Our goal is to become efficient and effective. I can't wait till you audit the council. And don't think you can't, because you're a valuable asset. And so the goal is to be the best we can be and get the best bang for the buck, to be efficient and effective. So I appreciate everything you do, and I'm sure, although staff probably doesn't like you needling around in their stuff, they appreciate the end result. So I appreciate that very much. I will say that I don't ever want you to have a zero finding audit. I always want you to find something to do better, because we're always striving to do better. There's better processes, there's better procedures. The fact that you may not find a budget issue or a financial mismanagement issue, that's a beautiful thing. But I do appreciate what you do for us. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to accept the results of the audit as presented.
Motion to approve by David Santiago.
Second, Johansson.
Second by Jake Johansson. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. I do believe that the accounting staff enjoyed your reference to auditing the council a little bit too much, though. That brings us to item 14, the Ocean Center budget and service level presentation. Tim Riddle, welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you. Good to be here. And I guess we'll just jump right in, talk a little bit about Ocean Center budget presentation. And we often talk about Ocean Center, but it is Ocean Center and the adjoining parking garage right across Earl Street from our complex that we have oversight of as well. Moving along, this is our position chart. We currently have 38 full-time positions, 5 of which are vacant. Not to be forgotten in all this, though, is also a part of our organization, the Oakview Group, our food and beverage contractor. They employ 10 full-time people in addition to our 38. And we each employ about 40 part-timers to 50 each week at Ocean Center. So it's about 100 part-timers that we're also employing every week, day in and day out there at Ocean Center as part of this overall team that gets the work done. You see total budgets for both departments. I mentioned to some of you in sessions that the $25 million is a little bit of an anomaly. That's includes $11.8 million of reserves. You'll see on another slide that's being pulled from tourism development tax through Ocean Center into reserves. As I tell people, that's Aaron Van Cleek's world. I just live in it. But the total budget, though, for both are about $28 million total. And obviously, Ocean Center is the largest part of the operation. Next slide here, our overall mission. I'll be brief. It basically is to raise awareness of the venue, nationally, regionally, generate economic impact, and operate efficiently and provide for a positive experience for all attendees that come through our doors. Looking at the primary revenues for Ocean Center, you see them listed there. Charges for services, miscellaneous revenues, the tourism development tax we talked about earlier, and the coordinated marketing is kind of a joint program with the Convention and Visitors Bureau of Daytona Beach that we access those funds in working with groups coming to our building as well. Overall summary look at our budget. You can see our total budget is about $8.6 million, with $3 million of that coming from the personnel services side. $5.5 million of operations and a little bit of capital improvement included in the Ocean Center operating fund as well. I think we had some scissor lifts and some ice machines, things like that, as part of our capital improvement program. This gives you, the next two slides gives you a little bit of a detailed look, more detailed look at those $5.5 million of operating expenses. You can see there, I think Mr. Reinhardt mentioned in one meeting talking about the one of our corrections complexes at 4.5 acres thereabouts. We're 7.5 acres under roof. So again, with that size brings those expenses. That's why utilities is our single largest expense once you get past personnel. And then being 400 feet from the ocean helps us get a lot of business. Makes us risky for property insurance. It's just a fact of life. If you take utilities, property insurance, and maintenance together, that 7.5 acres, that's over $3 million of the 5.5 in those 3 line items alone. So again, big complex, some big operating expenses that go along with it. Nothing unusual that you wouldn't expect with a large complex size. Continuing on, some other costs as part of the $5.5 million. And you can see there that there's a lot, 600,000 plus spread among 34 object codes, or 11%. But those other line items constitute almost 90% of our budget that we showed you the detail on, again with the big 3. All right, this slide here, I mentioned those transfers that going through to reserves earlier. This kind of breaks that out. The top of this slide shows you that $11.8 million sliding through from tourism development tax to reserves. The bottom section of that slide refers to the actually current year transfer. That $4.3 million is what's being transferred from Ocean Center directly to what we call our capital fund, or 318 fund, to support the capital projects that are underway even as we speak. So that's where that comes from. And then you see the amount there of almost $700,000 transferred to the debt service fund, which is basically the mortgage payment on Ocean Center. Next two slides will be just a very brief look at the Ocean Center capital plan and the forecast. Again, you see in the fiscal 23 column, the largest item, the louver and vertical wall panels. Nobody knows what those are. Those are vertical wall panels in our arena that face really the east side and the west side. East side took a lot of damage from Hurricane Ian. We actually had I think 5 holes in our walls you could drive a pickup truck through if you wanted to, but they've been repaired on a temporary basis, but this is the permanent replacement of those wall panels. And the other big part of that money you saw transferred to capital, if you look at the next slide, the total there, but we also have a $1.8 million LED lighting project for both our arena and ballroom that's undergoing work even as we speak. That's also finishing up in this fiscal year, a rollover from last year. So that's the two big primary capital projects we're pushing right now through our building. And again, LED should be finished by end of summer is what we're hoping for. They're working every day we can give them in our arena right now. Moving to the garage. As you can expect, daily parking fees. Those come from the tiered hourly rate structure in the garage, which we use on non-event days. You see the special event revenue, that's from when we switch to event mode, all of our parking is prepay. It's all $10 per car, which is pretty reasonable. I can show you pictures anytime you want of lots around us charging $25 while we're at 10, but that's okay. We do receive some government support. Those private entities may not. But that's the makeup of the primary revenues for the garage. No surprise at parking garage, parking revenue. This is the overall budget for the garage. You can see reflected in there, it's operating expenses $1.2 million. That capital improvement of $1,050,000. In this fiscal year, last fiscal year, we finished up refurbishment of deck 2. This year, we're just now finishing deck 6. Documents are in closeout. And then in future years, for the next 3 years, we're going to do some mechanical, electrical, plumbing upgrades. Decks 3 through 5 will be renovated, and the exterior will be caulked and sealed. So that's what's coming up for the garage as far as its future capital needs. I think the next slide shows you some of the detail. Largest expense in the garage is the management fee. We used to, handle the garage as a self-op. In 2019, it went out to contract on a 10-year contract with LEZ Parking Company. They're the company that manages our parking resources for us, and they're paid that $622,000 on an annual basis to handle that day-to-day administration of the garage. Again, not a lot of surprise there in details about the garage. And then to sum up, future challenges for Ocean Center, you probably hear it from everybody, workforce, although that is getting better a little bit. We find when we go out for jobs, a little more responsiveness. I've talked to some of you and individually, and the second thing you see on that list, the hotel room blocks and ADR, it's a good problem to have. It means our hotel rates are high in Daytona Beach, and that's a good thing for the economy. But it's kind of a negative when your groups, especially your repeat business, are faced with trying to re-up, and the rates are increasing, more than 10%. We had one group just lately that was facing a 50% increase, in their hotel room rates year to year. So that's one of our biggest challenges. We talk about it a lot, we hear about it a lot, and we're continuing to work with our groups on a daily basis. But overall, again, capital needs close to the beach, big complex, lots of maintenance issues. And then the ADR challenge with and the room blocks with the hotels are our biggest things moving forward. But we're engaged in discussions about them every day. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try and answer.
Yes, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Tim, thank you very much for what you do. Great presentation. I had the privilege of being able to hear a little bit of this on the Tourist Development Council, and heads and beds is an important thing. And I also, being able to tour the facility and talk earlier, I also understand, because I was like Mr. Kent, I wanted to see concerts there. And you explain that well to me, because concerts a lot of time are a one-day event. It doesn't really put individuals in those hotels necessarily as much. But I do still, and I understand also that they don't bring a lot of revenue. But I would like to see more of them. I mean, there's blues festivals, and did I mention blues festivals? So, anyways, but I still want to see that direction go. And I know we had some interesting conversations at the TDC regarding that, and I'd like to see those continue. You pointed out as far as maintenance and the garage, and I noticed the being exposed to the elements of nature with regards to salt air when we go and visit the complex and we park in the garage. And I noticed, I take notice of things like that, or the rust that is inevitable, but it's still rust really bad. And it's not as easy as just brushing it off and putting a coat of paint on it because it's still there. So I know those are big, big concerns because eventually that will eat it away. But that's part of the fact that we have it on the beach. So I understand that. The AC handlers, are they located on, I think you addressed this once for me. Are they on the roof? Are they?
Well, we have our chiller plant is inside. With the cooling towers outside. Most of our air handlers are inside.
Inside, okay, well that's good.
Service quarters, yes.
And salt air will still impact, still have an impact on them, but not as much. And then I saw the drainage project in the kitchen, $250,000. That's not bad.
Well, we hope we're going to get a floor out of that. We're trying to look at that possible scope change, but yeah, it's just again, plumbing is
large kitchens. We had that expense, and I know everybody's getting tired of hearing Matt make reference to the jail, but the kitchen project that we undertook at both facilities, drainage was really bad. So I would say 250 is. I'm hoping you get the floor out of it too. But that is, believe it or not, that's not bad for those of you that saw that. And then I also noticed the arena seating, and I took notice of that during our tour, but that's not scheduled until.
That's in that capital. I could go back to
25, I think.
3 years out.
3 years out, okay. Because I know you talked about the accident that occurred, and we don't want to see those happen again and then cost the taxpayers more as a result of it. But I also understand budget-wise, you have to put it where it counts. So I did want to point those few things out, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Councilman Reinhardt, pun intended. What you said was music to my ears. And Tim, I think you already know this. I so enjoyed our morning and afternoon together. Your attention to detail. I mean, people that don't know, that haven't been to the Ocean Center, I mean, the no wave, no hand underneath for the paper towels to dispense. I mean, these are things that you think about for our customers and also for our residents. And your professionalism and your thought process for the future, and you not shutting the door on ideas and being open-minded. I got to tell you, I thoroughly enjoyed that meeting with you. And I told Mr. Rechtenwald, and the ones that I've had an opportunity to work with, the department heads. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm putting you right up there with George and Mike and Cyrus and Clay and Brad and Kevin Captain. I mean, everyone that I have worked with on a personal level has just been incredible, and that's something I think I needed to share today. So I'm glad we got you from Tennessee, and you're down here working in Volusia County. And you're out at Daytona Beach working anyway, and we certainly appreciate that. I just bring the attention to the mission statement. And before I get to that, one of the things I told George when I first met him, and also when I met you, which was, and Mr. Reinhardt, like you, my eyes were opened. I looked at Tim and said, I get it. I get why the Ocean Center caters to conventions. I get it. It's your bread and butter. It's what feeds you. I get it. But I said, the Ocean Center has to feed the locals here. We have to get something out of it. And it can't just be for a high school graduation. There has to be some events that will be wildly successful, that will bring people in and stay in the hotels, that will pack the restaurants, and people will see this beautiful community, and they'll go to the beach, and it will be a positive taste left in their mouth. And now back to the mission statement, which says, Volusia County through the bookings of conventions, meetings, trade shows, and consumer events / concerts. It's there in the mission statement. So I wanted to make sure I didn't let today go by without pointing that out. Thank you for hitting a home run.
Appreciate it.
Don Dempsey.
Yes, I overheard you say something about us only charging $10 for parking at special events, but the surrounding parking areas are charging $25. What would be the harm in charging even $20?
Well, the parking rates are actually set by county council, ironically enough. So, and that was redone probably 2 or 3 years ago. And at the time, there was discussion about, we certainly raised our rates. We went up on the special event rate. And I want to tell you that the busier Ocean Center is, the less daily rates, that are collected because we go to the event rate when something is in our building. Having said that, there was discussion at the time also about trying to give local tax-paying citizens a place they could park in that area that wasn't as expensive as, the surrounding lots. So we're kind of in a mode of, $10 on event day. Now on the weekends, it's rare to have a weekend with nothing going on at Ocean Center. If we do, the garage is still 10. We do our surface lots at 5. So if somebody wants to go to the beach, they can pay 5 and still go to the beach. But hey, all that's open for discussion.
Well, I was going to say, because we're apparently, it costs us $3.3 million a year to run the garage, but we're only collecting 1.5 through special events. So if we just doubled it, that would appear at least that would make it pretty much self-sustaining and we wouldn't have to subsidize it.
What I will say as well, the garage is performing better. The budget you see, we actually outperformed the actual last year. It was like $200,000 or $300,000 higher. But also we had decks 5 and 6 out of commission last year for the renovation and repair work. So we've not had our garage and parking lots at full capacity really for 2 years. We're there now. But we're going to take some more out of commission in the future to keep refurbishing concrete and steel next to the beach. But the garage is budgeted at pretty much a break-even proposition. Didn't last year because of all the construction. And that's something that needs to be considered. But the garage debt service, I believe fiscal 23 is the last year for garage 24. Okay, I was close. Those guys know it like the back of their hand. So one more year of debt service on the garage at about $800,000. That'll be a significant boost to the garage being able to do the capital programs and you'll look at the rates with knowing that's going to roll off in 2 years.
Well, do you see any immediate detriment to doubling the special event fee?
A 100% increase is a lot. I'm sure our customers would complain, but
Still cheaper than the neighboring.
Still cheaper. And I'm a big advocate. I've said it before. We shouldn't leave too much money on the table. I don't have to be at Orlando prices, but I shouldn't be too far removed from them either. So I think that's something we certainly could put together another comparison study and bring it back to council.
Well, just speaking frankly, I'd rather see these, if we're going to have concerts that are not going to put a lot of heads in beds, but we all want concerts. So if we have Ozzy Osbourne coming to the Ocean Center for one show, and you have people from Orlando, Jacksonville, and all these people coming in to see the show, wouldn't it be more fair to make them pay the $20 to park as opposed to asking our taxpayers in the county to subsidize their parking cost?
I defer to the will of the council.
Okay. Is that something we'd have to vote on at a later date?
Well, as we conclude this report, we're getting the direction from you now. So if I get an affirmative, which I was going to add a few other things here at the end, but that we'll bring that back as we just said, part of the budget process is going to address fees, and this could certainly be one of them that we put in that process.
Jeff, would it be appropriate to raise it now as a motion to just raise our special event parking fee to $20?
Well, let me just, could I,
Yeah.
I need a little time, because one other thing, you have employees, so it's not just that particular rate. We have employee parking for people at the water park, and also over there at the Ocean Walk shops and all that, and that's tied in. We have to work with them, and we do stuff with the we do stuff with the shops to make sure also for they could do validations and things like that. So I'd like to come back with a proposal if possible.
When?
Two meetings? Yeah, 2 meetings.
Thank you.
That's a different meeting.
So that's the first meeting in April or the second?
Yeah, we'll shoot for the first meeting in April.
Okay. Then you don't have to do it. I think that's the best way to do it. Let them bring us back the information. And
Because-
I'm interested in knowing after this morning's conversation, how many years it's been since we raised the parking fee, or do you already know that?
I would have to look. I know it's I think the last year Mr. Peister was here, so it's probably 4 years.
Okay.
3 years.
Oh, good.
4
That's
years.
much better than 10 we kept hearing this morning. Okay. Satisfied? Good. First of all, I have a couple questions, but first I just wanted to say thank you for a tremendous job at the State of the County. Your staff performed magnificently. I've had a lot of compliments on the service from the Ocean Center, the food, certainly what the county communications department did. The opening video was just tremendous. But so thank you for the good job that you do. I'm going to add a little bit more music to what they brought up, and you don't have to go back there, but on page 8, you list personnel services at 3.1 million, basically, and I believe in that there's 7 full-time equivalent sales and marketing individuals. Now, don't take this question the wrong way, but I'm asking you what are they working on in sales and marketing? Are they working mostly on conventions? How does that split up?
I would say, they all cover different markets. And first, I would say in that 7, it's in that sales department. They're not all salespeople. We have 4 salespeople that work different markets. Sports, one works primarily sports, one works primarily religious markets, one works primarily association markets, and then one works primarily corporate. So those are the 4 things they work on. Again, we don't have anybody specifically working, the concert market per se. Although we had somebody in just yesterday touring, talking about a concert. So those more are, we touch base with promoters that we know are in the area occasionally. Interestingly enough, we got a question at Tourism Development Council about concerts, and I don't know what the concern necessarily was, but we made it clear that when we get back in the concert game, it's not going to be at the expense of anything we're doing now. It's going to complement and add to.
Good.
So that's kind of where we are. But usually concerts, when they come to us, it is either touching base with the promoter, which we do infrequently. I don't have anybody working the concert circuit. And that's something we can talk about and see how maybe a trial run goes. But the 4 markets are for the 4 salespeople, and that's what they primarily work. And we're very successful in those markets in bringing business to town. And Mr. Reinhardt saw some of our numbers for the last fiscal year, and we had a great year.
Okay. Good answer. I understand that. I understand the concept of heads in beds, and I think it is appropriate. We have a good partner in the Hotel Motel Association, and a lot of the money that the Ocean Center receives comes from part of the funds from the bed tax. So we need to work on heads and beds. However, and this is not a but, I like your answer that not in lieu of that, but to add to it, I think the Ocean Center does also need to support our locals, because they are also contributing through property taxes and fees. And we all hear it, and now you're hearing it. You've heard it before, is that one of the big things that we're being asked is for, when are you going to have more concerts? We've improved the sound system, lighting. I don't know if Ozzy Osbourne can even make it to a concert anymore. I don't know. I don't think he could find a way. But Chris Stapleton can definitely get there and pack the Ocean Center. So I think you have all of us encouraging you to do that. It's not a condemnation of what you're doing, but it's everything and add to it. We appreciate the effort. I did want to point out on, I think it was on page 13, power distribution replacement, and it shows a lot of money every year as far as the chart goes, but the chart ends at 25, 26, and I believe that's the end of that.
That is, and
program.
that's
So
really
that's-
around a $3 million project that we're working on with Facilities Division about a replacement of a lot of our electrical, the huge electrical panels, the distribution systems, they're all nearing 20 years old, and components are going to need replaced. So it's spread out over 3 years, but it's one big project that will take, with our scheduling, a lot of time to do different sections of the building. So.
Good. And lastly, I'll just say back to heads in beds and versus concerts. I don't really want it to be a versus. One of the challenges that you have, and I want to point this out, is that when you're selling conferences, it requires a certain number of hotel rooms. And while you have an excellent partner in the Hotel Motel Association, we have a limit of motel rooms, and we have a price that they have to charge. And so that is out of your control. Orlando, Lakeland, Jackson, everybody's competing for those same people. And they sometimes can adjust their hotel room rates. There's more hotel rooms. And you can't be blamed for that you're not filling it, because you have a lot of competition too. So I hope that we will, and I know we will, continue to work with the Hotel Motel Association and pack the rooms and bring us some concerts at the same time. So, Jake, sir. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Tim, I've eaten a lot of chicken meals in my life, and I'll tell you the best chicken I've had has been at your Ocean Center, so I appreciate that. I think I've sent a letter to the chef and a few of the members there appreciating their support. I recently read the News Journal. I don't know how that happened, but in there was an article about Main Street revitalizing, and Teresa Doan selling some properties to CTO and Corbin and whatnot. And how do we play into that? I know there's some properties on the other side of, adjacent to the Peabody, that the county may lease, own, the Hilton, how do we play into that moving forward? Can we capitalize on that by leasing that property, by expanding, I don't know. Is there anything in the mix that we haven't talked about yet?
Yes, well, we've been in communication with the city, and we've had talks. I mean, we have property that on the southern side of the Ocean Center down at Main Street, which I believe probably has a motorcycle display on it right now.
Oh, that little keyhole spot, yeah.
Right, and of course we also have what we call the South Lot, which is right next to the Peabody. But we've been in discussions. The city owns land on the eastern side of the Peabody, I think all the way to A1A. So that is in play for possible hotel expansion or building in that area. In fact, our building is built to attach either across that street or across
the Ocean Center.
Yeah,
got it.
So we affectionately call them the diving boards, but they're the little areas to go out. So, so yes, we're in discussion with that, and that's of course some of the. We have a study that's out now that we're trying to look at, based on what's happening around us. What projects should we be doing, or should we be ready to look at, or when would we expand possibly? But yeah, we will tie into whatever happens on Main Street. In fact, there's again the actual design of the building is meant to look to the south towards Main Street. So. And we did a lot of work on Auditorium Boulevard to help tie into anything that the city does. So there are bullards and stuff that are the city has that can easily take that street and block it off for events and tie it into, and it was always meant to tie into the Peabody too with an event. So we could have a larger venue and tie into what they're doing. So we'll continue as the city comes and brings more plans and whatever the private development that's going to occur. We certainly work hand in hand. It was always envisioned that this would help spur some of that development along there.
Yeah, well,
or redevelopment in a lot of cases.
I encourage, as I expect you would, that we work with the developers in the city to do everything we can to make that work. I think that could be a great area, and you could revitalize, well, not that it's pretty hopping right now, but make Main Street a place that we can all go to throughout the 12 months of the year.
I think we'd like to have an entertainment pier right there at Main Street on that bridge that we is 60 some years old. So,
right. The other thing that I think I mentioned a couple meetings ago, that I ran into a guy that promotes pretty good bands, and he said from his perspective, the problem with Daytona is Chris Stapleton, maybe not Ozzy Osbourne, but Chris Stapleton and the such. If they're going to come here, they're going to go to Orlando and or Jacksonville as well. And he said, you're looking more like the St. Augustine type groups, which aren't bad either. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I don't know if we'll get Ozzy, but we'll see what we can do. Right? Thanks.
Yeah, just as long as we on the concert part of it. As far as direction, I mean, I'm hearing that seems like there's definitely a majority that wants to explore and continue to explore concerts, but there will be a little bit different model than what we're used to. So I would like to maybe bring that back as well, maybe when we're talking about the garage fees. But today for most of our convention events, it's they rent the building and they rent equipment, and that's how we make money. And that used to be the way you did concerts, but that's not the way you do concerts anymore, especially of any size. So it would be more of a partnership with these promoters. So I think that's something I think needs to get discussed, because it could potentially put an element of risk into the money. So I think we can do that. We have available funds to look at that, and how we would look at they're going to want some revenue sharing on various things, like you were talking, parking and all that. They tend to want pieces of all the revenue when they come in. So because they will definitely look at it like a partnership.
And we could be prepared at that same meeting to talk. It's really a risk-reward spectrum you talk about, from zero risk where we are now, but not booking a lot of concerts, versus little risk,
right,
to zero to sharing revenues and further down that scale. But we've got all that ready pretty much to talk about very soon.
Yep.
I appreciate you bringing information back on that. If we do that, can't we include the city of Daytona Beach and the Hotel Motel Association? I think if we have a concert here, there's nothing to stop us from making it a 3-day event. We have tons of great cover bands. We could have a cover band for the band that was just here, 2-day festival or something. The motels could capitalize on it, and the city of Daytona Beach has the band show. We've got the Peabody, as my wife calls it, because she's from New England, the Peabody. But anyway, I think there's options there besides just a come and go concert. But Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And yeah, there are definitely options. And Mr. Rectenwald, I'm glad you're going to bring that back to us. And Suzanne and I had a very healthy conversation after State of the County, and Tim was present as well. and they talked about, they kept talking about that risk. And I just mentioned, I said,
Right.
this isn't taxpayer money we're talking about, because you told me that this is funded by hotel, motel, bed tax. So the risk is that money, but if there's no risk, there's no reward. So there's a way that this can work because it is successful in many, many other places. Now, with that being said, I pressed my name to talk because, George, at the time you were asking for direction on Mr. Dempsey's idea about prices coming back for the parking garage, and that's going to come back to us, it sounds like, on the 4th. That's great. And then back to you, Tim, and because Mr. Johansson brought it up, about that meal, I'll just tell you, you and I had a conversation about the importance, how impactful relationships are. And that's something I learned being there with you that day, is that you and the chef that's there, you all have developed a relationship where you don't want him to leave, and they're trying to pull him other places, and he's got roots here now. He doesn't want to leave. And that's important, and that's because of you. And I just wanted to point that out and tell you how much I appreciate that. And then also, Mr. Johansson brought up an idea about, what's the bigger plan here? And council, you may or may not know, but for a year of my life, I served on the Beachside Redevelopment Committee. And there were about 15 of us on this. And we met every month for a year. And there is a novel of some sort that is probably collecting dust somewhere, I believe, in the city of Daytona Beach. If we don't have a copy of it, Mr. Rechtenwald, I'm asking if you would please ask for a copy of it, because there are things in that, and there were people from all over Volusia County that served on that board, and we had great ideas on revamping that area and helping that area, revitalize that area. And some of those ideas I think would be impactful, especially since I heard the city named Daytona Beach here, where I know they have that document. It's public record. We just need to have someone from staff take a look at it and pull out the high points.
Was Clay on that committee with you?
He was, I don't think he was on that committee with me.
He was not on the committee, but I believe he was a county representative.
I think he showed up to all of the meetings and was there, paying attention and writing down what was going on, but I don't believe he was an actual committee member.
Okay. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as we think of entertainment, I heard that Troy plays a pretty big, good harmonica. So you could be an opening act. That being said, Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the Ocean Center presentation.
Second by Kent. Okay, motion to accept Tim Riddle's Ocean Center budget and service level presentation by David Santiago, second by Troy Kent. And, nope, okay. Since there's no other comment or questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And your report is approved 7-0. Thank you, Tim. Item 15, leadership budget and service level presentation.
Good afternoon, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Deputy Finance Director. I'll be starting you off just by, going over the County Council and County Manager's budget. It's Councilman Reinhardt and his Go Knowles comment that got me tripped up a little bit. So the leadership department consists of County Council, County Manager, County Attorney, Human Resources, Community Information, and the Internal Auditor's Office. So you'll be seeing a presentation from each of those today. This gives you the funding sources for the leadership department as it stands. Of course, the group insurance fund is the largest piece. That is managed by HR, and that is the county's health insurance for all employees and constitutional offices. You have the risk management fund, also managed by HR, that is all of our property, liability, workers' comp insurance for county and constitutional offices, because we do have agreements with all those offices for those services. Then you see the general fund piece there, that is the other piece of the pie, and then the audio-visual fund, which is funding for audio-visual equipment for chambers through community information. See the council, I think you guys all know your pictures. There is the county council budget as adopted for 22-23. So what you do see there does include council support staff and records management. It is funded through the general fund with reimbursements from other funds for services. So we do allocate council's budget to the other funds, so it's not just a general fund impact. County Council summary of operations. You guys pass the ordinances, you review and adopt the annual budget, you appoint the county manager, county attorney, in addition to all the other things you guys do throughout the year. You got your deputy clerk summary of operations. You can read it there. The records management's a big important piece of that, keeping straight everything that you guys pass every meeting and make sure it's posted and it's where people can find it. Your council support staff, probably the most important people to y'all sometimes, keeping you guys straight on your schedules and making sure you have what you need and you're ready for your meetings. Very important part of the operation. And they also handle office rotation duties to help out in the county manager's office. For council's operating expenses, the largest expense in the operating budget would be the contracted services. You can see what that includes there. The biggest piece of the contracted services would be the lobbyist contracts. You do have your memberships to the various associations listed out, and then the travel for annual and legislative conferences. We'll point out that is the budget. That doesn't reflect actuals, so that is the plan for 22-23, and actuals would be much less than that in most cases. Your operating expenses continued. The sponsorship program, we know based on earlier, that will not be budgeted for next year, so that automatically will be coming off. The state of the county is included in county council's operating budget. It is offset by sponsorships. So while you do have that expense, you do have the sponsorships that completely offset that. You do see the remaining budget across 15 object codes listed at 13.8% or 87,000. You total up those slides and that totals to the county council operating budget. Questions on council?
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to see, I think I kind of alluded to this in a couple of meetings ago, and I know Mr. Booker's been giving us updates as to some of his efforts over there, so my comments are not a reflection on him. But we have about $150,000 in lobbying. I'm not pro or anti-lobbying, but what I am pro is information. I don't know what these folks do for us. I don't know what they're actually advocating specifically for. I don't know what revenue they may have gotten us that we probably would not have gotten on our own, right? And kind of proud of the fact that we saved $40,000 earlier today. Not advocating it right now to get rid of that, but what I am advocating for is that I don't know as an individual council member yet whether I'm getting a value, the taxpayers are getting a true value for that. I've seen effective lobbying efforts that far exceed the expense, several instances of it. But I can't say as a new member here if I'm getting, or we're getting the value out of $150,000. And, as we come forward with budget time, I would ask that there has to be some really strong efforts. I know we might be under contract, but I need to have some really strong information to show that there's value in that and why we should continue that or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Troy Kent.
Councilman Santiago, that's exactly why I put my name up to talk was you're the only one up here that's had that state experience as a state representative for Volusia County for 8 years. And I really wanted to pick your brain a little bit about this lobbyist piece. Our biggest amount, I believe, if my memory's right, was the Florida lobbyist was the most. Yeah, the Southern Group State was 97 grand. And our federal lobbyist was 43 grand. And council, I mentioned this earlier about specific things right now, especially because of the help we need with beach renourishment of our sand and helping our folks that live on the beach. I mentioned that I would be willing, and I've only because I've done it before and it has been successful. But you also hear me talk about, we all have busy schedules. You talk about my day job. After working with you gentlemen for a couple of months, I would be fine with any of you going and representing this county as our lobbyist up in Washington, D.C. Bill Partington, the mayor of Ormond Beach, and I, we came home one time from a visit with $6 million to help with interconnecting some lakes on a flooding issue that we had. And it's impactful when you have local elected representatives going up and meeting with your congressional delegation and meeting with your senators, because our constituents are their constituents. So I think it could work with just one person going, but if I just say this, not that it's going to happen today because it's not, but if a group of 2, at least even 3, went up there and George's office scheduled the meetings and had them set up, and you had FaceTime, we had FaceTime with these elected leaders in Washington, D.C. or Tallahassee, I think it's an important conversation to have, because I think we can come home and show the efforts of what we've done, you know, coming home with real dollars for Volusia County. So I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Councilman Santiago, but I'm glad you brought this piece up, because I was wondering the same thing. Is the bang worth our buck? Is the juice worth the squeeze? You know, should we take another look at this? You know, I know in my prior life as an elected official, we kept our state lobbying firm and we got rid of our federal firm, and we took care of that. We, you know, different elected officials flew up to Washington, D.C. and when our representatives were in session, and we met with them, and you know, they also knew we were coming, and they were prepped with our information, so they knew what was important to us, and they were ready to talk about it. You know, and it wasn't, you know, getting a door slammed in your face. It was, I'd like to hear you talk about it, because you were there at the state level. You had people lobbying you, showing up at your office and asking you, and I don't know, what was more impactful to you? Was it having local elected officials? Was it having residents show up? Was it having a lobbying firm who you know is getting paid, needing some FaceTime with you, David?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. And, you know, I've seen success from counties or municipalities on many different levels. And as I alluded to when I first started talking about it, you know, I've seen successful lobbying efforts from just lobbyists. I've seen them where local officials team up with the lobbyists, right? And they get brought around to the different offices and meet the members. And I've seen very successful ones that have just kind of sort of done it on their own, constant advocacy with their local legislators. And you know, when I think most municipalities will look at the lobbying efforts to bring back money, right? You're going to spend $100,000. They're certainly going to watch for policy issues that may negatively affect you. But I think we got the Florida Associations of Counties for that too, right? So we pay a membership for that, for them to watch on the advocacy side of what negatively impacts counties. And we pay a membership there. So I think from what I've seen in my years, most municipalities and counties will say behind the scenes probably that they're going to spend $50,000 or $100,000 to maybe bring back $1 million or $2 million. But I've also seen some that do it without it. So I know that's really a non-answer almost, and that's why I formed my question in the form of, well, tell me what our group has done for us specifically, right? And don't tell me that you brought a check for $37 million, which we know would have probably happened by itself because of the damage we had from the storms, right? That to me is not something that a lobbyist would hang their hat on for me. Don't tell me that you probably brought back, I'll use a general number, $1 million or $2 million for the county, because typically there's kind of sort of a divvying up of the funds where they try to give, you know, most counties some money. Some counties are more successful than others because of the different efforts. So it's not an anti-lobbyist representation. It's more of a, what have you done for us that is far exceeds what the norm would be. All right. And that's where I think that should go. So,
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I think that with a whole new body here, virtually, except for 2 people, that it would benefit us to hear from our lobbyists, at least the local, to have them, I know they probably don't just represent Volusia County, but to have them come down here and in teams or Zoom us individually or as part of a meeting and just fill us in on what they're doing. And with help from staff, maybe we can set up a phone call and have that conversation with them to find out, so they get to know us better and know who they're working for on behalf of who they're working for on behalf on who they're working for. But one of the things that I think is important for us and lobbyists is I don't want to go to Tallahassee to see David Santiago. I don't want to go see Tom Leake. I can see him here. I want that lobbyist, and I think we need that lobbyist to get me in to see Representative somebody else that I don't have access to, that they have access to. And this is what we did in my city, is we used our lobbyists to get us to people we didn't know, because they open the door, they shake their hand, they give them a hug, they call them by first name, and you're like, wow. At least I'm in the door and can state my case. Now, you might only get 5 minutes with them, but it's better than the no minutes I would get if I didn't have a lobbyist and I went to Tallahassee and I went knocking on some representative's door. As far as the federal support, I have found Director Ardino and Congressman Waltz, and probably to a lesser extent because he's new, Congressman Mills, but they're all accessible right now. So I don't want, Becker to meet me up there to see those two either, because we have access to those people. General Adino's everywhere. He's probably out there now somewhere. So I'm not so convinced that we need these people other than to give us the access we don't normally have. I think it's important. But like you said, Mr. Santiago, I don't know what they're doing. I know what Mr. Booker's doing for us because I get that brief. And I know what Becker's doing because I get an email, I think, weekly. So, and my last comment on lobbyists is, when you go up there solo, sometimes you step in a pile of goo that you don't realize you stepped in, and you walk back and you go to George and say, George, somebody just told me they'd give me $1 million, and that comes at the expense of something higher on our priority list. You get your $1 million because the legislator up there says, if I give Jake $1 million here, I don't have to deal with that other issue over there that's bigger and uglier. So as we branch out and go to Tallahassee and go to DC and wherever else we meet our politicians in the level above us, that we be very cognizant of the inner workings of the government at the staff level. And that's, the onus is on George and his crew to brief us through, probably John Booker, on what they're doing, so we don't screw something up thinking we'll do something great. So I think they're probably important, but I think we need to know a little bit, like you said, more about what they're doing.
Mr. Chair, can I give a response for him, if the council doesn't mind? I just want to hear him out. Not that I want to talk more. May I, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
you may.
Yes, sir. Your point is well taken, but I think what I wanted to separate, I said we don't know what we don't know, and I think that's where I kind of went with it.
Yeah.
But I think we're in a unique position because there's advocacy, right? It's policy advocacy, which we're members of the. I'm not trying to make a case to get rid of them. I'm just throwing out the facts. But we're members of Florida Association of Counties. The Florida Association of Counties has their own lobbyists also. So we could pick up the phone and say, such and such, make an appointment with such and such, just to open that similar door for us. So we don't have to have an individual one that's assigned to us that we're paying separately to get us that door open. So we could utilize for advocacy the tools that we have, which is Florida Association of Counties. Because trust me, I've gone head to head in sometimes, and I've been aligned with them sometimes. So they have their own lobby core that is accessible to us. And that's why I made the comment that most will hire this additional outside lobbyist for the purposes of what What bacon, say, are you going to bring back to your municipality, county? And I don't know the answer to that right now. I don't think anybody in the council does. I think that's what we need to weigh for the decision if this is something we want to continue. But advocacy, I think we're covered if we use it properly. Plus, we also have John Booker.
Thank you. I'm glad that we're kind of parked here on lobbyists. I'm to let everybody else on the council know I'm not happy with where we are, and that's nothing personal against the lobbyists. But what I want from a lobbyist is to hear what they're doing for us in Tallahassee to help protect our local control. And what I see is just a report of what's happening in Tallahassee. I don't need them to tell me what's happening in Tallahassee. John Booker tells me anytime I want to know. I got more information from him yesterday on the phone about bills that we should be looking out for. So we've talked about, than I ever have from a lobbyist, but we've talked about, do we need a lobbyist to bring home the bacon? And this is just my opinion. Right now, I think the most important thing a lobbyist can do for us is not just bring home the bacon, but to protect our ability to be a local government, protect local control, because we are under assault every session. And this session, maybe more than ever, from how do we rebuild, how do we do sand, wetlands, water quantity, water quality. There's so many items. And no offense to all your colleagues in Tallahassee, but I've heard at least one of them say, we're making decisions in Tallahassee because we can make better decisions there than we can. So why are we here? It's heading to a point where you don't need a city government or a county government. I think we do. The government that's closest to you touches your life the most. And I think we play an essential role. I want a lobbyist that will go up there and help stop this attack on local control. Honestly, I see John Booker doing that more than our lobbyist does. And I think he can, I think we need to hear from him on lobbyists and then from staff and then from the lobbyists themselves. But I'm ready for a change there. The other thing that I wanted to touch on just briefly on your presentation on the pie chart, where'd he go?
He's here.
Oh. There was a tiny little amount for audio, and I just want to touch on it because I hear it from the public. That sometimes I hear it from my wife. She likes to listen to the meetings, and she said a lot of times the sound is just garbled. And so we've looked at that, and part of the issue is not the sound equipment that we have here, but it's us, the way that we do or don't use microphones, how close. That's why we've really camped on that this morning, getting everybody, and especially the speakers down there. So we've got to use the equipment that we have properly, but it isn't something that you're ignoring.
No, sir. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. We're aware of some of that. As you've noticed, when you turn on a mic, there is a natural delay. And then when you move from it, that's when we lose some of the output. And all of that output is going through our control room, through what we call a TriCaster, out to YouTube and out to Vimeo. And so that's why we're so sensitive to making sure people speak close to the microphone and make sure that they're speaking clear. And so that's why we just are always kind of making sure that there's good audio quality. Now you'll notice you all have backup microphones, and that is a backup system that we recently put into place that can be initiated literally in the flip of a switch. So we are looking at those levels of redundancy on purpose, and that is also how we're able to do that with that small sliver in that pie, to be able to have additional equipment upgrades for our communications and equipment here in the chambers.
Thank you. I just didn't want to let that go by. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, I'm with you. I'd like to, I know he may not be wanting to, but I'd like to hear more from Mr. Booker on that with regards to lobbyists. I know you're shaking your head. But also a question for Councilman Kent. You had said something that I was intrigued by. You said you got rid, in Ormond, you got rid of the federal lobbyist and kept Tallahassee. And I was curious, that's good, but I'm curious as to what made you come to that decision and why keep one and get rid of the other.
For the same exact reason that Councilman Santiago brought up, we took a long, hard look at our return on investment. And we felt like our state lobbyist was bringing home the bacon that we needed.
Okay.
And we weren't getting that at the federal level. So, for us to go, to the federal level and go meet with a congressman from North Dakota, unless he is in charge of a committee that's directly going to affect Ormond Beach, it was nonsense to meet with him. But John Micah, it was very impactful and important to meet with him, and he was our congressman at the time.
He's right there. You had the, the connection.
In charge of transportation.
Okay.
So, and well respected and able to wield a tremendous amount of power. So that's the reason why.
Okay. And you hit on something and relates to what Mr. Johansson said. We have access to Tom Leake. We have access to Tom Wright. Oftentimes we had him on speed dial. What we don't have, now we're fortunate to have Mr. Leake, who's in charge of commerce of appropriations. Thank you. But we'll need that contact with individuals that we don't deal with every day, say if it's somebody else that's in charge of that, and we need that connection. So at the state, it is important, I thought, but I'm with you, Mr. Santiago. What do they do? I mean, we get reports from everybody in the county. I'd like to hear what the states and what these lobbyists are doing for us. So I think we're all in the same mindset.
County Manager George Rechtenwald.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, of course, the session's just started, so right now they're up there pretty busy. I think John sent out something yesterday to schedule phone calls with each of you. So that way you can get I think a good one-on-one discussion. And we did have a voted on legislative agenda, so we know they're working on that, and then there'll be other things, as we had said before, that will come up that we'll be briefing you on. John, of course, will take the lead with that, but probably from this point on, we'll be adding a legislative update to the meeting. This is what we typically do during sessions. So we'll look at adding that in, and then that allows us also to update that legislative agenda if there's something that, a lot of times we have more of a monitoring approach until it gets serious. But if things start getting serious, it looks like something that we're going to really be against that's not on our agenda, then we can add it to that. But again, they are up there now, and John's trying to set up the discussions with each of you via phone. And I'm sure, and we've, as maybe adding to the discussion too a little bit is you also have very experienced staff that works with a lot of the staff members in Tallahassee. We've had people up testifying this year in the committee meetings, and I think we have some other scheduled appointments. We have pretty high level access that we have not enjoyed in previous years, but we have it now. So we're taking advantage of that, and we will have a presence in Tallahassee throughout the session.
Okay, thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to kind of put a little emphasis more on the policy, they're in session. And on the policy side, members, in my 8 years up there, when it comes to county policy issues that affect us, whether it's preemptions or things that we're for or against, 99% of the times, in my experience, it was the Florida Association of Counties and their lobbyists that were out hitting the hallways, meeting with members, speaking testimony in in the committee meetings trying to influence that policy. So we're already members there, and they're already doing that advocacy. Now, it's been a tough battle. As the chairman said, there's been issues that have done that most counties won't like when it comes to preemption. That's why, based on that, I think any lobbyist that we have, if we have one, should be purely focused, if we so choose, is on the monetary side of where the benefit is. You hate to say that you have to spend money to go talk to government to help your local government, right? That's the environment that's up there, and some work within it and don't. But as an individual council member, if we have a state contracted lobbyist, I'd purely focus that person on what appropriations issues can you help us on that are unique to Volusia, right? How are you helping Volusia far and exceed what the norm is? That's what I would advocate for, because policy, 99% of it, in my experience, was done by the other organization that we already pay for. Those are my 2 cents. With that said, Mr. Chairman, I move to accept the presentation on the leadership.
We have a motion to accept the presentation.
I just don't know if he was done, Chairman.
Pardon me?
Was he done with, I don't think he was done with the presentation.
Yeah,
That's just council.
yeah. The leadership consists of a much larger group there, so go ahead.
All right, next we'll move on to the county manager's office. This is the pictures of the organizational chart there. Continued with the deputy clerk and support staff. You got the county manager's budget listed out here, and then we'll detail the operating expenses. Same as council, the county manager is allocated through the administrative service charge, so that other funds are charged for his management as well, so that it's not just the general fund with the burden. Summary of operations: implements and enforces the policies and ordinances established by council. We do have more than 2,800 full-time and part-time employees. Final authority for all personnel human resources issues. Recommends and manages the annual budget, my favorite part, and then collaborates with the cities, neighboring counties. Operating expenses, we do have temporary personnel, which is actually being underutilized this year. So while the budget is at 30,000, you will not hit near that mark. Liability insurance is the next largest one. Property insurance, both of those are allocated as a service charge to every division. So you will see those charges in every division. Computer replacement service charge is another one. And then your remaining budget across 24 object codes is 39.8% or 65,000 of the total operating budget, which is a small number in terms of our overall budget. Very quick on the county manager. If there's no questions, I will turn it over to HR to take you through another part of the presentation.
Good afternoon, Dana Page Pender, Human Resources, and I'm here today to share with you our HR budget and a little bit about our service levels. There you have our org chart. We are divided into 5 main areas. We have our operations, which is our payroll, classification, compensation. We have our hiring, unemployment, which is our hiring. We have our benefits, which includes our occupational health clinic. We have employee performance and employee relations, which is training, evaluations, any disciplinary issues that come up. And then we have our risk management area. The largest, we have 3 funding sources within human resources. The largest is the group insurance fund. The second largest is our risk management fund. And the small sliver there is our general fund. And I'll talk a little more in depth about each of those. We are the people, very people-centric here in human resources. Starting with our general fund, the largest portion of our general fund is people. We are 24 out of our 34 budgeted FTEs fall under the general fund and human resources. The biggest things that we're looking at going forward are projected potential wage increases, an increase in group insurance, which will be a cost to the fund, and then, of course, any rate changes to the Florida retirement system. Our biggest operating expenses are contracted services. That includes our applicant tracking system, which is our NeoGov, background screenings that we perform for anyone coming into the county, volunteer software that is used countywide, and some of the other services, some of the smaller ones like shredding. We have things like our employee recognition. Many of you came to the breakfast a few weeks ago, employee recognition breakfast. We have a recognition program caught in the act. And then we have tuition reimbursement that is available to all of our employees. Next biggest cost is our legal services. That is outside counsel. That is in addition to our county attorney's office, and they actually help us with things like personnel board, or if we have any major employment and labor issues, then we have outside counsel. We have not hit that 50,000. It's just what our budgeted number is. And then, of course, training. Part of retaining our employees is keeping them trained and up to date on it. So we do have a countywide training program that includes Franklin Covey. We have a management training series and some other training. And the rest, like you heard from Mr. Van Cleek, are some of those budgeted items like liability insurance, computer replacement. The biggest piece of our pie is our group insurance fund. We are self-insured for medical and for pharmacy. Our operating expenses is the biggest part of that. We have reserves that we're required to have. It's claims expense up to 60 days. That has to be held in reserve. You can see that we had to bolster that fund with rising medical costs over the last year. We had to bolster our reserves a little bit. We do know that medical inflation is impacting our group insurance fund. We're in the process of looking at what is necessary to keep that fund healthy and going forward. But that is the biggest part of our HR budget. We do have revenues in the group insurance. The revenues comes from our county and the constitutional officers. Right now, they pay $10,116 per budgeted FTE into the group insurance fund to cover the cost of the fund, and that's in addition to what the employees pay in for their dependent coverage. We do work with Cigna, that is our third-party administrator, and we have what's known as a pharmacy rebate program. So they work with us. Save On was one of the big programs that was put in place this year. It cuts the cost of some of your high dollar specialty medications, but it also helps the plan. So that's what you see there with the pharmacy rebates. And that's at about $2.69 million for this year. And then retiree premiums, part of the revenue. Our biggest expense in our group insurance is our claims expense at $48.4 million. Our second biggest expense is our contracted services. That's our ASO fees, which is Cigna, third-party administrative fees. That also includes our stop-loss policy so that it protects the plan against any large claims. We also have Shard Snyder that works with us with our retirees as well as our COBRA. That is all under our contracted services. And then we have a small subsidy for any retirees that meet the criteria when they retire. It's a subsidy towards their health insurance. And then the federally required PCORI fees, which is our patient research fees that are required to be paid every year. Our second biggest one is our risk management fund. We are self-insured for workers' compensation and for liability. We also purchase property insurance and some specialty policies, and that is all shown in this fund. We, in our risk management fund, like our group insurance fund, are required to keep reserves on hand. That is based on our experience. We also had to bolster this one when we're looking at some of the rising costs, not unlike you may see on a personal level with homeowners insurance and some of your other insurance policies. With those costs going up, we've had to bolster our reserves a little bit this year. Our revenues are from county and constitutional officers. It's a risk pool. Everyone pays into that pool with workers' compensation and liability. It's based on your claims history and FTE, but everyone pays into that pool. The second biggest revenue comes from claims recoveries. So if someone does damage to county property and they reimburse us for it, or if our excess policies kick in and they pay us money, those are revenues that you see there as well. Biggest operating expense, excess policies that we purchase, as well as some of our other specialty policies, about $6.3 million. You'll see coming to you this spring, our property policies will be coming, and then in the fall, we bring many of our specialty lines to you. Settlement expense is our next biggest one. That's what it costs for us to settle any liability claims. That number is set by the actuary, as are the medical insurance claims, the compensation. Those are all set by actuary projections. Keeping with our expenses, contracted services is our next big expense, And the contracted services includes a third-party administrator for workers' compensation. We do have a third-party administrator that we started with last year. And then a lot of the occupational health clinic expenses fall under risk management. So you'll see some of those with the healthcare provider, clinical lab fees, and things of that nature are all falling under those contracted services. Future challenges, not unlike some of the things that you've heard previously, not necessarily HR-centric for HR as a department, but across the board remaining competitive compensation-wise, and also in a very tight labor market, attracting and retaining our current employees. And also looking at some of those increased medical costs is a challenge that we're facing, as well as increases in insurance premiums or challenges that we're facing. With that, I'll take any questions or direction.
Council, Don Dempsey.
Question. Sorry, I just had one quick question. I saw that we had like, what, 45 or 48 million, I don't know where that slide is, in claims that we had to pay out.
Claims expense, yes.
Expenses, yes. Do we have like an in-house adjuster, or who's the watchdog to make sure we're not paying out too much to these service providers?
So both are, we have an auditor that does both, they audit both our pharmacy claims as well as our medical claims. And they look at them every year to make sure that the claims are being adjusted appropriately.
Right, do we have anybody negotiating with the service providers to?
So our administrator is Cigna, and they are the ones that are processing all of our claims on our behalf.
Okay, so they try and negotiate down either group rates or on an individual basis?
They process the claims on an individual basis, yes.
Do we feel like they're doing a good job for us? Are they? Only because I used to do insurance defense in personal injury as an attorney. And I know that medical providers oftentimes will cut their billing up to half or whatever on negotiation. So I just didn't know if the county, since we're self-funded, if we're engaging in that.
We are self-funded, but they are administered through Cigna. So they do have contracts with the providers, with the hospitals, and so they have set rates that they negotiate on our behalf.
We're in negotiations as we speak with hospitals.
They're competitive to
well,
rate?
we're being accused of being
Brutal.
Really too brutal to the hospital. So we're we talk about that, but at the end of the day, they're doing a lot of hard negotiating.
Okay, great.
I can assure you of that.
Thank you.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You said that Cigna is the negotiator, and then you brought up the hospital. So without saying the hospital, I know that we lost a lot of, on a personal note, a lot of physicians that we lost as a result of that.
Well, I think we got most of the physicians back. I have to know the number, but most of them individually came back with that. But the hospital is not in the preferred plan right now.
Yep. And the ones I'm referring to actually work under their umbrella. So yeah. I still lost them. So,
but we continue. That negotiation is still ongoing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you. The organizational culture audit, is that yearly or one time?
So this is the first time that we're doing it. A lot of change over the last 3 years with COVID and with a lot of the political unrest, social unrest nationwide, not necessarily specific here. A lot of changes in leadership, and so just trying to get a finger on the pulse of the organization. So this is the first round with the org culture audit, and based on that data, we'll take that as a leadership team, look and see what our big rocks are, see how we can improve things and make things better for our employees here. But again, tight labor market, we want to retain the employees we have. We want to be the employer of choice. So we're going to start with that, take that, let it feed what we're doing, and then we have a 2-year contract so that we can go back and do some minor surveys, see how we're doing, and improve the experience of all of our employees.
Got it. Top down from county manager down? Where does it start? Where does it
Well, it
stop?
starts, yeah. It's actually an initiative out of my office.
Yeah.
Recommendation, actually, I worked also with our auditor.
Got it.
But HR is running the survey through, we use a vendor. And,
Right.
so, yeah, it's top down.
Okay, good.
So,
Great, thanks.
Any other questions? Is there,
I'll turn it over to our internal auditor.
yes,
Thank you.
internal audit.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Edwards, internal auditor again. So we are a department of two. So what do? We identify risks that could keep the county from achieving our goals, making sure the county council and county manager are aware of those risks, and we recommend improvements to help reduce those risks. So we analyze processes and procedures. We're always looking for opportunities, suggesting improvements to operations, promoting ethics, ensuring accuracy of records, raising red flags, recommending stronger controls, monitoring compliance with rules and regulations, helping to reduce the risk of fraud, waste, and abuse. And finally, we communicate those results to council and county manager so that those can be addressed. We follow all the professional auditing standards issued by the Institute of Internal Auditors. In addition to following the professional auditing standards, council also passed the audit guidelines in May of 2020, which expands upon the roles and responsibilities of the department that was established by county ordinance. With the tremendous help of community information, last fall we did post a short YouTube video that helps answer several of the questions that are on the screen. For example, what are the internal controls and how are audits conducted here in Volusia County? So if you'd like to learn more about internal auditing, I encourage you to take 20 minutes and watch the YouTube video. I do have the link there for you if you're interested. So our budget this year, along with the personnel services, our biggest operating expenses and biggest expenses in operating expenditures. And we set aside $75,000 each year for contracted services. For example, specialty audits, for example, cybersecurity or different audits that may come up where we don't have the expertise. Included in operating expenses is training, membership, supplies, service charges, and insurance. And the funding source for our department is the general fund. We have several audits that have been completed. Last month, council approved the 2023 audit plan, which is already underway. And of course, we also perform an audit of ECHO and Volusia Forever each year, and we'll be following up on the audit recommendations that were reported in 2022 to council. And so that's internal auditing in a nutshell, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Troy Kent.
So back to the slide where you have adopted a road.
Yeah.
I wrote this down, you know, and I appreciate that we have this presentation, Mr. Reckenwald. Thank you. I think it's important for our residents to hear this information. I'm confident that my fellow council members, we've done all of our homework and we've looked at this presentation. I've watched the YouTube presentation that you mentioned when we met earlier on when I first got elected, but I thought this was great. I thought that picture, I thought it was you putting your money where your mouth is, and you all adopted a road and you're there. And I just thought for a split half a minute here, I just wanted to point it out and say, nice work on that as well.
Thank you. And that actually came from Svetlana, my staff auditor, who wanted to implement that. So I appreciate that.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, we just kind of approved your audit plan a couple meetings ago, and you know, one of the things that I hear a lot about, right? We talked about it when I got my in brief. Code enforcement, building permits, and public interaction with council, which are with staff, which is something that we always work on to try to make better. So in everything you do in your auditing, I'm sure that's one piece of it, and I appreciate that, but make sure that stays in the forefront of your mind as you move forward with these audits. I very much enjoy your input to us every time you come up here. So keep up the good work and let us know how we can help you help us be the best that we can be. Appreciate it.
All right.
You frequently are doing more than one audit at a time.
Correct.
Tell me again what you're working on right now.
Right now, we're working on animal service operations. We're finishing up towards the end of the testing on that side, so I'll be drafting the report in the next week or two. I also just talked with our cybersecurity auditors yesterday with our IT folks, and we're setting that up, so they'll be doing the testing here in the next few weeks actually. And then I've already started the planning for the payroll audit and the community assistant grant audit, so I'm already a couple steps ahead on that.
Good. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Community information.
Good afternoon, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. So this is the slide of our team. We've got currently 11 members. We're recruiting for 2. Wonderful team that we have. This is our budget. Our personnel, as you can see, is the biggest expense that we have. Our operating expenses I'll go through with you. As Mr. Van Cleek mentioned earlier, the reserves for audiovisual equipment is also listed on there. And so we're budgeted total for 15, and currently we're operating at 11. So to give you a drill down of our operating expenses, the contracted services is the biggest amount. What that includes is the web server support for our websites, Solodev. It also includes having extra servers on standby during a hurricane to be able to allow and accommodate all the increased traffic for all of our residents going to those sites, getting information. We also have a third-party videographer who assists us with events, and then, of course, GPS monitoring. Computer software, we use the Adobe products, the Adobe Premiere specifically for all of our production. We've also got additional subscriptions to Envato, Microsoft, Shutterstock, and other various types of software as well. In addition to that, we also archive all of the social media accounts that we have, and we have to do that as a requirement for public records, and that's also included in that cost. Property and liability insurance is listed. And then, of course, we've got marketing, promotional advertising, and public relations. That's a very lean number, but that allows us to boost certain social media advertisements as well as doing print ads or digital programmatic ads. The remaining budget across the 20 object codes is a little bit less than 20%, and that includes office supplies and including red pens for Pat Kewen when she edits all of our materials for AP Style. And so summary of operations, what I like to explain is we're kind of like 3 sections: marketing, graphic arts, and production. And we've got basically teams for each of that. And I'll kind of go through them. So starting with our branding, Volusia Today is basically our branding. So you'll see that with the video products we make, with the radio show, and it's kind of taken off the NBC platform, so to speak, because we kind of merged away from Volusia Magazine as the TV show. One of the biggest things that we're focused on moving forward is social media. We all know newspapers and print are dying on the vine, and our focus, especially with our younger population, is to be able to deliver news through the social media platforms, all of them. And as you know, getting news, the biggest and most effective way to deliver news today is video. Video is king. And so that's what we're looking into the future with how we develop and mature our team to be able to disseminate information, not just newspapers, but also all the other platforms, and to focus on how we can become more effective and optimize the way we give news through video. Social media, I'll just back up. We've got, currently we've got over 30 accounts of social media. That includes about 16 Facebook, a half a dozen Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter as well, too, and that continues to grow. Graphic arts, we've got a graphic artist who's been here 20 plus years. He's made basically every graphic, every logo, everything that you've seen throughout the county. We have a mechanism in place to ensure that if anybody wants a new logo or a new graphic, it must be routed through us. I'll tell you, having worked with Paul, if he sees somebody create something and he didn't make it, he's in my office right away to say, where did this come from? Does it meet our branding and consistency? And does it communicate the message that we want to be able to communicate? So very good process there, and he's got a great memory. He'll remember what he made years ago. So it's great to have him on the team. This is the websites that we manage. Shelley Northrup is our webmaster, and she manages the 7 public-facing websites that we provide, volusia.org being the most prominent. On average, there are over 20,000 visitors to that site every single day. That does not count internal employees, because those IP addresses are removed. And can you imagine the amount of traffic volume we have during the hurricanes? It's amazing. It's more than double that. She also manages the airport, the Ocean Center, the Marine Science Center, and some of the other ones that you see up there as well. So tremendous amount of work there. And again, just to mention, Mr. Chair, as you're talking about audio, we're constantly looking at ways to improve audio, visual, and production services. There's equipment in our control room that's constantly being looked at to be upgraded. And as you know, with anything with technology, you buy it today, couple years, it's already obsolete. So we've got to constantly look at the inventory, the things that we have, and things break too. I mean, we have pretty heavy usage and utility on much of our equipment, so we're constantly looking at what we can do. And what I think one of the things that we all share in terms of core values on our team is find a better way. And that's what we try to do with everything that we produce as an informational product. This is just an idea of what the control room looks like today compared to years ago. It's certainly, we've got, as I mentioned before, more redundancy built in and more than one live stream platform for residents to be able to get information. With that, I'll take any questions.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned 2 positions are still pending in your department?
Yes, sir. One of our production coordinators moved on to one of the cities. As I look at you.
You can say it. You can say it.
Deltona.
Yeah,
So that position is open, and then we had budgeted a full-time marketing specialist, and which we're recruiting for now.
Follow up. You know, as I sit here and look at this, and I don't know the answer, so I try to have the answer sometimes, but what is your department doing in the communication for bilingual?
For bilingual?
Spanish specifically.
So it's a good question, and let me answer first by starting by saying, for the hurricanes, virtually almost every news release we put out, with the exception of ones that maybe needed a rush, we have 2 licensed interpreters that work in our library system that were either deployed in the EOC or were working peripherally, remotely, being able to translate all of those news releases for us in Spanish. And in addition to that, they can also interact with our folks at Telemundo, because they usually like to staff at the EOC during a storm. So we use them prominently during emergency messaging. If we are targeting a certain community where we feel like there is a need, we certainly can call upon them. And Lucinda Coley in the library services is always very gracious of rendering them available to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we are looking for that as well in recruitment. Important.
Okay, I want to go back to what David started with. I thought you said you had 15 budgeted positions, but only 11 currently filled.
11 today, total will be 13. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're not going to fill all 15?
No, sir.
Good. You just produced the state of the county with 11?
We did.
Don't let them go. No, seriously.
They're a
Hold
great
on.
team. I think many of them are here. I will tell you that we're a very diverse group, and also we come from all different generations. So when it comes to getting a message out, we're very focused on maybe this is appropriate for social, but how we're going to do it differently for news release or for a different population. So I can't say enough about the colleagues I work with, and honest to God, they bring their very best to work every day.
You are going to fill the vacant production coordinator?
Yes.
And what's the other one? The marketing specialist?
Yeah. You know, Mr. Rechtenwald said it best once, some time back, with Volusia County government having 40-plus divisions and departments. It's like all little companies together, and they all want their own marketing specialist. but there's only a small handful of us. So you can imagine how busy we are servicing, how we divvy up all these divisions amongst all of us. And we try to do it in such a fashion where, you know, what is somebody's niche? I'll pick on Dave, for example. He's a surfer. So naturally, he services coastal and beach, and it's perfect. And Heather, who's another marketing specialist, she's got a young family and visits our parks. Naturally, she's working with Donna and Tim's team. So we try to pair those up to where their special interests are and where their strengths are as well.
Good. Okay. Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Kevin. We talked a little bit about the state of the county, and I very much enjoyed our last state of the county. But we had a conversation, started to have a conversation about whether we should do it, knowing that it's sponsored for the most part, but there's a lot of hours that go into it. I'm very interested in how many man hours you use to develop that, and what you would do if that went away with the man hours, work on other department stuff.
So, Mr. Johansson, I'll answer in two parts. The first part is we received this question some time back about what was the hours, and as a retrospective estimate from last year's event, we ranged anywhere between 800 and 1,000 hours. This year, I think it would be a safe bet to easily say it was minimum 1,000 hours between just our team, the Ocean Center's team, and those that are also involved. Second part of your question about what would we do with the time, look, there's a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
And our team sees it. I don't have to ask them for anything. They see the work and they go at it. And as I mentioned about all the divisions, they all have services. They all have needs for marketing, for communications, for social media. Everyone right now wants their own social media page, everyone in the county. So, but we're trying to be very thoughtful and methodical about how we open them up, how we manage them, and also, as you can imagine, we don't want just anybody putting a message out. We want to make sure that our messages are streamlined, consistent, and whatever images that accompany it say and communicate the right message. So, look, there's plenty of work for us, and,
Right.
and there's work for much more staff.
And I would like, I guess I'll talk about it in the comments, but I'd like to talk a little bit more about our future with the state of the county and council comments, but thank you.
Thank you.
George Rechtenwald.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think an area that Kevin and I have talked about, and the department heads, as you know, we've done a great job and really upped our game in the communications to the community, and we'll continue that. But we also have to continue with, like he said, there's 40 plus divisions, and a lot of times getting information in-house has been a challenge as well. So it's an area we'll be working on, also improving, is getting the word out to 2,000 plus employees on a lot of our programs and opportunities. We're constantly working on honing that, and that's another area that I'd like to see us continue to grow.
Jake Johansson.
I'm sorry, I got one. Oh, by the way, for Kevin. It was brought to my attention back in my city days that when people are speaking from the dais, sometimes because of the distance, if you look at the screen, they can't see who's talking. And so at the city, we put the little Jake Johansson County Council, whatever. Maybe that's not what I see up there because it's not showing up there, but is that something that can be done here, or is it being done and I just don't see it because when I look at that screen, I don't know.
So,
or
Mr.
is it not,
Mr.
not
Johansson,
easy to
the
do?
answer is yes and yes. So,
There it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is Daryl and Truman in the control room. They have what we call the lower thirds built into a program.
Got it.
There is a bit of a delay electronically, and that's normal. But first of all, we try to keep it a wide shot so we can see, and the public
Sure.
can see all 7 of you. Now, if you speak and you only speak for 30 seconds, the time it'll take for him to narrow you down and put the lower third in, because that's all manual buttons, you could be done talking. But if there's a conversation happening and you're talking for more than maybe 30, 45 seconds, he's cued in to understand, oh, I'm gonna focus and zoom in on Mr. Johansson, and I'm gonna put his lower third on. So it's a little bit of a tricky point, and it requires some, not just observation, but critical thinking to determine what you're talking about, what the dialogue is, and should we do a tight zoom on you and then bring in the lower third.
Well, I'll take your cue for that, and I'll go 5 minutes each time. And so back when I was a kid, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Okay, just a couple more questions since he's kind of focused in on the state of the county. Give me your honest assessment. First off, as far as cost, I think it cost us, we don't have all the bills in yet, I understand, but I think it cost us $22,000, little under 23. We brought in sponsorships 52.5. So it pays for itself, including your labor. You could take some of that excess and put it into other work. But my question is, after hearing your response, I think that your staff enjoys working on State of the County. I could be wrong about that, and it really doesn't matter. Would your time be better spent if we weren't doing State of the County to work on everything else? Are you missing other things because of the time spent on State of the County?
I think, Mr. Chair, the way for me to answer that is we work at the pleasure of the county manager and the council, and we will do what it is that is at your pleasure and your desire. And I'm serious when I say this, that I will tell you, our team members, they come in, they give their best. They like what they do. There's opportunity for us to perform when it is the state of the county, but it's also an opportunity for us to perform a day like today. A council meeting, I should say, Mr. Rechtenwald metaphorically calls game day. So it's anything that we do, whether it's state of the county, a ribbon cutting, groundbreaking, whatever event, we want to be at our game, bring our very best, and perform. And so we're going to do it whether you want to keep it at the Ocean Center or whether you don't want to keep it or you move it. We're going to still give you the best product we possibly can, because that's what we do.
That was a pretty good political answer. And I understand that, but the pleasure of this council, I believe you've heard us now for numerous weeks. I think the pleasure of the council is to be as efficient and effective as possible. So we really need to hear from you, or maybe from the county manager, is that our time would be better spent doing something else, or this is productive. We create things for the state of the county that we can use all year long. I don't know but so don't try and please me with, just let us know where you really are, if your time needs to be spent somewhere else. And I see the county manager is taking you off the hook for that. But can I let George go first before County Manager George Rechtenwald?
Well, again, I work at your pleasure, and I think because we do a quality job, I think it was a quality event. We have more things than we could ever accomplish, so it's very hard to say, oh, we'd be better served doing something else. I think given if we continue to do a quality job and the community appreciates and gets something out of the outreach that we do with that, then I think it's a valuable exercise. That's based on I guess my years of experience here is it's again we can, if we did a lousy job or there was or people weren't coming to it, then I would definitely say, hey, maybe you need to look at another way of doing outreach. But we have to do the the annual report, so to speak, is in the chart, has to get done. So that part's clear. It's just where you do it and to what size. And again, I think through the years, they took the opportunity to make it a more of a community outreach event than just going over a report here at council. So.
Thank you. Do you recall what year that started? The state of the county?
I think they've had it all the time I've been here, so at least 25 years. But I do think what happened, they really, through the years, grew audiovisual as part of it. I think at one point it was more of I think it was actually more of a breakfast speech that occurred. And then as audiovisual became more prevalent, they really took the report to another level. So,
okay. Thank you. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you said that. And a few words that I picked up so far: efficiency, effectiveness, outreach. And I think all three are met by doing that. I hadn't gotten, I didn't receive one, well, I'm sorry, I did receive one negative comment about the state of the county, but it was a social media guy, and I'll leave it at that. But every single comment I got was positive. I'd like to think that I'm a pretty good judge of character watching people. I spent my whole life doing it. And I could see the pride that your staff took by putting on that program. It's also when you say outreach, we look for opportunities for outreach for our community. And I think that this is an effective and efficient way of doing it. If you want to talk about financial, we just said we get more in the sponsorship. So man hours, obviously that's a different story. But I think that looking for ways to stay positive. And then there was talk about location. Changing the location. Do we want to put it on in a big area? And then there was a conversation about here. Have you seen the parking lot? And I'll leave it at that. The parking wouldn't happen, not unless you were able to bring in the Ocean Center garage this way, and it's not going to happen. So I think it's a great place for it as well. That's their time to see the county in action. That's the public, and that's their time to speak with us one-on-one. And I'm always going to support it. So, and I know there are people that are wanting to talk about it. I just wanted to be heard where I stand. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what you said, Matt Reinhardt. But, I think what I want to emphasize more is, that was my first time going to one of those, by the way. All the years I've been involved in the process, I have to confess, it was my first one, and I was very, very impressed. I was impressed with everything. It was great. If I had to give any feedback, and it's not a negative, just to kind of expand on some of the comments that have been made, particularly in the outreach, and I didn't know those were the funds, so we did good on the fundraising, but maybe we can do even better in the fundraising from the perspective of more outreach. I'd like to see maybe some more, just an idea, since we're talking about this. How do we share some of the successes that the private sector has done in conjunction, let's say, some of the policy stuff that we've done, right? We have an economic development department, right, that does some good things in attracting jobs and just how does that really affect Volusians, right? So, I could envision, and I'm not a production guy, but I could envision your team or somebody, and I hate to add more work, but I'd like to make it better. But the team actually going out there and sharing those success stories, right? Whether it's we built these new ball fields that we said we have an issue and now kids can play, right? That's a highlight, right? Visual, and companies like that. So I'd like to expand on the outreach, and I like the project, and I'm going to be supportive of it and find ways to help support you all. So.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And to tie right in where Mr. Santiago left off was not only the outreach piece, but my years in public office. This was my first State of the County address. I had never been either. I worked during the day. So I always went to the City of Ormond Beach State of the City address, So I took personal time to be there because I thought it was important that I'm there as a District 4 representative. And I'm not going to say I was surprised because I already had a taste of what Kevin Captain and his team can do with that ribbon cutting. Because you don't know what you don't know. And I'd been to many ribbon cuttings before. But that one at Riverbend Park was the most well thought out. Your team and you thought of everything, in my opinion. And it went off without a hitch because there was proper planning and because you have that team and you have the resources that this council has given Mr. Rechtenwald to then give to you. Because if we don't get our message out there, there are many others that will. And I say it in the business of an administrator at school, beat it home. Call the parents and let them know what happened. Anytime I'm training anybody, let them know what took place. Tell them, beat it home. And if you all don't beat it home, someone else will. And they'll get the news there. And I agree with what Mr. Reinhardt and Mr. Santiago said. I thought the entire experience, my first time there, blinders on, so just open my eyes to see what it was like. I did not hear one negative at all. I didn't hear one negative. I heard only positives. And it is an impactful way for this council to get our message out. Because at the end of the day, agree, disagree, that's healthy. But there's a lot of fantastic things going on in Volusia County. Not all perfect, but there's a lot of really good, positive things going on. Like I told you before, on Valentine's Day at the airport, they're handing out Valentine postcards and little chocolates with airplanes on them. Okay? Wow. We don't talk about that and get that out. You don't know. And if we don't get that message out on what this county is doing, led by this council, then people don't know. And I thought it was a masterful job that your team, led by you, Mr. Captain, did on that event. And when we come back and talk about this, I guess the $1 million question for me is going to be, so we had 1,000 man hours, I think, behind it. Because of that project, did you all not get something else done? That will be important for me to hear. So I'm telling it to you now so you can think about it before this comes back before us and we talk about this. Is there something you all were not able to do, a project that you were supposed to get done because of the state of the county? Thank you, Chairman.
Don Dempsey. He's mulling it over.
You got an answer for him, or you need to call
here's how I would answer that, Mr. Kent, is that did we miss anything? I think we look at things and we triage. We've always got things on the runway, and that's metaphorically what we say. Everything's on the runway. But from my background, I always like to say, what are we going to triage? What needs to be done? What's most important? Because there's always so much work, we have to triage which message, which activity, which event is more important. And so if today is game day and the state of the county is an annual snapshot of the year's accomplishments, then that's the Super Bowl.
And I fumbled the ball because I couldn't be there. I apologize to everybody for not being there. I have a day job, and I had to be in court both at 11 and 1:30, I believe it was, so I couldn't physically be there and do my job. But I will say that at lunchtime, I was very impressed with the video presentation. I was able to watch it through your live stream, and I noticed through social media, even that evening and the next day to follow, that your office did a great job replaying through your social media outlet the state of the county presentation again. So if people couldn't attend, at least they had the ability to watch it. So I appreciate it. My family appreciated it. And it was an incredible production. I mean, it was very impressive. And my only question to you now is, though, I know Matt brought it up, that there's been some talk about having it over here. Could it happen here? in the future in DeLand?
I mean, we could have it here. We probably couldn't have the lunch component with it here in Chambers, but, you know, we do have audiovisual capacity here in Chambers. We've got some probably, restrictions with how many people we can have with fire code here inside the building. We had roughly 470 attendees is what we estimate for this year. So can it be done? Yes.
Is there any other location we could do it on the west side?
There's other locations we could look at.
The reason I say this is there's a lot of bitter thoughts going on with the West Siders, especially the DeLandites, that we've become kind of like, even though we're the county seat, we don't get treated like the county seat. All big events seem to all happen on the east side. I'm sure our local restaurants here would enjoy having the influx of those 400 people somewhere to patronize their restaurants. There's also talk about having new courthouses, again, on the east side, all these developments and everything. Look at the thing we talked about the ECHO money. I mean, we got 30 projects over on the coast or whatever it is, and we only had 2 in the northwest quadrant of the county. So there is some sentiment that we are just neglected and forgotten. And so I would hope, since this is such a big event regarding the county, that it should occur in the county seat. So I would hope that you guys could do anything possible to have it heard in DeLand in the county seat, if possible. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Just a quick comment after hearing Mr. Kent, and it makes perfect sense coming from a school, beat it home, because the kids will go home and say they got their own version, and then there's what really happened. I hope that you do print that out and put it on every wall of those people that sit back there, because that's one of the things that makes you so incredibly important. That we have a lot, there's people in the county, especially in social media, that will have their version of what happened. I don't want you to produce propaganda. I want you to produce factual information that our residents can depend on, that their money is well spent on, and let them know, as you do, the opportunities that we have here, what staff and this council is doing to improve quality of life here. We're always going to have challenges. We're never going to make those go away. But we need to get that correct information out, because if we don't, it's gonna beat us home, and that means beat down. So good job. I think you're hearing that from everybody, that we appreciate the job that y'all do, not just for State of the County, but that you do every day. I'll finish with this. I did a town hall, and there was a business owner that came. And he told the crowd, he said, do any of you watch the county videos on YouTube? He said he had the number, how many he'd watched. And this is not a retired guy with nothing to do. He was a busy businessman, but he knew that it was quality information. And he was from England, moved here years ago, but it's how he learns about our county and what's going on. So people want that information. And the way that you're producing it makes it enjoyable to watch and listen to. Good job. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, good job, Kevin. Maybe because you planted the bug, or the seed, I'm sorry, planted the seed, not bug. The possibility of the west side maybe alternating. There are, I mean, that's a good deal. There are venues over here. I don't know if Stetson would agree, or or the Sanborn Center. I mean, there's several, but maybe alternate. It's something, obviously, we're not going to decide on today. We probably got way off topic of what we were supposed to do, and we kind of cut your presentation short. I apologize. But that's something to consider, maybe.
And we can be very adaptable and flexible to that. Whatever, as I mentioned earlier, whatever you folks decide, we can do. There are certainly some options here on the west side. And if I could just mention about the social media and beating it home, that's why social media is so important to us with disseminating info, because it's so rapid, and that's how fast people are getting their information today. And our staff, we're around the clock. We're working weekends. We're working evenings, if there's news that's happening, we try very hard to beat it home. And one good thing, just to say this publicly, we encourage everybody in the public to follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and the more followers that we have, the more people who actually subscribe, make us their favorite, the quicker they're going to get news from the county, because then it'll show up on their feed based on, for example, Facebook's algorithm. It'll come up first. And so that's another message that we're really trying to drive home. For our Facebook account, the County of Volusia Facebook, it's grown 200% in the last calendar year, and our YouTube has grown 700%. So it's working. And we know that those are the platforms that are effective. So I encourage everyone to share what we have on your pages, and that helps us increase the organic engagement that we want to have. So it becomes, virulent throughout the county that's where people get the news.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have saved the unsung hero of Volusia County, the Department of Legal Services, because today, I think, is National Appreciate Your Lawyer Day. Matt, do you have a proclamation?
I do somewhere here. Sorry to put you all to sleep. Let's see. So the county attorney role is established by your charter. And in the charter, we're called the Department of Legal Services. And so we're to support you and staff. And really, as our philosophy is to provide you legal options so you can make the decision, identify risks, but you make the decision, and help staff and you solve problems before they do become legal issues. We also do provide legal services to some of our constitutional officers under the participation agreements this council approved as part of Amendment 10. So each of them are part of your risk pool, your health insurance. Occasionally we get claims from each of those. Our office will provide any legal support or in the case of litigation, handle that matter. And with the supervisor of elections, we staff the canvassing board, which with some of the changes in election laws has become a big time commitment for those judges and Ms. Lewis who sit there as well. I became county attorney in January of 2020. Since that time, we've reduced by 8 positions. It's approximately 25%. That is valued just shy of $600,000. We have reduced from 3 deputy county attorneys to 2. Ms. Wallace as deputy county attorney for our governance and operations group, and Mr. Bledsoe handles our litigation. We have worked hard to cross-train attorneys so any of us can step in and handle something. Increase use of technology. When I became county attorney, all of us had desktop computers. Not one of us had a webcam. And a month later, COVID hit and started. And so we now have that kind of technology. Realized when we had preliminary shutdowns how important that was. Also with the hurricanes that we just had as well, to be able to work off-site rather than the office has been a key goal. We've also transitioned under our contract council approved to a digital file system. We basically have tried to dispense with using paper materials. We're saving money by doing that. All of our research is online anymore. And so we have very little by way of hard copy books currently. Our personnel services budget is $3.7 million. Our operating expenses are $575,000. We get reimbursements of nearly $2 million of that. And we currently have actually 21 filled positions, but our goal is 22. And we have 2 vacancies we're not planning on filling at the present time. Our operating budget this year is just shy of 17% less than the prior year. Much of that, quite honestly, has been through changes in subscriptions and going with the less costly alternative. And you see each of those here. And I would add at the bottom that should read contracted services are about $8,000. That's a reduction of just shy of $23,000 from the prior year. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Don, any questions? Yeah.
Yeah, we don't get that often. One attorney, one paralegal. And we really have been evaluating. We've already reduced by 8, and we were deciding what to do with those 2, and it may be in the next budget year or the following, we would just dispense with those.
I know back in the day, like 1990s, when I started as a prosecutor, they allowed part-time prosecutors back then in the 80s and 90s to basically, as a recruiting tool, to get qualified attorneys, but yet let them keep their civil practice, like family law or whatever, that doesn't conflict. Has the county ever thought of doing that as far as getting seasoned attorneys in there just to work on a part-time basis?
Part of the, really kind of 2 answers to that. The first is the charter requires the attorneys to be the full-time job, the way it reads. So it anticipates kind of an in-house model. It does authorize us to contract out for specialties when needed, which we don't do very often. So we have a seasoned team, which I'm really grateful for. I know you've gotten some of our litigation updates. And, you know, I think accomplish good things with that, but that would really be the reason why we couldn't do it the other way. The other issue is conflicts. I know sometimes we even have that difficulty. A few times you use hearing officers for different matters. Usually the people that you're looking for practice in the area that you're practicing in are going to have a conflict, and it kind of rules them out.
I know the state attorney's office, the public defender's office, and other agencies are having a hard, even private firms.
Yeah, I know it's a high demand.
You can't find
keep
staff. Them. You can't find associates. So I just didn't know.
Yeah, we've been really lucky. I mean, I would say the team we have in place now, really for a variety of reasons, we have almost a whole different team. We've had retirements. We've had people leave for different positions. But it's been important to me that they also have FaceTime with counsel, and so you get to know who your legal department is, so you can have confidence in them that it's not just me that you're talking to.
Okay.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Dyer, the short tenure we've had together, I find you to run a very efficient ship, actually. I have down that we have a total of 12 attorneys, 10 support staff, 22 in our legal department. And, you know, when you and I first met, I said, you know, for me, and I'm sure, you know, as counsel, your number 1 priority is protect Volusia County. Your number 2 priority, which actually might be tied with number 1, is protect this council. And you said, absolutely. And on a couple of our agendas, we've had several situations where we've settled lawsuits, and most of those have been crashes. And I'll just tell you, and for the council, of course, as well, and the public, you know, and it may come, hopefully it doesn't, but it may come where you have to have a shade meeting, attorney-client privilege with your elected body to talk about, you know, a lawsuit of some sort. And it seemed like, you know, we didn't have a ton of those in my past life, but we settled, and some of them were absolute nonsense. And until we got a majority of the council, the commission, to say, guess what? And it was Mr. Hayes. You're our attorney. We pay you. So I'll say, Mr. Dyer, you're our attorney. We pay you. Fight this. It's not okay.
Right.
And it's protecting Volusia County. And it's protecting Volusia County residents. And it's protecting the tax dollars. And when we did that and we won, I don't know if it was dumb luck or if word got out, but those frivolous nonsense lawsuits coming after the city all the time seemed to disappear, because they knew we're not just going to stroke a check and say, here you go. So hopefully we don't have to have those. Like I said, we've only had 2.5 months of meetings, but we have had a couple of things where we've settled. And like I said, I've not brought them up and pulled them from the agenda because they've been crashes.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. But I just want you to know from me, anything frivolous, I'm going to be directing you. Just I'm one of 7 to fight it.
Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. I was a general counsel to the school district before I came here, and really our philosophy was the same. There is we settled very little. We settled when we had to. The settlements that you have in front of you generally are where we have fault. If it was a car accident, we're at fault in a car accident. So not something, unless there's just an unreasonable negotiation on what their damages should be, it's likely not something you would take to trial. But I would say 2 things to your point, which I absolutely agree with. If you, like an insurance company, they really see it as a business decision, and they may settle because they see the cost of litigation. You're self-insured. And the more the message you can send that you're not going to settle frivolous claims, I do believe in the long run you save money and you have less of a target on your back with other claims that they know that Volusia County is not an easy target.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. As we wrap this up, I'll ask the county attorney and the county manager and the elected officials, as a professional courtesy, since we're talking about levels of service and whatnot, we've all discussed travel budgets, including ours at the beginning, and I think from a leadership perspective, the 3 bodies, us, the attorney, and the county manager, when we do discretionary travel, I think it would be good and transparent if we discuss that in an open forum like this as we depart. If you go to the Florida Association of Counties, I may be going to the Florida Statewide Affordable Housing Conference. It's discretionary. Somebody asked me if I wanted to go, I may want to go. But I think it's important that as far as transparency goes with the budget and these service levels, that we make it clear to the public that we're discretionarily going to these things, and it lets us all know where our leadership is as well. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think some of the professional groups that we're part of, I think really were prompted by COVID, that are offering more virtual options than they're ever used to, which I know certainly I would prefer to do. So I think whenever those are available, we definitely take advantage of those.
Don Dempsey.
I was just wondering, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Kent, because if we are truly your client, and I take it we are in these personal injury cases. I mean, I noticed we voted on certain claims that have been settled out of, settled, and we had to approve the claim. But are we allowed to have any type of private meeting with legal staff without violating sunshine law?
Yep. Like, for example, during your agenda briefing, we're certainly free to do that then. If you want more information, we do something separate. The shade sessions that Mr. Kent referred to, I in practice don't usually request those often because you're so confined in what you can talk about in those sessions that oftentimes just one-on-one can relay the same information and not be subject to the same restriction.
Yeah, because again,
But I would say, just to go back to that point, the couple that you've had, I want to say the last 2, I believe they were sheriff's deputy accidents. We were at fault.
Okay. But then it comes down to the amount of damages.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's such a huge.
Yeah, and you have a claims committee for your tort claims. Mr. Brower appointed Mr. Johansson to that.
And I will gladly give it up to you in the next item.
You'll have that opportunity. No, but there is a thorough vetting process, and we get that figured down as low as possible.
Okay, but there's no way, besides that committee, there's no way for the council as a whole to approve or disapprove. Let's go forward and settle, basically not settle this case. I think it's dangerous to just take a blanket policy of we don't settle, because that could be very dangerous if you get a rogue jury. I mean, we could end up paying $2 million for a
Yeah.
hot cup of coffee,
Yeah.
and we don't want that.
You would hear from me, in the ones that you have had on your agenda, I'm recommending settlement for that dollar amount after it's been reviewed. And I can make sure to spend more time and cover those with you when we're together.
But is there a forum that we could get together and discuss this without it being in the public? Because that would violate the attorney-client privilege.
You can have a shade session, and you can discuss settlement and strategy. That a court reporter records that meeting. At the conclusion of the litigation, that transcript then becomes a public record. I have found those not to be particularly helpful in practice because of the restrictions on the free flow of communication that you can have. And most of the time I can cover that in individual briefing. But if council wants one differently, you certainly can. That's really kind of been how the direction I've seen a lot of governments go. They really don't utilize that provision much.
All right. Is that something we could talk about when you have more time? And okay.
Sure.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move that we accept the leadership report as presented.
We have a motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second, Johansson.
Second by Jake Johansson. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you all, the entire staff, for well done. And you did your part briefly. And then we ask questions. Okay, that brings us to item 16, the last item of the day, the discussion of 2023 council committees. And that's up to us here. So we've got the list there of what the committees are. And, you know, I assign committees and I'm perfectly willing to allow you to change if we can work that out amongst us here. I know that David Santiago wasn't here, so he got 8 assignments, and Matt, who was here, still got 7. I think Danny has 6. Jake has 5. We have an issue here this year, and that issue is that, and the reason it was kind of lopsided is because we have 2 council members who have daytime jobs that they can't just say, I'm taking this day off. And we understand that. I understand that. And so that's part of why we're top heavy with some people. I've tried to honor that and give you things that you could do at times when you can do it. So let me hear, we'll start with David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I realize not being here, I drew the short straw, so I'll take that. But I just will, I'd like to maybe give up 2 and see if there's any volunteers to take it, Mr. Chair, your discretion. One is the Human Services Advisory Committee and the Public Safety Coordinating Committee. If there's
I'd take the public safety because I'm going to talk about getting rid of one myself.
Okay,
so
those are 2 that I'd like to throw out there, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Human Services and Public Safety?
And Public Safety.
Okay, and you just took Public Safety? Okay, that goes to Matt. Comes off of David. Okay, is that it? You're easy.
I'm okay with the rest.
Thank you. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have attended most of these already. I think there's still one, which is our TPO for the disadvantaged, and that meets quarterly, so I'm good with that. And a lot of it was, yes, this is the full-time gig. But there is one that, understandably, I totally understand your situation, gentlemen. There is one, the Early Learning Coalition. You can meet with that virtually. That is an option. I am completely out of my element there, I will admit, and it is one that I would like to offer up.
How often do they meet?
They meet, I believe, once a month, correct? Anybody? No one's here. I
Have
think
you had a meeting?
we have had a meeting. They, and again,
How long was it?
it took about an hour. I actually,
They meet remotely?
they meet remotely, and I know this because not knowing this ahead of time.
Chairman, I'll take it. Early Learning Coalition's right up my alley.
I was going to say, thank you.
That
Thank you,
makes-
Mr. Kent. I appreciate that.
Good sense.
I didn't realize that they met remotely until I was looking for Pat Patterson. He's on the board, and I look up, and there he is on the screen. So he does it remotely.
Okay.
So the other one I wanted to
You only get one.
I only get one. Well, can I ask the question?
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
And this is for Mr. Rechtenwald. The Volusia Area State Forest Liaison Panel. I got an email from them. Apparently, they don't meet on a regular basis. They only meet as needed. I know we had discussed on whether or not some of these are needed. Is that one that we necessarily need to be on? I mean, I understand they didn't meet, but, and I mean, we are going into a fire season. I get that. So maybe that isn't, and we actually have a few.
I
that
think
are going
because
on.
it's such a large, land holdings in our county, that we would want to be on them. I don't know the history of it, but I'm going to suspect because of that is why they want us on, because they do management plans that
Okay.
you would probably, someone ought to be sitting on.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's the main reason, because you have with Tiger Bay and the area in the center of the county.
I totally get the importance, and now I have a better understanding that makes sense. My only concern is because they don't meet regularly, all of a sudden we have an issue, and maybe that's something I need to do internally with that group is say, I know you don't want to do a meeting unless it's absolutely necessary, but I don't like walking in blind. And if we do have to have a meeting and there's a disaster of some sort, and the next thing you know, I'm expected to have all this knowledge that I do not. I kind of learned that from the Value Assessment Board, Mr. Johansson. So, anyway,
We're going to get staff to tie you in with the correct person, I think, with the Forestry Service. Maybe you can get a meeting before there's an actual advisory board meeting,
Yeah.
and get you filled in a little briefing like we do for you here. It would make sense to me that they would want to do that with
I would
you.
think so. They sent an email out last time that they weren't going to meet, but this is what's going on, and it was complete Greek to me. So,
Okay.
thank you.
We can also tie you in too, maybe with our land management folks. We'll see what we could talk offline and see
Okay.
if there's we can get because I'm pretty sure they have a relationship with the state forest people.
Okay, and thank you. And that being said, initially when I got all these, I had concern, but a lot of them meet quarterly, and it's really not. That was the only one was the early learning. Thank you.
Okay, and you're good with that. David, let me go back to you. You also brought, you just got rid of public safety, but you brought up human services. And nobody took that. And you were hoping to step out of that one?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And do you know how often they meet? Is it virtual?
I do not know, but maybe staff can get us
Does
7
anybody-
straws and cut one. Yeah, I'm joking.
Does anybody on staff know?
It looks like the Human Services Advisory Board meets approximately quarterly. They had a meeting in January, one scheduled for April, June, and July so far.
Where is it here?
They meet here in DeLand? In person, not virtual?
Hi,
Do you know?
I do.
Okay.
Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So most often they do meet right across the street here in DeLand. Generally try and do afternoon meetings. For the most part, it is quarterly, except when you have grants that have to be approved. And generally that's a quick meeting. But if it falls out of that time frame from when the state is now asking us to get a grant approved, then we'll have an extra meeting.
Okay. So you still want to give it up, or?
It's not so much for time, Mr. Chair. It's just, I think as Matt said, it's not really, it's not my.
Not your expertise.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. It's an important role. I just don't know if I can contribute effectively based on
Okay. No quick takers? All right, I'll come back to that one. David, Matt, Danny Robbins.
Chair, I have a question about something else on here. If there was somebody else that had any other board assignments, you can go ahead before I do.
Okay. Jake Johansson.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask Mr. Dempsey if he's interested. I went to a claims meeting. All those we approved, I sat through. If you are interested, I have no problem keeping it, but if you're interested and want to be involved in that, I'll tell you from my meetings with them, the finance department and Ryan Osowski is probably the strongest person on that board as far as doing what's best for the county. But if you're interested, I'm willing.
I'm absolutely interested. My only, if I could, I'll just, because I'm after you, but Chairman Brower brought up that I do have a day job, and my problem is not only that it's a day job, and even though I own my own business, I can't take off whenever I want. If I have a hearing and these judges, they set it and I have to be there. I don't even control my own calendar, even if I wanted to. So I can't just call in sick and not show up and then go to my advisory meeting. There's a slew of them that I have experience on. The claims committee, I've done personal injury and insurance defense for a major firm. I don't mind doing that at all. The DUI court hearing committee, I've been doing DUIs for 33 years now, and I feel able to handle that. The Department of Juvenile Justice, I feel like I could handle. Let's see here. The DUI court, DUI drug court, I'm sorry, the drug court steering committee, the DUI drug court committee, Department of Juvenile Justice, as well as the claims committee. I don't mind doing all of them. The problem is, are these during the day? Are they at night? At night, I could pretty much do. During the day, it's very hard for me to say, yeah, I can do this and commit to it if it's going to be, conflicting with calendars that I can't control. That's my only concern. Is the claims committee, do they meet at night? Do they meet during the day?
We met in the morning, and I like I said, I enjoyed it. It was value added for me. I've done a little bit of it at the city before, and I'll gladly keep it.
I mean, unless it could be done
You have
in the
so many
evenings.
others you're willing to take. I'm willing to keep that one if you want to take the burden off of others. But I'm looking for an equitable balance here.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Jake. I just, is there any of those committees I mentioned that are in the evenings?
I don't think there's any in the evenings, but is it possible, I hate to dump this on you, Carissa, or you can assign it to somebody else. Can we get a list of these committees, how often they meet, where they meet, and is it virtual or in person?
Yeah, it did go ahead and send that out the first time that this was brought up. It does look like the drug court steering committee and the DUI misdemeanor drug court task force, at the time when I had made this, which was January, they had not scheduled any 2023 meetings. So I would guess that they would meet on an as needed basis.
Why don't you take those?
That sounds great to me.
Well, Chairman, I have the DUI misdemeanor drug court and now the Department, or the Early Learning Coalition, but I also have the Department of Juvenile Justice. And the reason I took those is because they meet in the afternoons, and they have remote meetings. In fact, there's one coming up. I attended the first one. The second one they have coming up is in the day, and I had to decline it. I didn't want to, but I had to. I don't miss these meetings. I'm here at these council meetings. I'll be here. But I want an equitable amount as well, and maybe in the future we can look and talk about some of these being in the afternoon or evening to help people that have a day job.
Yeah, that's the only.
Okay. So Jake, was there something that you wanted to, that you really wanted to pass on to somebody else?
No, we all talked about it being equitable. Don, if you want claims, you can have claims. If you don't want it or you're worried about the time, I'll keep it.
Well, if I can guarantee, I just don't, is it possible, I mean, who controls the calendar? Can we do this at 6 o'clock at night?
I do. It's all staff there, so if we need to do it at night.
Could we do it at lunch between noon and 1? I don't mind doing that, or I don't know how long the meetings are.
Yeah. I mean, we could schedule something like that if you like.
Well, I just want to care, just like Troy is saying, I mean, I want to pull my fair share by far, but I can't promise you I can be there during business hours each and every meeting. Lunchtime, I'm sure, hopefully I can make.
I'll tell you what,
90% of
I'm
it.
gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it. I'll brief you during council comments on how well it went, but I just don't want to jerk staff around too much to do this. It's already easy for me.
Okay.
So
Thank you. I'm sorry I can't.
Yep, no, that's fine. I have no problem with it.
Matt, did you have?
Yeah, just one more thing. I noticed on this list, Mr. Kennett said the Drug Court Steering Committee has my name on it, but I wasn't aware I was assigned to that committee.
I have DUI misdemeanor drug court task force.
Oh, that's it. Okay, so the Drug Court
And,
Steering
and
Committee.
I also have Department of Juvenile Justice.
I was unaware of that one.
And then I just,
And that's the
thank you, I
one-
just took the Early Learning Coalition, yeah.
Clarissa, that's the one that,
It appears to me as that in January, when I inquired about all of the meeting dates, they didn't provide us with any.
so, so they don't really have a meeting date. Would you care to take that one, Mr. Dempsey?
I don't mind.
Okay.
Who controls the calendar for that? Is that something that we could say, okay, that's going to be, if it's going to be once a year or whatever it is? Can we
Drug
do
Court
it?
Steering Committee.
Yes.
I believe that many of these.
It's not us.
No,
Oh, it's not us. Okay.
I believe, I was going to say the same thing. I believe that many of these boards and committees are not committees that staff runs, with a couple exceptions, such as the Human Services Advisory Board, AHAC. Those do have additional board members plus a council member, but many of these are not run by staff, and it's just a council member appointment that's needed.
And yet they still haven't.
It's scheduled by, someone just shared this with me, by the drug court coordinators. Somebody who works for the court system. They have not met in 3 years.
They have not. There you go, Don.
I'll take that one.
So somebody want to take that? I'll take it off my calendar here.
Those are in DeLand, right? The drug court ones?
Yes, I believe so.
That's up to y'all. I'll take it.
All right, sold.
Hopefully,
Sold to the lawyer at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Don, your name's still up. Do you have others that you?
No, I'm willing to do any of those I just recited. It's just a matter of,
Okay.
if I could somehow get away with doing them in the evening, that'd be great, or at lunchtime.
Okay, we'll see. Danny.
Thanks, Chair. Chris, I had a quick question reviewing this. Page 2, if we can go to council assignments. A name stood out, Miss Tammy Stuck for Circuit 7 Community Alliance. Do we have her application? By chance, that's something you can pull up? And the reason I'm asking that is for several reasons. On April 22nd, if it was the Stuck that was involved in an incident in the city of Deltona, in the commission chambers, where she had publicly accused a decorated career deputy of ours of groping and touching her, inappropriately causing her pain while exiting a metal detector within that facility. Her husband proceeded to verbally abuse our deputy, calling him an asshat, quoted by the News Journal. The video surveillance clearly contradicted her claims and proved that Ms. Stuck had lied. But in the process, the character assassination and in the attempt to destroy a good man's career and give Volusia County a black eye, to me is unacceptable. And no matter how this is spun, I don't think if we do confirm that it is her, that she be remotely associated or connected to Volusia County, period. Is that something we can confirm if this is the same person?
She's already resigned
Okay, when was that resignation?
a year ago.
Because it was still up there, that's why I'm asking.
If,
Krista?
if that's the case, is that, it says Volusia at-large representative, is that mine to fill? Or is that something else?
No, it's the chairs to fill, and
Why does it say Volusia County at-large representative next to her name?
because she represents Volusia County at large,
At-large,
as you
got
do.
it, got
Yeah.
it, got it.
And she
Noted.
that's her industry. She was well qualified for it as a,
Yeah.
what's the term? Ad litem. Ad litem. But when that happened, she called me and resigned, and she called the board and resigned.
Okay. That's fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Was that all you had?
Yes.
I
for
still
now.
have Danny and Don up, but you done, Don? Okay. Then we've got some changes. I'll update. We'll get some more information to you, Don, and we'll see if we can get everybody
Mr. Brower.
a little bit. Who's talking to me?
Hi, I'd like to communicate some changes. So it looks like currently the Volusia County at-large representative for the Circuit 7 Community Alliance DCF is vacant unless you have an appointment that you would like to make to that position.
Which one is?
That was the one Mr. Robbins just brought up.
Okay.
But with Ms. Stuck. Also, the Drug Court Steering Committee went from Mr. Reinhardt to Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson is going to stay with the Claims Committee.
Right.
Mr. Santiago, I'm sorry, but it doesn't look like the chair has made any separate appointment for the Human Services Advisory Board.
So far.
For the Public Safety Coordinating Council, it went from Mr. Santiago to Mr. Reinhardt. And for the Volusia Flagler Early Learning Coalition, it went from Mr. Reinhardt to Mr. Kent.
Yes. Pardon me? Oh.
I think Elvis would call that no return to sender.
And nobody wanted human services?
Chairman, on the human services, if Mr. Santiago is more comfortable at the Value Adjustment Board, I will take the Human Services Advisory Board 1-for-1 swap.
When do they meet?
Oh, now you're bargaining.
Well,
yes.
I got to make sure I'm not
Let's
getting
make a
sour
deal.
grapes here. You know what I'm
I was
saying?
going to say
You
the
said it
same
wasn't
thing.
a time thing, it was, you just felt out of
That's true,
place.
that's
I'm
true,
putting you in your place.
Good point.
We,
Do you know when they meet, though?
The Value Adjustment Board meets at 8:30 on designated Mondays in July, October, and January.
Oh, twice a year?
3 times, 4 times a year.
I'll take it.
Easy day.
Done.
For
Deal.
you, my friend.
Deal.
Okay, which one did you just take?
Value Adjustment Board.
Correct. How
What, Carissa?
the Value Adjustment Board does need to be an official agenda item, so I would have to bring that back. That is coming back to appoint an actual citizen member to that as well. So when that's brought back, we will make that switch then.
Okay. And did you take human services?
When do they meet?
I'm trying to help you.
How often do they meet? What's that about? I got it.
Every Monday between 8 and 12.
Easy. Done. I'm here anyhow.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow. You got that one, Carissa? Human services from David Santiago to Jay. Okay. All right. Don, your name's still up.
Yeah, I put it back up. No, I just, I didn't, is there any other evening since I only picked up one that hasn't met in 4 years, which I'm very thankful for. But, I mean, if there's any nighttime committees that nobody wants, I'll pick it up just to pull my share of the load around here. I just don't know if there's anything in the evenings that I could guarantee my attendance. I have CRAs on Monday nights every so often for the DeLand CRA. It works out great, but
I don't think there are.
Do you, Mr. Dempsey, do you need something particularly after 5, or would an afternoon also work?
no, afternoons don't, I mean,
I understand.
yeah, lunch is sketchy.
Which CRA are you on?
DeLand, I have to be
Which
on
one?
it.
There's more than one.
DeLand.
I'm on the Spring Hill one.
That's what
He's on the Spring Hill one too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you and I are both on there, so
Yeah.
we'll carpool.
Okay.
Mr. Dempsey, at a preliminary glance, besides the Spring Hill, that's the only one I see that would have an at-night meeting other than Team Volusia. I think,
Danny and
which is Mr. Robbins and Mr. Brower as an alternate.
Well, they meet during the day, right?
said they were in the evening. Team Volusia?
Team Volusia? No. They have a dinner in the evening, but they meet during the day, in the morning.
So, I mean, it's out there.
We can invent one.
Which one? Team Volusia? I think, does Mr. Robbins want to keep it? Team Volusia.
Jake just said it meets.
It's
in the
during the
daytime.
day, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then I think we're done. Appreciate your trying to help. Okay. That brings us to, is there any public participation? He's not here. Yeah. County Manager, George Rectenwald.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing I had to bring up is, I know we have several new members, so I was going to bring up the fact that we traditionally have had the public employees food drive. Really, we call it the fund drive because we don't really collect food. We collect the money for the food. We've had this competition, and that's what it is. It's an employee competition. We compete within the county for various departments, and then we also compete with the cities that want to participate. And we've been doing this now for, I think, nearly 10 years. So it's been very successful, and we would like to kick it off here for the March 20th to April 1st time frame. It's kind of a pre-Easter event, and the money we collect has traditionally gone to the Second Harvest Food Bank, which then distributes the monies and the food to I think it's up to 80 now different food banks in and around the county. So they work as a distributor for us, and we found that that's worked out pretty well. So just wanted to make that announcement if there was any questions or concerns before we put it out there. And again, it's been highly successful. We've raised tons of food in the past. I'd like to be able to, we do the competition with the cities on a per capita basis, and usually it's Holly Hill that somehow beats us. So I put the challenge out there that we're gonna this year come out on top. So with that, that's all I have for this meeting.
Thank you. Mike Dyer, County Attorney.
Yes, I recently spoke with Chief Judge Clayton about the council's decision back in January to recommend Frank Bruno be appointed as the county's canvassing board representative for the 2024 general election. He's asked for a letter, so I have prepared a letter along the same lines of what we did at the last general election. But just, I know we didn't go in a lot of detail on it at the time, but basically the kind of default is it be the chair. But if the chair is running for re-election with opposition, which of course you don't know that yet, or is involved, active participant in another campaign, he's disqualified, and then another member of council is disqualified. So this was, I believe, the second general election Frank Bruno has served in that role. So based on your direction, I was going to send a letter to have his appointment made. We're early, but I don't see anything wrong with that. At least Frank can make some arrangements to serve. If that's
Yeah, that would be my wish, and the reason is because the supervisor of election, Lisa Lewis, really felt strongly that we are an entire council of one party, and she wanted to have, and most of that board is the same, and she wanted to have one person of another party just so that there was not even the appearance of special favors. I mean, it's really important. You're counting the votes, and I think he was a good choice.
I'll send the letter in, and I'll send a copy to you all. Thank you.
And that brings us to council, Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I have an ordinance, or it's actually a law out in Arizona I'd like to explain real quick, and I think it could possibly be very fitting here locally, especially after what we experienced when it came to public emergency response after Hurricanes Ian and Nicole. And there's an interesting law out in the great state of Arizona. It's called the Stupid Motorist Law. And I'm going to forward it to our county attorney. And in summary, anyone that becomes stranded after driving around barricades to enter a flooded stretch of roadway may be charged for a cost of their rescue. And in public emergency services, in our case, state of emergencies, if, for instance, we're deemed under a state of emergency and we are called to rescue somebody based on the fact that they disregarded barriers, cones, curfew, whatever the case may be, and we have to send our guys out there to rescue them, whether it be towing, first responder, evac, police, fire, whatever the case is, that we are able to recover some of those response funds based on their stupid decisions. But with that being said, I think it gives us an opportunity to tailor something like this, because really, if I would have known about this years ago, I would have proposed it, because we do get flooding in and around town, and also to maybe look at expanding this and paying attention to our emergency response in the water, Pontoon Island, Stone Island, anywhere along the river, and even the Halifax. A lot of folks complained about boat wakes, and those wakes further damaging their homes. Also, too, we have linemen out there. We had some linemen get electrocuted here locally, although it wasn't probably related. But coming into the safety factor of this, to create enhanced penalties as well, and we can call it, a stupid boater law. We have 7 people up here with pretty dry humor, so we can come up with a good label for this if we decide to go further. But I was just willing to see if council's willing to allow me to send this over to staff to maybe look at this, and maybe something that we can tailor to our likings to help out our first responders, and possibly even look at creating enhanced penalties if one of our guys gets hurt. But under their statute, just to wrap this up, they're allowed to additional liability collect up to $2,000. We can look at that locally and see if that fits, or we can ask for more. But it's something. But also, too, just like a speeding sign, it would probably deter, especially advertised it would deter quite a bit of stupidity in the kids going around with their cell phones hanging out the doors and then getting stuck. So I could put that into a motion, but it's a long motion. If you'd like, Chair, to have staff come back with some more information on this law to see if it's something we can apply here locally.
That's fine with me. Is it good with the rest of the council? Troy, did you want to talk on this?
I just wanted to ask if Councilman Robbins was trying to bring this back as a discussion item, because I told this council, anything you bring up, if it's important to you, it's important to me. So if that's a motion for a discussion item, I will second the motion.
Yeah, it sounds good. Bring it back and
That way we can
Yeah,
mull
talk
around. Doesn't mean we'll support it, but we'll talk about it. Yep.
talk about it. And
If that's a motion, then I'll second it.
good deal.
Okay, so we have a motion from Robbins to bring information back from staff on this. You will forward them the information that you have, seconded by Troy Kent. Any other questions about it? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries 7-0. That's it? Okay, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one thing. I think we had a lot of discussion today regarding Echo, and there was a lot of, I thought, holes that we punched into with concerns. I wanted to see if there's consensus amongst the council to have staff come back or really look at Echo from the process, application, the accountability, the timelines, and kind of reevaluate that process and maybe make some changes to it. All I got. If there's consensus, Mr. Chair, do I need to make a motion, or if you guys are not?
Yeah, why don't you make a motion on that?
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
At the beginning of the 2 years ago, when it was re-voted on, we went through that process, but after hearing everything today, I think that would be wise to do that. Mr. County Manager.
I'm just going to point out that the ECHO committee, I believe, was to meet on that, their next meeting. And I don't know if all of you've got the handbook that from the previous, but we can get that distributed. I didn't know if you wanted to wait to see the results of what comes out of their work and then bring that forward to you.
What's that timeline for them?
Next week.
I think their meeting's next week, but I don't have it in front of me.
I'm not opposed
Within this month.
I'm not opposed to that.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. So if you're going to make a motion to bring this back as a discussion item, which I think is highly appropriate because there were so many holes in this, whatever they come up with, and maybe they're going to fix these holes, I think it's a good idea for us to have eyes on the document and the 7 of us discuss it so that we're all on the same page with all of these coming forward. So if there's a motion you're making, if it's important to you, it's important to me, I'll support it.
Well, I'll make my motion to bring that back before the council after the
they-
committee has
they
given
meet.
some eyes and
Yeah,
recommendations.
and I was
And
gonna
I'll second
ask,
that motion.
You probably don't want it on the next meeting, but the meeting following. Okay.
Okay, so it'll come back after ECHO makes their recommendations. Motion by Santiago and seconded by Kent. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
I didn't get in before the vote. I just got
Oh.
a message. I guess the
Oh.
ECHO meeting's April 13th. Is that when it is?
Could be.
I just,
Who'd you get the message from?
Mr. Alt.
Okay, he would know.
Yeah. So that would be, so we're going to do it after April 13th.
That's correct, after
We'll
the,
do it
after
at the
the.
meeting after that.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'm told that the ECHO Committee's annual report, which they are required to provide council, is actually scheduled for your next meeting. So I think maybe you will have some opportunity to look at their annual report here in 2 weeks. And then we'll also make sure you get the revised guidelines. Remember, Mr. Burbaugh indicated to you that guidelines were heavily revamped after the reauthorization. The 3 projects that were renewed came under the previous guidelines. The 2 projects you approved today new came under, of course, our current guidelines. So we'll talk about it in 2 weeks and then again after their April review as well.
Okay, good. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add.
No motions?
No motions. Happy Lawyer Day. Thanks.
There you go. Okay, Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Three things. I've gotten a lot of phone calls and emails from folks since I've been sworn in on development, and I just want to make it clear that the next group of people that are coming and moving into these new homes, new developments, whatever, we got to keep something in mind here. We are development. We are part of the problem. We're just here. We are pollution. We are traffic. We're the people that encroached on the prior generation of people here, and the next generation are the ones that are perceived to be encroaching on us. We constantly get input about taking steps to save the environment, yet I feel, and I've shared this with staff, that we're not taking our own steps to save the environment as well as we could. I talked to Brad and others about the Bee Floridian program. We heard during the ECHO comments today about saving our water, if you will, from numerous lawn nitrates and whatnot. So we need to do a better job of talking the talk and walking the walk ourselves. Me, as I mentioned before, me including. So if we're really serious about saving the environment, which I am, we all have to do our part, as well as relying on government here and the cities to do their part. So please take it seriously from your perspective, and we'll do the best we can here. The second item is raising fees versus drastic increases. We talked a little bit about that today. We live in a world, COVID, post-COVID, supply, demand, Ukraine, China, it's very dynamic. I think that as government, elected officials and staff, we need to respond in both directions as we're able. We need to be very nimble with our fees. We need to be very nimble with our budgets. I'm opposed to incremental increases for the sake of increases. I know that elected officials are pressured constantly to keep taxes down. So we keep taxes down, we don't raise fees. We keep taxes down, we don't raise fees. Keep our garbage rates down, and we don't raise fees until it becomes untenable. And then we slam people with these big increases. So there's a balance there between incremental increases and drastic changes. And somebody mentioned it. We've been cost avoiding for 10 or 15 years with, what was it, the Humane Society fees, possibly. So there might be benefit to it. It doesn't look good, it doesn't sound good, but it might have been good. I'm asking staff to do that analytical work for us and show us that even though we're raising it 35%, we save money for 10 years, or maybe not, and it was a bad idea. So I think that needs to be something that gets brought out in the staff reports, like Councilmember Kent mentioned, that some of that isn't in there, and we certainly could use that. The last thing I'd like to talk about is the state of the county. I'm not opposed. I had a very good time. I think it's a great opportunity. I think when you look at the crowd, by and large, it's a who's who. The people that are there are networking, if you will. There's public there, but by and large, they're people we've all seen or chatted with before. I'd like to make sure that the public is invited as much as some of the people that we network with all the time. Whether it's a manpower sump or not is a thing that we need to look at. But my concern was coming in, and it was my first year, but I think this is an opportunity for our council to tell our public what we did, and we rely heavily on staff to do that. But we each here as elected officials have something we want to say. So next year, I would appreciate a little input into what I'm going to say before I'm told what to say. And the last thing I want to say about the state of the county is our form of government is such that our chairman is not the chief executive, so it's a little bit different than a State of the Union address. And I would like to collaborate a little bit more at the beginning of the state of the county, if we're going to do one in the similar fashion that we did last year, and have a collaborative workshop type of conversation of where this council wants to go in the following year. So our chairman can articulate what our council priorities are for the following year. I was never asked what my priority was. And the state of the county, the speech that the chairman gave, although I wasn't opposed to it, was a surprise to me. I didn't know what was going to be said. And so I think it's important that as a council, we talked about the collaboration and working together. I think next year we need to work together to make sure that message is a little combination of what we all want. I think at the end of the day, the public wants us to be one body, not 7 people. And in order to do that, I think we need to have a workshop and make sure we're gonna say what we're gonna say, then say it, and then do it for the following year. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Let me assure you, I understand why you feel that way, and I'll kind of speak for Kevin. What you will find next year is that you'll have the opportunity to do everything you just said. It was different this year because it was 5 brand new people that just came on. Typically, the state of the county looks back at what we accomplished, and so they put words in your mouth. They did a good job with it, but I understand your feeling exactly. You will have a completely different experience next year. They will come to you. They'll offer topics to talk about. You can edit it, throw it away, do anything you want. Correct, Mr. Captain? And
that's correct.
It was, yes, and it was. Honestly, what I said was a surprise to the county manager and his staff. They don't edit, and you'll have the same opportunity next year. They didn't edit what I wrote. They heard it at practice the day before on sound checks. So please don't feel slighted. It was a really unusual situation with 5 brand new council members here. So
I don't feel slighted
Good.
at all. I want the 7 of us working lockstep going forward.
And
nobody's acting perceived or actual acting individually.
Yes, and I hope that you heard some of that from me, because that was really my goal, to talk about each one of you, and that I think we agree on a lot of things, and I tried to bring that out and pay you compliments and say that, in fact, I said we needed to work together as a team and not just be a group. I think today what we heard on this council proves that we can do that. Not everybody agreed, but it was vigorous debate that was respectful, and there was great information that came out from different council members here. So anyway, were you done, Jay? Okay. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman and Council. So, my opinion thus far is we've been, I think, very successful and forward-thinking as a council. We have changed our meeting times to better have access for our residents to be here. We saved our residents $40,000 today. We're going to have the eco platform brought back before us so we can make sure there's no surprises down the road and we're all on the same page. We had a discussion about a test area for dogs on the beach, and that ties into my next thing. I purposely had the Dogs on the Beach discussion. I set those dates and the discussion on what we charge for residents and visitors alike to access our beach and off-beach parking. I had them a month apart. I don't know if anybody else picked up on it. I did, but I was late on the draw. Our next meeting, March 21st, we're actually in Georgia. I talked to you about this, but we never followed back up on it, is that we're going to have both those items before us. We're going to have the discussion on what staff presents with us for our options for Dogs on the Beach in our test area, and we're going to have the discussion about what we charge to access our beach, to drive on the beach, and off-beach parking. So if the council's fine with keeping it like that, the individual that brought them up, I wanted them to be separated, but I'm okay if this council wants to keep them together. The only one that I would say, like I want to keep the discussion we've set for the 21st, definitely, is the cost structure to get on the beach. And if we were going to move one, I would move the Dogs on the Beach discussion to the following meeting, which actually not the following meeting, would be a month later for an afternoon meeting, not April 4th, but the second meeting in April. Or we can just keep them the same. So anybody want to jump in on that really quickly?
I see lots of names up. I don't know if it's for that. Danny?
Yep. Thanks, Chair. No, absolutely. They go hand in hand. I'd be willing to make the motion to keep them together on the same date.
Cool. I don't think a motion needs to be made. I mean, not to jump in and take the chair's job here, but they're already on the same date.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Good. There you go.
I think those are scheduled based on the start time. I think we're around 2 a.m. picking those up.
Yeah. Very possible. One disagreement with our county attorney on the shade meeting piece, you're not a fan of him. And I'll just say, Mr. Dempsey, because you brought up some good questions about that. So someone has sued us and the county attorney doesn't agree with it or does agree with it and is going to settle. The way he's talking is individually he's going to meet with us and you're going to get Mike Dyer information and his legal team. And that's great. What you're not going to get are the 6 other individuals you serve with. And I'm not going to get you. I'm not going to get your law mind and what you think about it. Because you could say something in a shade meeting that totally changes how I am going to direct Mr. Dyer and his team. And I only say that because I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen where a city was being sued. I've also seen it where a city sued an insurance company. And the payout was substantial. And if we had gone with the recommendation of a one-on-one meeting, it would not have been substantial. And they were wrong with what they did. They were wrong. And that's my only reason for saying that the shade meeting, I think I could learn from you and others by listening to what you have to say in that private attorney-client meeting. And it would be impactful for this council. So that's the only thing, Mr. Dyer, I would say I disagree with your thoughts on that. So since the last time since we've met, and on April 4th, we're going to talk about regrowing the loop. I had a great meeting with Clay Irvin and Brad Burbaugh. We toured the loop, and I'm super excited about what's coming forward on April 4th. I met with the president and CEO of CareerSource. I attended the LPGA Alternative Open House. Tomorrow, I'll be at the FDOT Casements State Road A1A Resiliency Plan at the Casements in Ormond Beach. Mr. Rechtenwald, thank you for making sure we all had business card holders up here. When people come up from the public and they're talking to us during these breaks, it's nice to have them there to be able to hand them out. So thank you for that. The gentleman that spoke about Old Daytona Road, his name was George. He talked about the county dropping the ball with no sign. There's speeding. There's box trucks. Mr. Rechtenwald, if you could just privately get with me and give me an update on that.
If I can actually publicly
okay.
Just let you know. Yeah. That agreement to have that sign was predicated with when they actually closed the road, which was part of that development that he failed to mention. So the signage would come into play at the point that the road is cul-de-sac, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The action that was taken to get those signs up would happen when the road is closed in that cul-de-sac. That was the agreement and the direction from council at the time.
Okay. And then Greg Foster spoke about Wisteria Drive from Ormond Shores Estates. He's talked to us about that 30-mile-per-hour sign. And Mr. Reckenwald, you and I had a brief, oh no, actually Mr. Irvin and I had a conversation about that. Thank you, Clay. And I believe we spoke on the phone about that. And, you know, I don't understand how in Ormond Beach, Hand Avenue is 25 miles per hour, but we can't make Wisteria Drive 25 miles per hour. They have a legitimate gripe up there, and I don't need it now. And council's ready to go. But if I can just get some information from you, because I think that can happen. I really do. And we can chat about that. As far as the public talking about the ECHO projects, we had, I think, 3 people come up and talk about, you know, council, we want you to promote projects that promote clean water. I appreciate that, and I liked what they had to say. And last but not least, my grandson had his first rodeo on Saturday. His birthday was Friday. So if you're listening, happy birthday, Hudson.
You ready? Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also would piggyback on that with the ECHO with regards to water. I think that's awesome. But that being said, also, I said it before, I said I'd say it again with regards to the ECHO project that did not make the cut with the Jackie Robinson Ballpark. I'm still an advocate of that. I do hope that if they're listening that they do come back and try again. The plan that they have is phenomenal, and they're keeping a lot of the old there, like the old scoreboard. I thought that was kind of cool. Moving on, yesterday I attended, and yeah, I'm the dog with the bone. I'm going to keep on it. So, and I appreciate Mr. Swanson. Thank you very much. Acting Director Smith, thank you very much. And Acting Warden Chris Stormer, who was present as well. As well as we did a farm tour yesterday, and this is more just to teach me more about the farming and what it's going to take. And I think we came away with some pretty good ideas with regard to what Director Smith had mentioned is true. We need something that we can plant in the ground and walk away from. So we are still going forward with this. We may not have the MH yet, but we're still going to move forward. The Benedicts and Tomazin, am I saying that right? Thomason, I'm sorry. See, those 2 families there in New Smyrna that have those farms, they sell to the public. They have phenomenal run farms, but each of them individually do something different, but each of them we took something away from. So I appreciate that, and just so that everyone's aware that we're still moving forward with that project, and I guess we're still moving forward with the embroidery project as well. So I appreciate the support on that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to change, kind of go in reverse order of what I was. I just have a couple items. I want to pick up on what Mr. Kent said about the 25-mile-an-hour speed limits. Getting a lot of complaints, and I've been and experienced it in a residential section of DeLeon Springs, Arthur Road, Audubon. Trying to remember the name of, there's the name of the development there. I don't know if you're familiar with it, if you've been getting the same emails done. But anyway, there's a horrible traffic speeding problem. There's stop signs going on the north-south roads. On the east-west roads, there's not, and I think just putting stop signs there could solve it. The speed limit's too high. It needs to be 20 or 25. But so my question is, instead of running through all that, how do we deal with that? Because that's an FDOT issue, isn't it? Or is
no,
it
not necessarily. What we'll do, especially when you have a neighborhood like what you're talking on the North
Berwyn
Park. Typically, we do a study of the area because they do come up with different strategies. You know, lowering the speed limit is one part of it, but of course, if you have long straight shots, people are going to speed anyway. So it does sometimes entail putting in stop signs and other things to break up the trip. So that's what we'll have. We'll talk to our traffic engineer, Jay Williams. They usually go in and they look at a neighborhood in an area so that you don't solve it on one street and then push it over
down.
to another. But they'll look at that, and we'll look at some of the other modifications we can make to look at speed reduction. And again, it works best when we can kind of grab a neighborhood at a time and do it.
Right. I know the sheriff is involved. He gets lots of calls about it there, and he's got deputies there. They've even had speed.
Well, yeah, up in that particular area, it's similar in that you have to cross streets, but you have longer runs on Audubon and
Yes.
Grand Avenue.
Okay. Somebody mentioned, I think maybe Mr. Kent, about the A1A presentation. There's probably, has that been notified? Because you're probably going to get numerous council members there.
We're getting a copy of that report. Mr. Clay Irvin provided it to me. We're trying to get one that is oriented, easier to read. It was a report presented to council. That was a county presentation, county board that Mr. Kent sat on, and we should have that out to you before the end of the week.
Yeah, we've got information about it. I just think at the presentation, I think it's at the casements.
Oh,
There's
I'm
going to be
sorry.
multiple council members there, and I just want to make sure we're properly notified.
The
The March 8th meeting regarding the strike team, the A1A, the seawall? Yes, that is actually notified by the DOT.
We're all good? Okay. Okay. Last week, I've been hearing from residents, mostly in DeLand, about the coming Sunrail station. Some who were against Sunrail, they know that it's coming now. And so there's a committee that's been formed in DeLand of bicycle enthusiasts, history proponents, and other residents that want to make Sunrail. We're going to have it, make it the best we can. So I took the leader of that group and went to FDOT and visited Mike Heffinger, who's the FDOT representative in charge of Sunrail, and he had at that meeting the consultant that FDOT has hired, who has, I think, 60 years of experience with trains. There's not many of those people around. And it was an incredibly productive meeting, especially for the member of the public that I took, who said he's been giving out some bad information, some incorrect information about what's going to happen at Sunrail. We have an opportunity there to we're going to spend, $9 to $12 million a year on Sunrail. We need to make it as good as possible so that as people get off that train, they feel good about Volusia County and DeLand, and we can get them to downtown DeLand to spend money to go all parts of the county. There's multimodal developments going up in the area. So where I'm going with this is that I would, looking at your ECHO plan, I would like to have a discussion with you, and we can start off just privately. How can we get that started where we have the Amtrak station there that's a historic station, and there's rumors that it's going to be torn down. It's not, as far as FDOT knows. That's a federal building, and they're going to probably improve it. It does need some structural work on it, but there's land there that we could have a really incredible trailhead for bicyclists. FDOT has already planned ramps to get bicycles off of the train, but FDOT's not going to pay for it, for a trailhead and for those amenities. And so I'm I would like to pursue the possibility of Echo being able to do that.
Yeah, I think there's already some planning. I'm going to have Ted Casebeer come down, our county engineer. He's been intimately involved with the planning of the station and some of the amenities. Also, of course, with our trail system. So go.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. At the train station, one of the things that we have talked about is putting a trailhead out there. There's the Pelham Square development, Pelham Square Village, pardon me, just south of New York there, that they're required to put in the trail along Grand Avenue. Also, as a part of the BUD approval for their property, they were committed to connecting the trail down over to the train station. But we worked through their property and the property to the south. We've been dealing with both the Waterman, or DOT, and the adjacent property owner, Pelham Square investors, as a part of the Sunrail station to expand the property so that they can put in, DOT that has put in the number of parking spaces that we think it needs, as well as upgrade certain aspects of it. So we've already been working with that property owner and DOT, and we'll pull in Pelham Village to help with the trail and get something located at that portion. You'll see a good portion of this as a part of the discussion with the master trail plan as well when it comes.
Okay.
So we are looking at all those different possibilities. With regard to the Amtrak, just while I'm thinking about it, there's no plan to remove that building. They have to have that building. There'll be some potential upgrades, but yes, there's nothing going to be done in terms of demolishing that older.
Yeah, it's a historic building. It needs to be saved. It does need some improvements. The bathrooms are pretty stark. They're
right. Well, that's part of what our trailhead would actually be a double. We would include bathrooms as that at that location, so that the bikers can use it. But then also, obviously, you have anybody that's there that drives to the station can also use those as well. So.
Well, part of DOT's recommendation in this meeting was that we talk to the landowners of Pelham, so I'm glad to hear that that's already begun. So we'll continue conversations with.
You'll actually potentially see an agreement between ourselves, DOT, and the adjacent property owner at the next meeting, following meeting.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the update. It's late. I'll just end with this. The Florida legislature is in session, and I don't know if everybody's been contacted yet by Mr. Booker. If you haven't, you will be. If you have any bills that you would like him to keep an eye out for you, he's making lists of bills that the council is concerned with. When we were talking about lobbyists this morning, again, I think Mr. Booker's doing the job that we need a lobbyist to do. I don't want to send him away to Tallahassee. Of course, it's only a few weeks a year, but he use his wealth and knowledge and get updates from him of what's happening up there, because there's a lot coming down. And with that, if nobody else has anything, we will adjourn at 5:23. Good meeting. Still do need to